Robert Ludlum's The Janson Equation. Written by Douglas Corleone. Read by Kevin T. Collins. For Jack. If you look at satellite photographs of the Far East by night, you'll see a large splotch, curiously lacking in light. This area of darkness is the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Barbara Demick, Nothing to Envy, Ordinary Lives in North Korea, 2009. Officers wanted for hazardous journey, small wages, bitter cold, long months of complete darkness, constant danger. Safe return doubtful, honor and recognition in case of success. Ernest Shackleton recruitment notice for Shackleton's 1914 Antarctica expedition. Prologue. Dongchang Road, Pudong New District, Shanghai, People's Republic of China. From the lobby of the boutique hotel across the street, Paul Janson surreptitiously watched 3 uniformed guards standing as still as statues just behind the main gate of the compound. Not just guards, but soldiers from the People's Liberation Army protecting what Janson now knew to be a government complex housing the PLA's Unit 61398. The bureau responsible for China's systematic cyber espionage and data theft campaign against hundreds of private and state organizations spanning 24 major industries across the globe, with a cost to the victims of hundreds of billions of dollars. The center building of the compound, which served as Unit 61398's HQ, stood 12 stories in height and contained over 130,000 square feet in space, enough to house offices for roughly 2,000 people. Over the past 6 months, however, Janson had narrowed his interest to a single individual, a 28-year-old male who used the online persona Silent Lynx. Lynx, like the wildcat common to northern and western parts of China, especially the Tibetan Plateau. The pedestrian portion of the thick iron gate opened, and the man Janson knew as Silent Lynx stepped past it, nodding back to one of the guards as he moved toward the second in a row of bicycle racks stationed just outside the compound. Lynx fished around the inside pocket of his jacket and plucked out a small key to open the lock on his bicycle, then walked the bike away from the compound before lifting his right leg over the frame and straddling it. As he slowly pedaled away, Janson exited through the hotel's revolving door and waded into the sea of pedestrians. After 6 months in Shanghai, Janson longed for solitude, the bustling, modern Chinese city of 17 million people, home to some of the world's tallest and most architecturally breathtaking skyscrapers, never failed to inspire awe in him. Yet the constant traffic and its accompanying sounds, the honks of horns, the growling of engines, the squeal of brakes, actually made him nostalgic for past jobs on the dark continent. As he strode along the pavement beneath the low gray sky, Janson remained hyper-alert, even as his thoughts repeatedly threatened to drift to his forthcoming holiday with Jessie on the Hawaiian island of Maui. His eyes flashed like a narrow beam of light on nearly every face that passed him. He searched for familiarity, for incongruity, for a gaze that turned too quickly from his own appraising glance. Janson himself blended as well as anyone. With black dye, he'd removed the salt from his salt and pepper hair and allowed it to grow to a length he hadn't worn in decades. His wide Caucasian eyes were masked by a pair of Ray-Ban Wayfarers. his usual pink hue muted with makeup. Incredibly, even in China, the American rarely earned a second look. From his periphery, he watched Lynx turn down Qixia Road toward the construction site. The hacker pedaled at a faster pace than was usual for him, and Janson silently willed him to slow down before someone took notice. Meanwhile, Janson turned north on Dongtai Road in the direction of Lujiazui Park, suddenly wishing he had asked his associate Jessica Kincaid to remain in Shanghai until the mission was finished. Right now, she'd be watching him through the scope of her sniper's rifle from one of the observation decks in the Shanghai World Financial Center, whispering in his earpiece when she noticed something or someone out of place. But no, Janson would have to do without his eye in the sky today. Jessie had done her job and deserved the extra time she'd spend in Hawaii. It was Jessie, after all, who'd afforded Janson the opportunity to make contact with Lynx several weeks ago. Following months of surveillance, both online and off, Janson had decided that the money-hungry, ego-obsessed Silent Lynx was ripe for recruitment. But how to get to him? Ultimately, it was Jessica Kincaid's charms that had opened the door. After tracking Lynx to a swanky Shanghai nightclub called Muse, Janson had Jessie make the approach. Following a few drinks and some not-so-subtle flirtation, she led him outside toward the western bank of the Huangpu River, where Janson was waiting to pitch the 28-year-old hacker the deal of a lifetime. In exchange for specific intelligence concerning the operations of his cyber espionage unit, Janson would provide Lynx with a new identity and enough currency to escape China and the People's Liberation Army once and for all. Today, the parties would finally make the trade via two separate yet simultaneous dead drops, and Janson would leave Shanghai with hard evidence that the People's Republic of China was responsible for stealing trade secrets around the world. One of Unit 61398's victims was the Edgerton-Gertz Corporation, an American biotech giant that had lost billions of dollars in trade secrets to cyber theft every year for the past 6 years. Edgerton-Gertz was Janson's client, and the reason he was now in Shanghai. CEO Jeremy Beck had been referred to Janson's private security consulting firm Cat's Paw Associates by someone in the upper echelon of the U.S. State Department, Janson's employer during the years he worked as a covert operative. Though his time in consular operations was falling ever further behind him, Janson's memories of working as a government-sanctioned killer refused to fade. Which was why he'd started the Phoenix Foundation, his valiant attempt to save individual covert government operators whose lives were wrecked, their psyches shattered by their covert government service. Glancing at the second hand on his watch, Janson surmised that Lynx was approaching the empty construction site, future home of another neck-craning high-rise to add to Shanghai's already uber-impressive cityscape. There, just out of sight of the suit-and-tied swarms on the street, the Chinese hacker would find a marked brick-and-mortar concealment stuffed with the currency and identification he'd need to escape the People's Republic for good. Unbeknownst to Lynx, tucked into the rear cover of his new South Korean passport was an ultra-thin GPS device that would allow Janson to track his recruit should Janson be betrayed. Janson turned left onto Century Avenue, one of Shanghai's many tourist hotspots, rich with 4-star hotels, restaurants, bars, and museums. As he fell in line with the mob passing Lu Jiazui Park, Janson felt a familiar sensation, his field instincts suddenly tingling. Was he being watched? And if so, by whom? The silver-haired Chinese woman seated alone on the park bench? The northern European tourist with razor-sharp features, piercing blue eyes, and longish blonde locks who was about to pass within 10 feet of him? That young Middle Eastern couple sipping tea at the outdoor cafe? Or am I imagining things? Was that taxi at Janson 7 o'clock moving slower than the rest of the traffic? And that Shanghai cop riding the Segway, had Janson seen him standing outside his hotel earlier in the day? Before he had time to decide, Janson shot a look across the street and spotted the mouth of the alley at the coordinates he'd been sent just before he left the hotel. Slipping his hands into his pockets, Janson picked up his pace and crossed with the tide at the next intersection. Keeping his head low, he continued to scan the slow-moving traffic and the faces of the pedestrians who passed him. When he reached the far corner, he lifted his eyes to the countless windows on the opposite side of the street. Within any of them, there could well be a sniper with his scope trained on the alley or even on Janson himself. Scanning each window for a fraction of a second, Janson searched for a glare, for the subtle movement of curtains, for the muzzle of a rifle protruding through a sliced screen. Ducking into the designated alley, Janson maintained his swift pace. The passage was long and narrow, and smelled of sesame oil. Up ahead, an older man in a filthy white apron stepped out of a rear screen door with 2 bloated black trash bags in each hand and a lit cigarette dangling loosely between his lips. He stole a fleeting glance at Janson, then turned and hurled the bags into an open royal blue dumpster, snuffing out his cigarette against the graffitied brown brick wall before swinging open the screen door and returning inside. Counting his steps, Janson dug into his pants pocket and shoveled out an old BlackBerry with no battery. As he gazed down at the dead screen resting on his palm, he suddenly fumbled the device, inadvertently kicking it toward the brown brick wall as it hit the pavement. Lowering himself onto his haunches to retrieve it, Janson smirked at the unique concealment method that Silent Lynx had chosen, a gutted and freeze-dried rat that resembled roadkill. Fitting, to say the least. Quickly, Janson lifted the rat and gently tore open the Velcro strip along its stomach. He dug his fingers inside and closed them around a tiny black flash drive before resealing the Velcro and setting the rat back in its place. He picked up the useless BlackBerry, stuffed everything inside his front pants pocket, and continued up the alley, which opened onto a small, unnamed road behind Jinmao Tower. He turned left, then left again, placing him back on Dongtai Road, where he rejoined the hustle and bustle, heading toward Century Avenue. As he reached the corner of Dongtai and Century, a teeth-rattling report sounded from a few blocks away, startling him. Some of the pedestrians spun their heads in the direction of the noise, others dismissed the bang as a car backfiring. All continued walking without pause. Janson, of course, knew the sound, had felt it in his stomach. It was the sound of a .38, and after a moment it fired again, from the direction of the empty construction site where Janson had made his dead drop. Turning left onto Century Avenue, Janson did his best to lose himself in the throng, his heart suddenly racing, his breathing unusually heavy. Silently, he mouthed his long-time mantra, clear like water, cool like ice, and carefully considered his next action. Lynx had undoubtedly been made and murdered, which meant that Janson couldn't return to his hotel. Time to move to Plan B, which meant hailing a taxi and immediately heading to Pudong International Airport. As he pushed toward the taxi stand on Century Avenue, Janson glanced at his watch and imagined himself squarely in the scope of a PLA sniper's rifle. If the sniper was merely waiting to get off a clean shot, Janson knew he'd be dead in a matter of seconds. Sweat dripped from his hairline, his stomach tightened. Clear like water, cool like ice. Moments later, he'd managed to control his breathing. But for the first time in the 6 months he had been in the city, Janson felt dizzyingly unsure whether he'd make it out of Shanghai alive. Ducking into a taxi, Janson shouted his destination in Chinese, then thought better of it. Keeping his head low while trying not to make it look too obvious, he instructed the driver to make a right on Zhangyang, followed by a sharp left onto Fushan Road. Moving along streets on which Janson knew traffic would be thinning out, the driver made the peculiar turns and zig and zags without comment. After 15 minutes of directing the driver through a complex maze around Shanghai's cityscape, while surreptitiously watching the rearview mirror for a tail, Janson finally felt comfortable enough that they weren't being followed. In Chinese, he thanked the driver for his cooperation. He pushed himself up on the cracked vinyl back seat and asked the driver to take him to his final destination. Although his pulse slowed, Janson wouldn't feel entirely safe until takeoff. Part 1. The Senator's Son. Chapter 1. Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam, adjacent to Honolulu, Hawaii. 10 minutes after the Embraer Legacy 650 touched down at Hickam Field on the island of Oahu, Paul Janson stepped onto the warm tarmac and was immediately greeted by Lawrence Hammond, the senator's chief of staff. "Thank you for coming," Hammond said. As the men shook hands, Janson breathed deeply of the fresh, tropical air and savored the gentle touch of the Hawaiian sun on his face. After 6 months under Shanghai's polluted sky, smog as thick as tissue paper had become Janson's new normal. Only now, as he inhaled freely, did he fully realize the extent to which he'd spent the past half-year breathing poison. Behind his wayfarers, Janson closed his eyes for a moment and listened. Although Hickam buzzed with the typical sounds of an operational airfield, Janson instantly relished the relative tranquility. Vividly, he imagined the coastal white sand beaches and azure blue waters awaiting him and Jessie just beyond the confines of the U.S. Air Force Base. Hammond, a tall man with slicked-back hair the color of straw, directed Janson to an idling olive-green Jeep driven by a private first class who couldn't possibly have been old enough to legally drink. As Janson belted himself into the passenger seat, Hammond leaned forward and said, "Air Force One landed on this runway not too long ago." "Is that right?" Janson said as the Jeep pulled away from the jet. Hammond mistook Janson's politeness for genuine interest. "This past Christmas, as a matter of fact. The first family vacations on the windward side of the island in the small beach town of Kailua." The three remained silent for the rest of the 10-minute drive. Janson's original plan upon leaving Shanghai had been to land at nearby Honolulu International, where he'd meet Jessie and be driven to Waikiki for an evening of dinner and drinks and a steamy night at the iconic Pink Palace, before boarding a puddle jumper to Maui the next day. But a phone call Janson received 30,000 miles above the Pacific changed all that. Janson had been resting in his cabin on the verge of sleep when his lone flight attendant, Kayla, buzzed him over the intercom and announced that he had a call from the mainland. "It's a U.S. senator," Kayla said. "I thought you might want to take it." "Which senator?" Janson said groggily. He knew only a handful personally and liked even fewer. "Senator James Wyckoff," she said, "of North Carolina." Wyckoff was neither one of the handful Janson knew personally nor one of the few he liked. But before Janson could ask her to take a callback number, Kayla told him that Wyckoff had been referred by his current client, Jeremy Beck, CEO of Edgerton Gertz. Grudgingly, Janson decided to take the call. As the Jeep pulled into the parking lot of a small administrative building, Janson turned to Hammond and said, "The senator beat me here?" The flight from Shanghai was just over 9 hours, and Janson had already been in the air 2 hours when Wyckoff phoned. From D.C., even under the best conditions, it was nearly a 10-hour flight to Honolulu, and Janson was fairly sure there was snow and ice on the ground in Washington this time of year. "The senator actually called you from California," Hammond said. "He'd been holding a fundraiser at Exchange in downtown Los Angeles when he received the news about his son." Janson didn't say anything else. He stepped out of the Jeep and followed Hammond and the private first class to the building. The baby-faced PFC used a key to open the door, then stepped aside as Janson and Hammond entered. The dissonant rumble of an ancient air conditioner emanated from overhead vents, and the sun's natural light was instantly replaced by the harsh glow of buzzing fluorescent bulbs. Hammond ushered Janson down a bleak hallway of scuffed linoleum into a spacious, yet utilitarian office in the rear of the building, then quietly excused himself, saying, "Senator Wyckoff will be right with you." 2 minutes later, a toilet flushed, and the senator himself stepped out of a back room with his hand already extended. "Paul Janson, I presume." "A pleasure, Senator." Janson removed his wayfarers and took the proffered seat in front of the room's lone, streaked and dented metal desk, while Senator Wyckoff situated himself on the opposite side, crossing his right leg over his left before taking a deep breath and launching into the facts. "As I said over the phone, Mr. Janson, the details of my son's disappearance are still sketchy. What we do know is that Gregory's girlfriend of 3 years, a beautiful young lady named Linnell Yee, was found murdered in the hanok she and Gregory were staying at in central Seoul yesterday morning. She'd evidently been strangled." The senator appeared roughly 50 years old, well-groomed and dressed in an expensive tailored suit, but the bags under his eyes told the story of someone who'd lived through hell over the past 24 hours. "The Seoul Metropolitan Police," Wyckoff continued, "have named Gregory their primary suspect in Linnell's death, which, if you knew my son, you'd know is preposterous. But of course, my wife and I are concerned. Gregory's just a teenager. We don't know whether he's been kidnapped or is on the run because he's frightened. Being falsely accused of murder in a foreign country must be terrifying. Even though South Korea is our ally, it'll take time to get things sorted out through the proper channels." The senator leaned forward, planting his elbows on the desk. "I'd like for you to travel to Seoul and find him. That's our first priority. Second, and nearly as important, I'd like you to conduct an independent investigation into Linnell's murder. Now may be our only opportunity. I'm a former trial lawyer, and I can tell you from experience that evidence disappears fast, witnesses vanish, memories become fuzzy. If we don't clear Gregory's name in the next 96 hours, we may never be able to do so. Janson held up his hand. Let me stop you right there, Senator. I sympathize with you, I do. I'm very sorry that your family is going through this, and I hope that your son turns up unharmed sooner rather than later. I'm sure you're right. I'm sure he's being wrongly accused, and I'm sincerely hopeful that you can prove it and bring him home to grieve for his girlfriend. But I'm afraid that I can't help you with this. I'm not a private investigator. I'm not suggesting you are, but this is no ordinary investigation. Please, Senator, let me continue. I'm here as a courtesy to my client, Jeremy Beck. But as I attempted to tell you over the phone, this simply isn't something I can take on. Janson reached into his jacket pocket and unfolded a piece of paper. While I was in the air, I took the liberty of contacting a few old friends, and I have the names and telephone numbers of a handful of top-notch private investigators in Seoul. They know the city inside and out, and they can obtain information directly from the police without having to navigate through miles of red tape. According to my contacts, these men and women are the best investigators in all South Korea. Wyckoff accepted the piece of paper and set it down on the desk without looking at it. He narrowed his eyes, confirming Janson's initial impression that the senator wasn't a man who was told no very often, and that he seldom accepted the word for an answer. Mr. Janson, do you have children? As Wyckoff said it, there was a firm knock on the door. The senator pushed himself out of his chair and trudged toward the sound. Meanwhile, Janson frowned. He didn't like to be asked personal questions, not by clients and not by prospective clients, certainly not after he'd already declined the job. And this was no innocuous question. It was a subject that burned Janson deep in his stomach. No, he did not have children. He did not have a family, only the memory of one. Only the stabbing recollection of a pregnant wife and the dashed dreams of their unborn child, their future obliterated by a terrorist's bomb. They'd perished years ago, yet it still felt like yesterday. From behind, Janson heard Hammond's sonorous voice, followed by a far softer one and the unmistakable sound of a woman's sobs. Mr. Janson, the senator said, I'd like you to meet my wife, Alicia, Gregory's mother. Janson stood and turned toward the couple as Hammond stepped out, closing the door gently behind him. Alicia Wyckoff stood before Janson, visibly trembling, her eyes wet with mascara tears. She appeared to be a few years younger than her husband, but her handling of the present crisis threatened to catch her up to him in no time flat. Thank you so much for coming, she said, ignoring Janson's hand and instead gripping him in an awkward hug. He felt the warmth of her tears through his shirt, her long nails burrowing into his upper back. If Janson were slightly more cynical, he'd have thought her entry had been meticulously timed in advance. Wyckoff brushed some papers aside and sat on the front edge of the desk. I know your professional history, he said to Janson. As soon as Jeremy gave me your name, I contacted State and obtained a complete dossier. While a good many parts of the document were redacted, what I was able to read was very impressive. You are uniquely qualified for this job, Mr. Janson. He paused for effect. Please, don't turn us away." "Turn us away?" Alicia Wyckoff interjected. "What are you talking about?" She turned to Janson. "Are you seriously considering refusing to help us?" Janson remained standing. "As I told your husband a few moments ago, I'm simply not the person you need." "But you are," she spun toward her husband. "Haven't you told him?" Wyckoff shook his head. "Told me what?" Janson couldn't imagine a scenario that might possibly change his mind. He'd just left Asia behind. He needed some downtime. Jessica needed some downtime. In the past couple of years, they'd taken on one mission after another, almost without pause. Following 2 successive missions off the coast of Africa, Janson and Kincaid had promised themselves a break. But when Jeremy Beck called about the incessant cyber espionage campaign being perpetrated by the Chinese government, Janson became intrigued. This was what his post-cons ops life was all about, changing the world, one mission at a time. Wyckoff pushed off the desk and sighed deeply, as though he'd been hoping he wouldn't have to divulge what he was about to. At least not until after Janson had accepted the case. "We don't think Linnell's murder was a crime of passion or a random killing," Wyckoff said, "and we don't think the Seoul Metropolitan Police came to suspect our son by themselves. We think they were deliberately led there." Janson watched the senator's eyes and said, "By who?" Wyckoff pursed his lips. He looked as though he were about to sign a deal for his soul, or something of even greater importance to a successful U.S. politician. "What I say next stays between us, Mr. Janson." "Of course." The senator placed his hands on his hips and exhaled. "We think Gregory was framed by your former employer." Janson hesitated. "I'm not sure I understand." "The victim, Linnell Yi, my son's girlfriend, was, I should say, a Korean English translator. She'd been working on sensitive talks in the Korean demilitarized zone. Talks between the North and the South and other interested parties, namely the United States and China. We think she overheard something she shouldn't have. We think she shared it with our son and that they were both subsequently targeted by someone in the U.S. government. Or to be more specific, someone in the U.S. State Department. And you think this murder was carried out by consular operations?" Janson said. Wyckoff bowed his head. "The murder and the subsequent frame, all of it is just too neat. Our son is not stupid. If he were somehow involved in Linnell's murder, an utter impossibility in and of itself, he would not have left behind a glaring trail of evidence pointing directly at him." "In a crime of passion," Janson said, "by definition, the killer isn't thinking or acting rationally. His intellect would have little to do with what occurred during or immediately after the event." "Granted," Wyckoff said, "but according to the information released by the Seoul police, this killer would have had plenty of time to clean up after himself." "Or time to get a running head start," Janson countered. Wyckoff ignored him. "Linnell's body wasn't found until morning. She was discovered by a maid. There wasn't even a do not disturb sign on the door. Whoever killed Linnell wanted her body to be found quickly. Wanted it to look like a crime of passion." Janson said nothing. He knew Wyckoff's alternative theory was based solely on a parent's wishful thinking. But what else could a father do under the circumstances? What would Janson himself be doing if the accused were his teenage son? "Tell me, Paul," Wyckoff said, dispensing with the formalities. "Do you honestly believe that powers within the U.S. government aren't capable of something like this?" Janson could say no such thing. He knew what his government was capable of. He'd carried out operations not so different from the one Wyckoff was describing, and he would be spending the rest of his life atoning for them. "Before I became a U.S. Senator," Wyckoff continued, "I was a Charlotte trial lawyer. I specialized in mass torts, made my fortune suing pharmaceutical companies for manufacturing and selling dangerous drugs that had been pre-approved by the FDA. I made tens of millions of dollars, and I would be willing to part with all of it if you would agree to take this case. Name your fee, Paul, and it's yours." For something as involved as this, Janson could easily ask for $7 or $8 million, and it would all go to the Phoenix Foundation. A payday this size could help dozens of former covert government operators take their lives back. Janson had to admit he liked the idea of looking closely at his former employer. And if, by some stretch of the imagination, the U.S. State Department was indeed involved in framing the son of a prominent U.S. senator for murder, the government's ultimate objective would likely have widespread repercussions for the entire region, if not the world. "I have one condition," Janson finally said. "Name it. If I find your son and uncover the truth, you'll have to promise to accept it, regardless of what that truth is, even if it ultimately leads to your son's conviction for murder." Wyckoff glanced at his wife, who bowed her head. He turned back to Janson and said, "You have our word." Part 1. The Senator's Son. Chapter 1. Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam, adjacent to Honolulu, Hawaii. 10 minutes after the Embraer Legacy 650 touched down at Hickam Field on the island of Oahu, Paul Janson stepped onto the warm tarmac and was immediately greeted by Lawrence Hammond, the senator's chief of staff. "Thank you for coming," Hammond said. As the men shook hands, Janson breathed deeply of the fresh, tropical air and savored the gentle touch of the Hawaiian sun on his face. After 6 months under Shanghai's polluted sky, smog as thick as tissue paper had become Janson's new normal. Only now, as he inhaled freely, did he fully realize the extent to which he'd spent the past half-year breathing poison. Behind his wayfarers, Janson closed his eyes for a moment and listened. Although Hickam buzzed with the typical sounds of an operational airfield, Janson instantly relished the relative tranquility. Vividly, he imagined the coastal white sand beaches and azure blue waters awaiting him and Jessie just beyond the confines of the U.S. Air Force Base. Hammond, a tall man with slicked-back hair the color of straw, directed Janson to an idling olive-green Jeep driven by a private first class who couldn't possibly have been old enough to legally drink. As Janson belted himself into the passenger seat, Hammond leaned forward and said, "Air Force One landed on this runway not too long ago." "Is that right?" Janson said as the Jeep pulled away from the jet. Hammond mistook Janson's politeness for genuine interest. This past Christmas, as a matter of fact. The first family vacations on the windward side of the island in the small beach town of Kailua. The three remained silent for the rest of the 10-minute drive. Janson's original plan upon leaving Shanghai had been to land at nearby Honolulu International, where he'd meet Jessie and be driven to Waikiki for an evening of dinner and drinks and a steamy night at the iconic Pink Palace, before boarding a puddle jumper to Maui the next day. But a phone call Janson received 30,000 miles above the Pacific changed all that. Janson had been resting in his cabin on the verge of sleep when his lone flight attendant, Kayla, buzzed him over the intercom and announced that he had a call from the mainland. "It's a U.S. senator," Kayla said. "I thought you might want to take it." "Which senator?" Janson said groggily. He knew only a handful personally and liked even fewer. "Senator James Wyckoff," she said. "Of North Carolina." Wyckoff was neither one of the handful Janson knew personally, nor one of the few he liked. But before Janson could ask her to take a callback number, Kayla told him that Wyckoff had been referred by his current client, Jeremy Beck, CEO of Edgerton Gertz. Grudgingly, Janson decided to take the call. As the Jeep pulled into the parking lot of a small administrative building, Janson turned to Hammond and said, "The senator beat me here?" The flight from Shanghai was just over 9 hours, and Janson had already been in the air 2 hours when Wyckoff phoned. From D.C., even under the best conditions, it was nearly a 10-hour flight to Honolulu, and Janson was fairly sure there was snow and ice on the ground in Washington this time of year. "The senator actually called you from California," Hammond said. "He'd been holding a fundraiser at Exchange in downtown Los Angeles when he received the news about his son." Janson didn't say anything else. He stepped out of the Jeep and followed Hammond and the private first class to the building. The baby-faced PFC used a key to open the door, then stepped aside as Janson and Hammond entered. The dissonant rumble of an ancient air conditioner emanated from overhead vents, and the sun's natural light was instantly replaced by the harsh glow of buzzing fluorescent bulbs. Hammond ushered Janson down a bleak hallway of scuffed linoleum into a spacious, yet utilitarian office in the rear of the building, then quietly excused himself, saying, "Senator Wyckoff will be right with you." 2 minutes later, a toilet flushed, and the senator himself stepped out of a back room with his hand already extended. "Paul Janson, I presume." "A pleasure, Senator." Janson removed his wayfarers and took the proffered seat in front of the room's lone, streaked and dented metal desk, while Senator Wyckoff situated himself on the opposite side, crossing his right leg over his left before taking a deep breath and launching into the facts. "As I said over the phone, Mr. Janson, the details of my son's disappearance are still sketchy. What we do know is that Gregory's girlfriend of 3 years, a beautiful young lady named Linnell Yee, was found murdered in the hanok she and Gregory were staying at in central Seoul yesterday morning. She'd evidently been strangled." The senator appeared, roughly 50 years old, well-groomed and dressed in an expensive tailored suit, but the bags under his eyes told the story of someone who'd lived through hell over the past 24 hours. "The Seoul Metropolitan Police," Wyckoff continued, "have named Gregory their primary suspect in Linnell's death, which, if you knew my son, you'd know is preposterous. But of course, my wife and I are concerned. Gregory's just a teenager, We don't know whether he's been kidnapped or is on the run because he's frightened. Being falsely accused of murder in a foreign country must be terrifying. Even though South Korea is our ally, it'll take time to get things sorted out through the proper channels. The senator leaned forward, planting his elbows on the desk. I'd like for you to travel to Seoul and find him. That's our first priority. Second, and nearly as important, I'd like you to conduct an independent investigation into Linnell's murder. Now may be our only opportunity. I'm a former trial lawyer, and I can tell you from experience that evidence disappears fast, witnesses vanish, memories become fuzzy. If we don't clear Gregory's name in the next 96 hours, we may never be able to do so. Janson held up his hand. Let me stop you right there, Senator. I sympathize with you, I do. I'm very sorry that your family is going through this, and I hope that your son turns up unharmed sooner rather than later. I'm sure you're right. I'm sure he's being wrongly accused, and I'm sincerely hopeful that you can prove it and bring him home to grieve for his girlfriend. But I'm afraid that I can't help you with this. I'm not a private investigator. I'm not suggesting you are, but this is no ordinary investigation. Please, Senator, let me continue. I'm here as a courtesy to my client, Jeremy Beck. But as I attempted to tell you over the phone, this simply isn't something I can take on. Janson reached into his jacket pocket and unfolded a piece of paper. While I was in the air, I took the liberty of contacting a few old friends, and I have the names and telephone numbers of a handful of top-notch private investigators in Seoul. They know the city inside and out, and they can obtain information directly from the police without having to navigate through miles of red tape. According to my contacts, these men and women are the best investigators in all South Korea. Wyckoff accepted the piece of paper and set it down on the desk without looking at it. He narrowed his eyes, confirming Janson's initial impression that the senator wasn't a man who was told no very often, and that he seldom accepted the word for an answer. Mr. Janson, do you have children? As Wyckoff said it, there was a firm knock on the door. The senator pushed himself out of his chair and trudged toward the sound. Meanwhile, Janson frowned. He didn't like to be asked personal questions, not by clients and not by prospective clients, certainly not after he'd already declined the job. And this was no innocuous question. It was a subject that burned Janson deep in his stomach. No, he did not have children. He did not have a family, only the memory of one. Only the stabbing recollection of a pregnant wife and the dashed dreams of their unborn child, their future obliterated by a terrorist's bomb. They'd perished years ago, yet it still felt like yesterday. From behind, Janson heard Hammond's sonorous voice, followed by a far softer one and the unmistakable sound of a woman's sobs. Mr. Janson, the senator said, I'd like you to meet my wife, Alicia, Gregory's mother. Janson stood and turned toward the couple as Hammond stepped out, closing the door gently behind him. Alicia Wyckoff stood before Janson, visibly trembling, her eyes wet with mascara tears. She appeared to be a few years younger than her husband, but her handling of the present crisis threatened to catch her up to him in no time flat. Thank you so much for coming, she said, ignoring Janson's hand and instead gripping him in an awkward hug. He felt the warmth of her tears through his shirt, her long nails burrowing into his upper back. If Janson were slightly more cynical, he'd have thought her entry had been meticulously timed in advance. Wyckoff brushed some papers aside and sat on the front edge of the desk. "I know your professional history," he said to Janson. "As soon as Jeremy gave me your name, I contacted State and obtained a complete dossier. While a good many parts of the document were redacted, what I was able to read was very impressive. You are uniquely qualified for this job, Mr. Janson." He paused for effect. "Please, don't turn us away." "Turn us away?" Alicia Wyckoff interjected. "What are you talking about?" She turned to Janson. "Are you seriously considering refusing to help us?" Janson remained standing. "As I told your husband a few moments ago, I'm simply not the person you need." "But you are," she spun toward her husband. "Haven't you told him?" Wyckoff shook his head. "Told me what?" Janson couldn't imagine a scenario that might possibly change his mind. He'd just left Asia behind. He needed some downtime. Jessica needed some downtime. In the past couple of years, they'd taken on one mission after another, almost without pause. Following 2 successive missions off the coast of Africa, Janson and Kincaid had promised themselves a break. But when Jeremy Beck called about the incessant cyber espionage campaign being perpetrated by the Chinese government, Janson became intrigued. This was what his post-cons ops life was all about, changing the world, one mission at a time. Wyckoff pushed off the desk and sighed deeply, as though he'd been hoping he wouldn't have to divulge what he was about to. At least not until after Janson had accepted the case. "We don't think Linnell's murder was a crime of passion or a random killing," Wyckoff said, "and we don't think the Seoul Metropolitan Police came to suspect our son by themselves. We think they were deliberately led there." Janson watched the senator's eyes and said, "By who?" Wyckoff pursed his lips. He looked as though he were about to sign a deal for his soul, or something of even greater importance to a successful U.S. politician. "What I say next stays between us, Mr. Janson." "Of course." The senator placed his hands on his hips and exhaled. "We think Gregory was framed by your former employer." Janson hesitated. "I'm not sure I understand." "The victim, Linnell Yee, my son's girlfriend, was, I should say, a Korean English translator. She'd been working on sensitive talks in the Korean demilitarized zone. Talks between the North and the South and other interested parties, namely the United States and China. We think she overheard something she shouldn't have. We think she shared it with our son and that they were both subsequently targeted by someone in the U.S. government. Or to be more specific, someone in the U.S. State Department. And you think this murder was carried out by consular operations?" Janson said. Wyckoff bowed his head. "The murder and the subsequent frame, all of it is just too neat. Our son is not stupid. If he were somehow involved in Linnell's murder, an utter impossibility in and of itself, he would not have left behind a glaring trail of evidence pointing directly at him." "In a crime of passion," Janson said, "by definition, the killer isn't thinking or acting rationally. His intellect would have little to do with what occurred during or immediately after the event." "Granted," Wyckoff said, "but according to the information released by the Seoul police, This killer would have had plenty of time to clean up after himself. Or time to get a running head start, Janson countered. Wyckoff ignored him. Linnell's body wasn't found until morning. She was discovered by a maid. There wasn't even a do not disturb sign on the door. Whoever killed Linnell wanted her body to be found quickly. Wanted it to look like a crime of passion. Janson said nothing. He knew Wyckoff's alternative theory was based solely on a parent's wishful thinking. But what else could a father do under the circumstances? What would Janson himself be doing if the accused were his teenage son? "Tell me, Paul," Wyckoff said, dispensing with the formalities. "Do you honestly believe that powers within the U.S. government aren't capable of something like this?" Janson could say no such thing. He knew what his government was capable of. He'd carried out operations not so different from the one Wyckoff was describing, and he would be spending the rest of his life atoning for them. "Before I became a U.S. Senator," Wyckoff continued, "I was a Charlotte trial lawyer. I specialized in mass torts, made my fortune suing pharmaceutical companies for manufacturing and selling dangerous drugs that had been pre-approved by the FDA. I made tens of millions of dollars, and I would be willing to part with all of it if you would agree to take this case. Name your fee, Paul, and it's yours." For something as involved as this, Janson could easily ask for $7 or $8 million, and it would all go to the Phoenix Foundation. A payday this size could help dozens of former covert government operators take their lives back. Janson had to admit he liked the idea of looking closely at his former employer. And if, by some stretch of the imagination, the U.S. State Department was indeed involved in framing the son of a prominent U.S. senator for murder, the government's ultimate objective would likely have widespread repercussions for the entire region, if not the world. "I have one condition," Janson finally said. "Name it. If I find your son and uncover the truth, you'll have to promise to accept it, regardless of what that truth is, even if it ultimately leads to your son's conviction for murder." Wyckoff glanced at his wife, who bowed her head. He turned back to Janson and said, "You have our word." Chapter 2. "Stop apologizing," Kincaid said during the ascent. "You made the right decision." Janson knew Jesse was right, yet something about the mission kept tugging at his thoughts. The more he contemplated the next several days, the less confident he felt that he and Kincaid would merely be searching for a 19-year-old kid in a city of 10 million and conducting an independent investigation into his girlfriend's death. Before Kincaid arrived at Hickam Field and they'd boarded the Embraer, Janson phoned Morton, his computer security consultant in northern New Jersey. 20 minutes later, Morton forwarded a complete and up-to-the-minute copy of the Seoul Metropolitan Police Department's electronic investigative file on Linnell Yee's murder. According to the file, a 63-year-old maid named Sung Won-yun had discovered the girl's body in a room at the Sophia Guest House, Central Seoul's oldest and most traditional hanok. A preliminary visual inspection by the coroner indicated that the manner of death was homicide. The mechanism of death appeared to be asphyxiation, the cause of death manual strangulation. a form of violence often perpetrated by a man against a woman because of the required disparity in physical strength between the victim and the assailant. The coroner estimated the time of death to be between midnight and 4 o'clock on the morning the corpse was discovered. This was consistent with police interviews of 2 fellow guests who claimed to have heard voices, a young man's and a young woman's, raised in anger shortly after midnight that morning. Although neither of these ear witnesses could identify what exactly was being said, both agreed that the heated discussion had been held in English rather than Korean. Given these accounts, police theorized that Gregory Wyckoff killed his girlfriend, Linnell Yee, in the heat of passion. No specific motive was given. The owners of the Hanok, who confirmed that Gregory Wyckoff and Linnell Yee had checked into their establishment the previous day, turned over to police color copies of the couple's U.S. passports, and the part-time clerk who had handled the check-in easily picked Gregory Wyckoff out of a photo array. Latent prints had been lifted at the scene and were pending examination and comparison. Partial fingerprints found on the victim's neck were removed from the corpse using a process known as cyanofuming, so that the powdering and lifting could be conducted later at the lab. No other suspects or persons of interest were named, and there was no mention in the entire file of the sensitive work being conducted by Linnell Yee at the time of her death. Once the Embraer reached its maximum cruising altitude, the executive jet leveled off, and Jessica Kincaid stepped into the center of the cabin and stretched while Janson looked on, wishing they were sipping Mai Tais at Duke's Barefoot Bar in Waikiki. "So, who do we know in Seoul?" she said. Janson reluctantly pushed from his mind the image of Jessie in her appealing red two-piece on the powdery sands of Waikiki Beach and opened his laptop. In addition to the many contacts he'd made during his career with Khan's ops, over the past few years, Janson had developed a vast network of Phoenix graduates, former covert government operatives who had benefited from the Foundation's efforts. Some had been afforded completely new lives, new identities, new homes, lucrative careers in academia or public service, even in the private sector. Others had been afforded sufficient capital to fund their own ventures. Just about all had achieved a substantial amount of success. Now, when Janson needed their help, he didn't hesitate to call upon them to take advantage of their various positions and skills. Most were extremely grateful for the opportunity to repay their debt to Janson. Others took some convincing. What Phoenix grants, Phoenix retrieves to pass on to the next guy, he'd tell them. That's the way it works. That's the way it is. In the end, all complied. Janson, of course, never mistook the former operatives for his own personal army. He used them only on cat's paw missions such as this, where millions were at stake for the Phoenix Foundation. Janson paused on the first name he came across. He hadn't needed his computer to know that Gina Jiun was at the top of his list. But he didn't want it to appear to Jessie that he'd picked Gina's name out of thin air, as though it were always resting at the tip of his tongue. Gina Jiun was both a contact from his time in consular operations and a Phoenix graduate. She'd also been Paul Janson's lover long before Janson had ever met Jessica Kincaid. Janson scrolled down to the next name on his list. Nam Se-hoon, he said. He's with South Korea's National Intelligence Service. And you trust him completely? Kincaid said. Nam Se-hun is one of my oldest and closest friends. I met him while I was with SEAL Team 4. It never escaped Janson that leaving the University of Michigan to enlist in the Navy was the decision that had placed him on the path to becoming a skilled killer. Shortly after enlistment, Janson had shown a genuine gift for combat, and in the Navy, such talents rarely go unnoticed. At the time he joined his team at their headquarters in Little Creek, Virginia, Paul Janson had been the youngest person ever to receive SEAL training, a distinction that no longer held much meaning for him. Following his first tour in Afghanistan, Janson was awarded the Navy Cross, the Department of the Navy's second highest decoration for valor. Then came tour after tour after tour, with no breaks, until he was finally captured in an Afghan village just outside Kabul. He was held by the Taliban in a 6-by-4-foot cage for 18 months. He was starved, tortured, nearly killed after each of his first 2 escape attempts. His third attempt at escape was successful. By the time he was found, Janson weighed only 83 pounds. He was a shell of the man he'd been. He seldom spoke of the events that followed his recovery. When pressed, all he would allow was that he attended Cambridge University for graduate studies on a government fellowship, and was thereafter recruited to a black ops team under the control of the U.S. State Department. "Any Phoenix grads in South Korea?" Kincaid asked. Janson nodded without looking up. "Gina Jiun. Though I'd like to avoid using her if we can." Kincaid paused mid-stretch. "Why's that?" Sure, one of the reasons Janson didn't want to contact Gina Jiun was their past romantic relationship, but that wasn't the primary reason. Like all Phoenix beneficiaries, Gina Jiun possessed a telephone fitted with an encryption key that would give Janson a direct line to her, and she knew that the powers behind the Phoenix Foundation could call on her for help at any time. What Gina Jiun didn't know, and what Janson didn't want her to know, was that he was behind the Foundation. There was another reason, too, and that was the reason Janson finally offered to Kincaid. "She has difficulty playing by the rules," he said. All Phoenix graduates were required to play by a set of rules when they provided their assistance, specifically 3 rules known as the Janson Rules. No torture, no civilian casualties, no killing anyone who doesn't try to kill us. For any former covert intelligence operative, following these rules was easier said than done, but Janson suspected that Gina Jiun, in particular, would have difficulty playing nice. Not because she wasn't a good person, but because of what consular operations had made her. Which wasn't very different from what consular operations had made Janson himself. "You were the machine," Cons Ops Director Derek Collins had told Janson during one of his many exit interviews. "You were the guy with the slab of granite where your heart's supposed to be." It was true. Janson had been a machine, taking orders from his superiors without question, committing crimes in service of his country, killing again and again and again. Then one morning he'd woken in a cold sweat and began ruminating on the dozens of people he'd executed. Some victims, of course, had had it coming to them. Others hadn't. And those were the killings that suddenly sickened him. "You tell me you're sickened by the killing," Collins had said to him. "I'm going to tell you what you'll discover one day for yourself. That's the only way you'll ever feel alive." Janson refused to believe him. He could heal, he knew. He could be saved. First, Janson had to admit to himself that he'd been a frozen-hearted assassin. Once he was able to admit that, he vowed to atone for his transgressions. He couldn't alter the past, couldn't change what he'd done. But he could change what he was. Hours later, as Kincaid slept, Paul Janson continued poring through the thousands of online articles that made mention of Senator James Wyckoff of North Carolina. He'd started by combining the senator's name with keywords such as Seoul and Pyongyang and Beijing, then branched out by identifying the words most likely associated with the current talks between North and South Korea. Recurring issues among the four parties involved in the talks included North Korea's nuclear program, the sanctions put in place against North Korea's hermit regime for its human rights abuses and its defiance in the face of international law, and of course the possible, albeit improbable, negotiation of an actual peace treaty to replace the Korean Armistice Agreement that ended the Korean War 6 decades ago. Wyckoff's votes on Korean issues seemed to ebb and flow with popular opinion. No surprise there, since Wyckoff was expected to seek his party's nomination for President of the United States during the next primary season. He'd voted multiple times for sanctions against the North, but certainly wasn't a hardliner. In fact, it was difficult to discern where he stood on the most vital Korean issues. He was a smart politician. With his votes, he was giving himself room to maneuver to the right or the left, depending on which way the wind happened to be blowing in an election year. The way things stood now, the American people saw the rogue regime in Pyongyang as a definite foe, but they had no appetite for military action following the long and costly wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Supporting harsh sanctions against the North continued to be the most prudent stance, politically speaking. Janson figured he could all but rule out the possibility that Gregory Wyckoff was framed for murder in Seoul because of his father's political positions on Korea. What continued to nag Janson, however, was the question of why Gregory Wyckoff and Linnell Yee were staying at a hanok in central Seoul when Gregory Wyckoff was renting an apartment just across the Han River. When he'd asked the senator and his wife, they dismissed the paid stay at the traditional Korean house as irrelevant. "The low-rent apartments in Seoul can be gloomy," the senator suggested, "especially in winter. I saw pictures of Gregory's flat. From the outside, it looked like the D.C. projects. The interior was clean, maybe even quaint, but nothing spectacular. 3 or 4 rooms, separated by sliding doors, a kitchen-dining room combination. If they couldn't travel far because of Linnell's work, it would have made perfect sense for them to stay a night or two in a traditional hanok." Janson disagreed, though his opinion was actually favorable to the senator's theory of his son's innocence. If Linnell Yee had indeed overheard something during the sensitive North-South talks in the demilitarized zone and then passed it on to her boyfriend, it was possible that both she and Gregory were frightened enough to abandon Gregory's apartment until things cooled off, or at least until the couple decided what to do with the information. The question then would be, what had Linnell Yee overheard? "Something to drink, Mr. Janson?" The words were spoken in a slow, sensual voice, and Janson nearly turned to remind Kayla to call him Paul. But he caught himself. Instead, he grinned and said, "I admit I'm a bit foggy, Jessie, but I'm not that foggy." Kincaid gracefully lowered herself into the deep leather seat next to Janson. Clearly, she was still in character. The real Jessica Kincaid didn't do much gracefully, unless you counted taking out a human target with a .50 caliber M82 from 1,600 meters. Janson looked into her pale green eyes. "Don't tell me you're jealous of Kayla now." Kincaid scrunched up her features and rolled her eyes. "Jealous? Sorry, Charlie, but I don't get jealous." Definitely jealous, Janson thought. The more Jessie's get sounded like git, the more anxious he knew she was. Tension drew out her southern drawl, her Appalachian back-country twang. "You know," Janson said, gently brushing her smooth face with the back of his fingers, "you're beautiful when you're jealous." Her eyes widened and her cheeks flushed, the way they had just before they first made love in a sparsely decorated hotel room in the Hungarian town of Szerospotok, soon after they met. "I see the way you look at me," she'd said that evening. "I don't know what you mean," he'd lied. Complicating things, then as now, was Janson's reluctance to place Jessica Kincaid in harm's way. He knew more clearly than anyone that Jessie could handle herself better than most soldiers on the planet. Yet the thought of losing her to violence was never very far from his mind. She'd recognized that fear in him from the very first, and never once hesitated to call him on it. Jessie had insisted on taking risks, putting her life on the line in nearly every mission since, and Janson often felt helpless to stop her. "So," he said, "were you able to get some sleep?" "Some," she said, "but I'm wired. Those 8 days in Waikiki really rejuvenated me. Tropical vacations do that. You should try one sometime." He smiled and dropped his chin to his chest. "Now who's jealous?" she said, leaning over to deliver a tender kiss on his lips. As with every kiss, he relished it. If life had taught him anything about love, it was that any single kiss, even the most routine, the most perfunctory, could be the last. A few minutes later, Janson closed his laptop. "I've made a strategic decision," he said. "Since we have 2 distinct tasks and not a hell of a lot of time to accomplish them, when we get to Seoul, we're going to split up." "You think that's a good idea if Khan's Ops is involved in this? They already tried to kill you once." Janson smirked. "You already tried to kill me once, but do I hold it against you? Sure seems that way, considering how often you bring it up." Janson rested his hand on her knee and gave it a tender squeeze. "Anyway," he said, "the odds of Khan's Ops being involved in this are astronomical. Senator Wyckoff based his assertions purely on paranoia. Unless he knows something he's not telling us, there's not a single fact implicating state. We don't know who Linnell Yee overheard or what she overheard, if she overheard anything at all. Even if she was killed by one of the parties to the talks, it's more likely to be China or North Korea or even South Korea than it is to be the United States. Remember, whoever did this didn't place just anyone in the frame. They placed the son of a sitting U.S. senator. That's assuming Gregory Wyckoff is innocent to begin with, and that's a fairly large and probably false assumption." "All right," Kincaid said, after taking it all in. "So, we split up. Who does what?" "I'm going to start by searching Seoul for the senator's son. By the time we arrive, the kid will already have a roughly 48-hour head start, but given the geography, chances are he won't make it out of South Korea." "So then, why the hurry?" "Because if Gregory Wyckoff's going to have any chance at all of beating these charges, we're going to need to find him before the police do." Kincaid nodded. "So while you're searching for the kid, you're going to start the independent investigation into Linnell Yee's murder. The first thing you'll need to do in order for you to gain any ground with the locals is obtain some cooperation. So you're going to pay a visit to a man named Owen Young." "Owen Young," Kincaid said. "His name sounds familiar." "It should. He's the U.S. ambassador to South Korea." Chapter 3. Embassy of the United States, Jongno-gu, Seoul, South Korea. Jessica Kincaid wasn't happy. As far as she was concerned, Janson was sending her directly into the lion's den without so much as a whip. Her taxi pulled to the curb across from the massive embassy compound. She reached forward to pay the driver in South Korean won, then opened the rear door and braced herself against the hard afternoon wind. "Toto, I've a feeling we're not in Honolulu anymore." Kincaid stuffed her hands into the pockets of her long black overcoat as the orange Hyundai Sonata pulled back into traffic. Turning a full 360 degrees, she took in her surroundings. Kincaid always delighted in discovering new cities, particularly those, like Seoul, that wrestled with striking the proper balance between tradition and modernity. Head down against the bitter chill, she marched to the end of the block, wishing she were back in the warmth of Incheon International, which also happened to be the most dazzling airport she'd ever been in. Although she didn't have time to enjoy the amenities, she'd seen signs directing passengers to a casino and a spa, a theater with live performances, a cultural museum, even a Zen garden. There were ice skating rinks and designer shops and world-class restaurants to be explored. For Kincaid, a lengthy layover at Incheon International would have served as a perfectly acceptable substitute for a luxury Hawaiian vacation in and of itself. When she reached the intersection, she stopped and surveyed the imposing U.S. Embassy. Unlike the architectural masterpiece that served as Seoul's futuristic air hub, the embassy possessed the doomed look of a maximum security prison. In a city crowded with modern skyscrapers, the embassy stood alone, like a schoolyard brute that no one else wanted anything to do with. As she moved closer to the monstrosity, the hordes of South Korean officers stationed behind the embassy's tall, spiked fences came into sharper focus. Several of the uniformed guards were gathered around a civilian vehicle that had just entered the compound. The Caucasian driver stood off to the side, arms folded across his broad chest as the guards opened the trunk and the hood, inspecting every last detail. Kincaid suddenly wondered if she'd be subject to a strip search. Hell, from the looks of things, she worried that security protocols for former state employees might also require a cavity search, especially for disgruntled snipers like herself. She glanced longingly over her shoulder at the countless galleries and performing arts centers, stole a cursory look at the lone, snow-capped mountain in the distance. Kincaid was about to step foot on U.S. soil, yet she felt as though she was sneaking behind enemy lines. An odd feeling, given that Jessica Kincaid rightly considered herself a lifelong American patriot. When she finally reached the outer entrance, she produced her U.S. passport. "I have an appointment with Ambassador Young." The guard's head-to-toe leer was almost as invasive as a strip search would have been. Nearly an hour later, she was seated outside the ambassador's office door, having been relieved of her smartphone and all other electronic devices. Her overcoat hung on a coat rack against the wall opposite her. As she waited, she crossed her legs and kept her head down. There was nothing particularly intimidating about being inside a U.S. embassy, except that it was the turf of her former employer, not just the U.S. government, but the U.S. State Department. Just a few years ago, Jessica Kincaid had been a member of Consular Operations, the State Department's clandestine intelligence unit. She'd served not only as a field agent, but as a crucial component of Cons Ops's elite Sniper Lambda team. In fact, she was the best they'd had. Kincaid was the creme de la creme, which was why she had been sent to Regent's Park in London to carry out the Beyond Salvage order on Paul Janson. Because of her extraordinary skills, and because she'd chosen Janson as the subject of an extensive paper she'd been required to write during training, she had personally been given the directive to terminate Paul Janson. Terminate with extreme prejudice. Of course, she didn't know it then, but she'd been lied to. Janson wasn't the enemy. He hadn't deserved to die. Once she finally realized that, she couldn't help but wonder how many other men and women she had executed were innocent. How many others had been betrayed by their own government? How many had children, loving husbands or wives? Given their respective histories with Cons Ops, Kincaid didn't understand why Janson had sent her to the embassy immediately upon arriving in Seoul. How could he, of all people, trust anyone in the U.S. State Department? But then, Paul Janson was the smartest man she'd ever known. Even if he wasn't entirely forthcoming about them, he'd certainly had his reasons. And it wasn't her place to question his orders, regardless of how intimate their relationship was when they weren't in the field. Still, a shiver ran down her spine just sitting in what she considered to be hostile territory. As far as she was concerned, Cons Ops and State were the enemy, and they always would be, regardless of any lingering ties Paul Janson might share with them. 20 minutes later, a well-dressed young man with close-cropped blonde hair finally stepped out of the office and announced, "The ambassador will see you now." Kincaid rose and steeled herself for what she expected to be a confrontation. Ambassador Owen Young was standing stiffly in front of his desk, arms at his sides, when Kincaid entered his office. The Korean-American statesman thanked his chief aide with a barely perceptible nod, then took Kincaid's hand in his and offered her a seat and a superficial smile. During the flight, Janson had briefed Kincaid on Korean etiquette. Although he had grown up in San Francisco and attended the University of Pennsylvania and Cornell Law School, Owen Young had been born in Seoul and served at the U.S. Embassy, first as Chief of Political Military Affairs, then as ambassador, for the past 11 years. Like most Koreans, he'd been eyeing Kincaid's body language, watching for demonstrations of knowledge of and respect for Korean culture. "Thank you for agreeing to see me, Ambassador," she said with a slight bow before taking her seat. "Of course," he said. "Who of us can turn down a request made by the legendary Paul Janson?" Kincaid wasn't exactly sure how she was meant to take the ambassador's statement, but she wasn't about to ask. "So," the ambassador said from behind his desk, "I understand you are in Seoul on behalf of Senator Wyckoff. I, of course, am aware of his son's situation and greatly concerned. But As I told Mr. Janson, any assistance I might be able to provide is extremely limited. I may be able to seek the most perfunctory of professional courtesies, but I'm afraid the investigation itself will have to play out with the Metropolitan Police, and the legal process will move forward in accordance with its normal routine. Once Mr. Wyckoff is apprehended, he will be afforded a fair trial, rest assured. I, however, have no influence with law enforcement or with the South Korean courts. The ambassador's speech was every bit as rigid as his posture. Kincaid had read Young's online bio on the plane and wondered how he could have been effective as an assistant U.S. attorney in Washington, D.C. Maybe he'd been more dynamic in his youth, but these days he'd no doubt lull his juries to sleep. I'm sure both the Senator and Mr. Janson perfectly understand your professional limitations under these circumstances, Ambassador. What they're more interested in is whether you would be able to tell us anything about Linnell Yee that might aid in our investigation. Young, whose shiny black hair was streaked with silver, leaned back in his chair and looked up toward the ceiling as though searching for something to say. The corners of his lips finally turned down in a frown. I am afraid there is not much I can tell you about Miss Yee. I knew her for only a brief period of time. Kincaid maintained her poker face. Janson had explained to her that Koreans often preferred to hedge their response to a question rather than providing a blunt no. This cultural etiquette was apparently a defense mechanism designed to save face. You may learn more from what the ambassador doesn't say than from what he does, Janson had cautioned her. From my understanding, Kincaid replied, Ms. Yee worked here as a translator for the past 6 or 7 months. I would have to see her personnel records, he said. I don't believe she was with us quite that long. Kincaid didn't attempt to mask her incredulity. She was hired specifically for the 4-party talks, wasn't she? The ambassador gave no response. The negotiations being held in the demilitarized zone? She prodded. Yes, I know which talks you are referring to. I simply fail to see the connection. Ms. Yee was the unfortunate victim of a domestic dispute, from what I have been told. All the evidence I've read about in the news points to her being murdered in a fit of rage. Kincaid tilted her head to the side and took a different tack in an attempt to keep the ambassador off balance. Was Linnell Yee an effective translator, Ambassador? Young shrugged. As effective as any translator I've worked with, I suppose. Did she discuss her personal life at all? The ambassador shook his head. She was a quiet girl. I never discussed anything with her, aside from her translations. These are the translations that were made during the ongoing talks in the demilitarized zone, Kincaid said. Yes, of course. Who are the parties to these talks? The North and the South, of course. Us, by which I mean the United States. We're South Korea's chief ally, and the Chinese. But surely you already know that. It's public knowledge, Miss Kincaid. Sure, she said, but I'm still unclear about what is being discussed during these talks. Well, he said with a condescending grin, that information is classified, I am afraid. I can no more discuss it with you than I can with a reporter from CNN or the BBC. But you can shed some light, can't you, on what exactly Miss Yee herself was working on when she was killed? Surely you understand that that would be improper, Ms. Kincaid. Haven't you spoken to the Seoul Metropolitan Police? I spoke briefly with a detective. He told me that Ms. Yi had been the victim of a homicide. We discussed nothing else of substance. The detective wasn't curious about the victim's work? A slight smile appeared on the ambassador's lips. No, of course not. I suspect he had no reason to be. Guests at the Sophia guest house, where Ms. Yi was murdered, overheard an argument between her and her boyfriend just prior to the murder. From what I understand, most of the evidence speaks for itself. The fact that Mr. Wyckoff has run, I believe, is further evidence of... He trailed off, searching for the proper words, then finally continued, of what, unfortunately, transpired that evening. Speaking of overhearing, Kincaid began, during the four-party talks, do you think it at all possible that Ms. Yi overheard something she shouldn't have? Young spoke without hesitation. I would think not, though I am not sure what relevance you believe your question might have. He folded his hands atop his desk. I sincerely hope that you and Mr. Janson have not been giving Senator Wyckoff false hope by inventing wild conspiracy theories. The senator and his wife are going through quite enough right now, I am sure. I'm only following up on the senator's suggestions, she said, with a smile of her own. Part of our job is to rule out alternative theories of the murder. I see, he said, as he moved to rise from his seat. Well, I wish you and Mr. Janson luck with your investigation, and please send Senator Wyckoff and his wife my deepest sympathies. Kincaid didn't move. Just a couple more questions, Ambassador, if it's not too much trouble. Young sighed heavily, but returned to his seat. I do have another appointment this afternoon, so please proceed. But your brevity will be much appreciated. These talks you are involved in, can we assume they cover many of the same issues that were discussed during the previous six-party talks, the negotiations that also involved the Russian Federation and Japan? The Korean issues are well known around the world, Ms. Kincaid. So, North Korea's nuclear program, trade normalization, the lifting of sanctions. I believe all of those issues would sound familiar to anyone who reads Chosun Ilbo or the New York Times. Kincaid recognized the finality in the ambassador's answer. One last question, Ambassador. She rushed her words to prevent him from declining. Was anyone in this embassy close to Ms. Yi? Anyone who might know her a little better than you did? Young's eyes darted to the doorway where he'd acknowledged his chief aide just minutes earlier. No one that I know of, the ambassador said. She was an introvert, from all accounts. Did she have any direct contact with the other parties, a contact that may have excluded the U.S. envoy? Young finally stood. None that I am aware of, he said curtly. Now, if you will excuse me, Miss Kincaid, I really must prepare for my next appointment. He punched a button on his intercom. The young man who had led Kincaid into Young's office replied, Yes, Ambassador. Jonathan, please show Ms. Kincaid to the exit. Our meeting has come to an end. Chapter 4. 15 minutes after Jessica Kincaid left the U.S. Embassy, Ambassador Owen Young gathered his briefcase, slipped into his hunter green overcoat and black fedora, and called downstairs to have his car warmed and ready. Young's life had taken a decidedly difficult turn since he and the rest of the world learned the extent to which the National Security Agency was spying on its enemies and allies, even its own citizens. Given the broad scope of NSA targets, it seemed unlikely that the telephones inside the embassy in Seoul weren't tapped. So Young had stopped using them for everything but the most innocuous of tasks. From his office, he called his dry cleaner, his wife's interior decorator, and made appointments for haircuts and oil changes and dental checkups. He used his personal cell phone only to call his home or office. For everything else, he used telephones only he knew about. One such telephone was a landline at a 21st floor apartment he rented under a false name in the Gangnam district. Gangnam was a word the entire industrialized world was now familiar with, thanks to the South Korean pop artist who called himself Psy. The word actually meant south of the river, which was where Gangnam-gu was located, south of the Han. As he waited in traffic on the bridge, the ambassador considered what he would tell Edward Clark, the current director of the State Department's consular operations. There was no question in his mind that matters had just become even more complicated. Young experienced a twinge of anxiety over how Clark would react. But then the appearance of Paul Janson and Jessica Kincaid in Seoul wasn't his fault. What did he have to worry? It was Clark who would have to explain himself. A few minutes later, Young was cruising through the ritzy residential area he hoped to one day call his permanent home. By the end of this year, if everything remained on track with Clark and the others, he would be able to. He'd already planted the seed with his wife, Miho, and their 3 children. The only part of the plan that wasn't yet thought out was precisely what he'd tell his wife about the source of his financial windfall. A number of ideas were already rolling around in his head. In the end, it didn't matter so much. He'd probably resign his post as ambassador and tell his wife and children that he was taking an early retirement from public service because of a business deal that was too good to pass up. His wife didn't ask too many questions, after all. It was part of what endeared her to him. This cozy apartment in Gangnam, for instance, had initially been rented for someone else, someone the ambassador enjoyed spending time with, a Canadian diplomat who had since moved on to another area of the globe. His wife had never questioned his need for the place, which he'd told her was an investment property he intended to rent out. Something he'd never quite gotten around to, but as he often joked with his chief aide, Jonathan, "What my wife doesn't know can't hurt me." In the lobby, the ambassador nodded to the doorman, who returned the gesture with a respectful bow. Then he headed straight for the elevator. He stepped out on the 21st floor and walked to the end of the hallway, now feeling slightly nostalgic for Severn, his former Canadian mistress. He wondered if she would consider a trip to Seoul in the not-too-distant future. With the money he'd have by the end of the year, he would even offer to pay her way. How could any enthusiastic traveler, such as Severn, turn down a first-class ticket on Korean Air and a week's stay in this stunning apartment overlooking the Han River? Inside the apartment, he shed his overcoat and set his fedora on the small but elegant dining room table. Then he picked up the phone. Although no one but Severn knew he kept this apartment, he had his line checked regularly for bugs. The last time was just a few days ago, so he felt secure as he dialed Clark's number. Clark's phone would be clean. The director was not a man who took chances with his privacy. "Records Department, Winston speaking." Young smiled. Just the man I was looking for. Their code was taken from George Orwell's 1984, which turned out to have even more relevance now than the day they first adopted it. NSA had indeed become Big Brother on steroids, at least in the ambassador's opinion. "It would seem that Diophantus is in jeopardy," Young said into the receiver. "How so?" "Have you not been apprised of the senator's new hires?" Clark sighed. "I just heard from Honolulu. Believe me, Paul Janson doesn't know anything. Wyckoff sent him on a fishing expedition. He thinks the senator's paranoid. Janson only took the assignment for the payday." "He came all the way to Seoul just to confirm the kid's guilt? I find that hard to believe." "He's collecting an $8 million fee, Ambassador. Janson's going to look for the senator's boy. We just have to be sure to find the kid before he does." "I just met Janson's associate at the embassy. She doesn't seem to think she's on a fishing expedition. She seems suspicious. She repeatedly asked about the four-party talks and the translator's role in them. Of course Jessica Kincaid's suspicious. Since the day she left Khan's Ops, she's been seeing conspiracies everywhere. It's only natural for a former intelligence agent, but Janson's got a level head. He'll rein her in. The fact that he sent Kincaid to you in the first place tells us he trusts State completely." "Even after Mobius?" Owen Young had only been let in on the Mobius program well after the fact. But ever since he learned of the breadth and sophistication of the operation, he'd been in awe of the possibilities of clandestine operations. If the invisible hand of consular operations could create, and for years control, a visionary billionaire like Peter Novak to carry out their global agenda, then they could accomplish just about anything. It was why he had trusted that Diophantus would be an unmitigated success. This incident with the translator and the senator's son was the first error he'd seen made, but it was a significant one, and it had to be corrected without delay. "Ambassador, we've worked with Janson since then. He got what he wanted. The Mobius program was shut down, and we've been keeping tabs on him ever since. As far as Janson's concerned, Mobius was an isolated incident." "We are in agreement, Director, that the stakes involved in Diophantus are even greater." He paused for a breath. "I believe we should err on the side of caution." "As we have been, Ambassador." "I do not need to remind you that the only reason we are having this conversation in the first place is because your man allowed the kid to escape." Edward Clark hesitated. "You want me to 86 Janson, is that what you're saying? Because my predecessor attempted just that in order to salvage Mobius. That directive very nearly blew him and everyone else involved out of the water." Young considered this. "You say that Janson is just fishing, that it is the woman who is suspicious, correct? In that case, you need not eliminate Janson." "You want me to take out Kincaid." Clark's words didn't take the form of a question. "If I set my people on Kincaid, that's the one certain way we can expect to involve Paul Janson. There's more going on between him and Kincaid than just a working relationship, Ambassador. Then I anticipate he will be too distraught to continue the job for the senator." Clark smirked. "You don't understand. If Kincaid is taken out, Paul Janson will find out who's behind it, even if it kills him." "Perhaps it will kill him. You have faith in your current asset, do you not?" The director exhaled audibly. "Ambassador, you're asking me to kick a fucking hornet's nest. You do realize that, don't you?" "I'm not asking you to kick it, Director. I'm asking you to dispose of it. There is a significant difference." Exasperated, Edward Clark slammed down the receiver. The sensation felt strangely unfamiliar. He'd slammed down plenty of phones in his time, but he hadn't had the pleasure in maybe 10 or 15 years. Technology had gotten in the way. Hanging up on someone no longer gave you the same satisfaction as marching out of a room and slamming the door behind you. Hell, it probably wouldn't be long before slammable doors were taken away too, replaced by those sliding contraptions on Star Trek. Clark stood from behind his desk and paced the length of his office in silence. He'd spent his entire adult life in the shadows of power. First at Langley, then with consular operations. He'd taken plenty of shit over the span of his career, but none of it had become public, and none of it had been personal. As deputy director of consular operations, he'd taken the most, but he also had the opportunity to witness firsthand the incredible reach of genuine power. His predecessor, Director Derek Collins, had altered the course of history on several fronts, and to this day, no one outside the Beltway even knew his name. He'd never had a website or even a Wikipedia page. Everything he did, every masterful stroke he took in his years as director of Cons Ops had been performed behind a virtually impenetrable curtain. That was true power. Now that power belonged to Edward Clark, and like his predecessor, he wasn't afraid to wield it. Unfortunately, even the most powerful men in the most powerful nation on Earth had to rely on other human beings. In this case, Clark had to rely on several. The ambassador was turning out to be more of a pain in the ass than he ever expected. Clark was all but certain that it was because Owen Young had a much different, a much lesser motivation. All the U.S. ambassador to Seoul was interested in was the money. Edward Clark's motivation, on the other hand, was noble and pure. He was doing what he was doing for the good of the country. Like Collins before him, Clark had vision. He saw threats others refused to see, acted on dangers others chose to completely ignore. Maintaining the status quo in Asia would be a monumental mistake for the United States of America. Most U.S. politicians were too busy banking their votes and lining their pockets to see past the next election cycle. Clark, however, suffered no such nearsightedness. If those who dwelled above ground in Washington insisted on sitting on their hands while the world moved in a direction contrary to American interests, it was up to those who lived in the shadows to take swift and powerful action. Clark stopped pacing and lifted the receiver from his desk. The current trouble had started with a simple leak. But Clark had moved without hesitation to contain it. It was a simple task, yet somehow his most reliable asset in Asia had fucked it up, royally. The Wyckoff kid should have been buried with the translator, but now they couldn't even locate him. The Seoul Metropolitan Police were having no more luck than Clark's people. If they could at least get the kid into custody, Clark would have options. First of all, regardless of what his girlfriend might have told him, and it was possible she'd told him nothing, no one would believe a word the kid said. He was a 19-year-old stoner accused of murder. If Gregory Wyckoff had been promptly apprehended, Clark could have simply let the South Korean criminal justice system run its course. Now, however, he had to play his hand much more cautiously. He continued to hope for an immediate arrest. After all, someone could get to the kid as easily inside prison as out. But he needed to take additional steps. Unfortunately, the ambassador was right when he asserted that the senator from North Carolina had thrown a monkey wrench into the works. He'd hired the one man who knew precisely how consular operations worked. That move turned this entire contingency into a foot race. Arrest or no arrest, they had to get to the kid before Paul Janson did. And Clark was sure they could. But the ambassador, understandably, didn't want to take that chance. The only way to be 100% positive that Janson and his partner, Jessica Kincaid, didn't find the kid before they did was to take them out of the picture. So Edward Clark was now forced to issue the same directive his predecessor once had. After several rings, a voice finally answered. "This is Ping. Our asset in Seoul has a new directive." "I see. The kid is still a go, but there are 2 individuals in Seoul who need to be tended to first." "Understood. You may be familiar with them. They're both former cons ops. Their names in the order you'd like this task accomplished?" Clark sighed heavily, but didn't hesitate. "Jessica Kincaid," he said, "and Paul Eli Janson." Chapter 5. War Memorial of Korea, Itaewon, Yongsan-gu, Seoul. One of the most powerful men in South Korea stood just 4 feet 11 inches. As he entered the second-floor exhibit, Paul Janson spotted Nam Se-hun standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing wistfully into a massive display case housing life-size wax figures depicting a particularly brutal battle from the Korean War. The small man shifted his eyes up and to the left as he caught a glimpse of Janson's approach in the reflective glass. As Janson sidled up beside him, Nam Se-hun said softly, without looking at him, "I never tire of this place, Paul." Janson bowed his head and remained silent as his old friend cleared his throat and ran a finger beneath his left eye to catch a falling tear. As far as Janson knew, the 3-floor museum was the largest of its kind, a marvel of modern architecture that housed centuries of national memories, capturing both the jubilance and the misery associated with war, the latter of which Janson himself knew all too well. The Korean War exhibit in which they stood was one of 8 main exhibits on the grounds. 2 of the pieces, Janson observed outside, had already stuck in his mind like a pushpin. One, the statue of brothers, which portrayed a South Korean officer embracing his younger brother, a North Korean soldier. The other, the Peace Clock Tower, a sculpture consisting of 2 clocks, the first reflecting the current time, the second memorializing the date of the invasion from the north. The second clock was to be replaced when the 2 Koreas were one again. Both pieces represented the South's passionate desire for Korean reunification. "I am grateful that you contacted me," Nam said, finally turning his weathered face to Janson. Nam Se-hun suffered from a rare genetic disorder known as Fairbanks disease, which had stunted his growth around the time he reached puberty. Janson knew of only 2 other people with the disease, the actor Danny DeVito and former Clinton Labor Secretary Robert Reich. But while both DeVito and Reich handled their condition with comic self-deprecation, Nam Se-hun took the opposite approach. Despite his meteoric rise to power within South Korea's National Intelligence Service, Nam remained ultra-sensitive about his height and was notorious for destroying the reputation and career of any man or woman who dared make light of his diminutive stature. "I appreciate your seeing me on such short notice," Janson said, immediately regretting his phrasing. He bit down hard on his lip and quickly turned to the business at hand. "I'm trying to locate someone who may be on the run in the city. As the eyes and ears of Seoul, I thought you might be able to help." Nam spoke slowly and deliberately. "I assume you are referring to the senator's son, the murder suspect who has thus far managed to elude police?" "That's right," Janson said quietly. "I was hired by the boy's father to find him." Nam Se-hun raised an eyebrow. "An exfiltration?" Although there was no hint of accusation in Nam's voice, Janson quickly shook his head. "No, I have no intention of aiding in an escape. Senator Wyckoff believes his son is innocent. Innocent men do not flee. They do when they're frightened teenagers." Nam Se-hun, whose once dark crown had matured into a blinding white, turned back toward the display case, leaving Janson to stare down at his profile. "So you, too, believe this boy is innocent," Nam said. Janson detected an unexpected reticence in Nam's voice. His expression remained inscrutable. "I'm reserving judgment until I have all the facts, including the kid's side of the story. When I find him, I'm going to encourage the boy to turn himself in to police. I trust the South Korean criminal justice system to decide his guilt or innocence." "That's quite noble of you." When Nam next turned his body to face his old friend, his features had softened considerably. "Of course, I would offer you my assistance either way," he added, smiling. "Our friendship is such that the parameters of your mission are irrelevant to me, Paul." Janson felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the past, he'd often relied on Nam Se-hun's numerous contacts in the global intelligence community to obtain information and grease the wheels that needed greasing. Janson would have been confounded had his longtime friend denied him assistance now that Janson came to him personally. Such an unexpected setback would have been devastating to his search, especially since Janson's own contacts on the Korean peninsula were limited and the clock continued ticking. Janson treasured Nam Se-hun's friendship, partly because of how unlikely it was. Years ago, Nam had singled him out during joint U.S. ROK live-fire training exercises. By then, Janson was already part of the most elite platoon within SEAL Team 4, so Nam had measured him against not only the best, but the best of the best. Of all the U.S. Navy SEALs whom Nam had observed over the years, he had chosen only Paul Janson to join him for dinner at his home in Seoul. Little did Janson know at the time that the dinner would become the first of many the two men shared. Because of his position in the National Intelligence Service, Nam Se-hun traveled the world, liaising with his counterparts on every continent. Whenever Nam was about to leave the Korean peninsula, Janson received a call. If he happened to be within a couple thousand miles of one of the cities Nam was visiting, Nam would insist they get together for a meal, and it was at those meals that their friendship flourished. Despite the difference in their ages and stations, Nam had always treated Janson like an equal. When they engaged in worldly discussions, Nam listened to Janson in a way that made Janson feel as if they were the last two men on Earth. For Janson, a man who had never been close with his father, it was a remarkable experience that imbued him with an extraordinary level of confidence. And that confidence later provided Janson the fortitude to make some of his most crucial decisions, including his decision to leave consular operations in pursuit of a more virtuous life. Glancing furtively over his shoulder to identify potential eavesdroppers, Nam said, "So, how can I help you, Paul?" Senator Wyckoff informs me that his son spends an inordinate amount of time in cyberspace. I was hoping we might be able to track him down that way. Quite possibly, Nam said. Is the boy a professional? He knows his way around a computer, is how the senator phrased it. From my conversation with them, I don't think Senator and Mrs. Wyckoff are very close to their son, and I'm fairly certain they have no clue what he's been up to these past few years. A shame, Nam said, but in these times not as uncommon as we would like to believe. The police seized the kids' computers, one desktop and one laptop. As far as I know, they haven't yet extracted any information, so I thought that might be a good place for us to start. Nam seemed to consider this. I am sure I can gain access to the boys' computers, he said, if I declare it a matter of national security. Of course, since I head the Department of North Korean Affairs, it would be helpful if you possessed information linking either the senator or his son to the Kim regime, no matter how tenuous the connection. In his head, Janson ran rapidly through the senator's votes on North Korean sanctions. He knew there was nothing there, and if there was, Nam Se-hun and the National Intelligence Service would already know about it. Like any good spy, Nam was fishing, which was particularly understandable under the circumstances. The South lived under a constant threat from the North, and the situation had recently worsened considerably. Kim Jong-il's death and his son Kim Jong-un's impromptu rise to power had made an unpredictable situation even more uncertain and extremely volatile. Janson finally shook his head. So far, I've found nothing to suggest that the Wyckoff family has any ties to Pyongyang, political or otherwise. Very well, Nam said. Then we will merely have to invent a narrative. Tell me why I shouldn't hang up. Cat's paw. What have you got for me? Janson tucked his chin into the upturned collar of his overcoat as he waited for Morton's response. His exposed ears were frozen, his eyes tearing from the cold, hard wind. As he moved briskly along the sidewalk, he flashed on the tarmac at Hickam Field on Oahu, on the gentle caress of the Hawaiian sun on his cheeks. Just then, it was hard to believe that Honolulu and Seoul were on the same planet, let alone in the same hemisphere. Morton said, "A reverse dox can be every bit as complicated and time-consuming as a straight dox, you know. And the name you fed me, he's no script kiddie." Janson's brows dipped in frustration. "Speak English, Morton." "Hold on, I'm on the New Jersey Turnpike, and it's backed up worse than I was during month 2 of my OxyContin addiction." Janson continued walking. He loathed speaking to Morton. He usually delegated the job to Jesse or someone else at Cat's Paw, but today he had no choice but to call the hacker himself. As much as he detested hearing about Morton's traffic and constipation issues, he needed the information he'd requested earlier from the plane, and he needed it fast. The longer it took to find Gregory Wyckoff, the worse it would be for the kid. And the senator didn't seem like a guy who was keen on excuses. "Did you find him or not?" Janson finally demanded. Easy, easy. Of course I found him. I was just trying to explain that it wasn't a cakewalk. Doxing someone who's good with a keyboard and wants to remain anonymous is a tough task. But if I have enough information about his online activity, I can usually find him within an hour. Reverse doxes, on the other hand, can be a real bitch. But you found Gregory Wyckoff's handle in cyberspace, Janson pushed. I found him, sure, but he buried himself well, which is what I was trying to tell you. Your guy's no script kiddie. He knows his shit. Janson said nothing as he passed the Seoul Central Mosque. If only he'd used his Muslim legend to meet with Nam Se-hun, then he could duck into the warm mosque and mutter a few prayers while his face thawed. All right, Janson said. I don't have much time. Tell me what you learned about the kid's online life. He goes by the screen name Draco_Malfoy 95. What the hell's a Draco Malfoy? He's a student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. English, Morton. This is English, man. He's a character in Harry Potter. Draco Malfoy's a bad seed, lives in the Slytherin dorm. Voldemort commands him to kill Dumbledore, but he doesn't have the balls to go through with it. In the end, I think Draco switches sides and becomes Harry's friend. Thanks for the Harry Potter history lesson, but right now, I don't give a damn about fictional characters. Tell me about Gregory Wyckoff. What have you learned? Well, I actually think his screen name is telling. This kid's 19. He's been active online using various identities since he was 12. Started out as a black hat. A black hat? In tech lingo, it's someone who uses their knowledge of software programming to do mischief. What kind of mischief are we talking about? Well, in Gregory's case, minor shit, at least to start with. He defaced a few websites, trolled some forums, but within a couple of years, he'd moved up to DDoSing, knocking sites offline by swamping them with junk traffic and stealing databases of personal information, which he then sold to various crooks and thieves in Eastern Europe, mainly Ukraine. What's he been up to recently? That's the thing. Roughly 3 years ago, he seems to have turned a corner. Maybe he got pinched, maybe he grew a conscience, I don't know. We know he didn't get pinched, Janson said. The kid doesn't have a criminal record, nothing on his juvenile sheet either. If he got pinched, there wouldn't be a rap sheet if he cooperated and went to work for the feds. Happens all the time these days. No more honor among thieves, you know. So he started ratting out other hackers. Not necessarily, but at that point, his online career takes an odd turn. He starts working with Anon and other groups who claim to be hacktivists. By Anon, you mean Anonymous? The organization that attacked the Church of Scientology. Right. Scientology, PayPal, MasterCard, Visa, Sony, and a whole bunch of other sites, including some Mideast governments during the Arab Spring. But they're not really an organization. Anonymous is more like an online subculture. Great job, Morton. Now, how is all this going to help me find the kid in Seoul? Nam Se-hun had parted company with the promise to contact Janson when the NIS spy gained access to the computers being held as evidence by the Seoul Metropolitan Police. If history was any indicator, Janson expected to hear from Nam before nightfall, but he couldn't count on it. And if Gregory Wyckoff was half as savvy with computers as Morton was telling him, there was a good chance the kid had wiped his hard drives before going on the lam. It was also possible that the computers the police seized were never used in Wyckoff's covert activities. For all anyone knew, Wyckoff's personal computer could still be in the kid's possession. "Hey," Morton said, "I've never been to Seoul. Hell, I've never even been to Philadelphia, which is practically in my backyard. If it weren't for the annual Black Hat Convention in Vegas, I'd never leave Jersey at all." "What are you saying, Morton?" "I can track your man online, but I can't find him for you in real life. That's going to be up to you." "Fine," Janson said. "Then let me ask you this. If you were in a foreign country, accused of murder, regardless of your guilt or innocence, where would you hide out?" "I guess I'd try to find my peeps." "Your peeps?" "My people, fellow hackers. From what I've seen of this guy online, you're not going to find him at some above-ground internet cafe casually logging on to his AOL account with his Capital One Visa. You're going to have to go underground. If I were him, I'd use my network of fellow cyber enthusiasts to hide my ass until the heat died down." "Now we're getting somewhere, Morton. Next question. If everyone online is anonymous, how do you know which city anyone lives in?" "You don't, necessarily. But if you're in some kind of serious shit in a foreign country, you can ask for help in an online forum. If someone who reads your post is in the area, he can send you a direct message and offer to help without exposing too much about himself publicly. There's no other way to find out which hackers live where. Well, even if someone hides his IP address, you can usually figure out where he's from by what he talks about and when he's online, time zone-wise. You can also collect hints from his views on politics and shit, but that takes time. Also keep in mind that the best hackers are also skilled social engineers, and the best of the best are masters of deception. So how do we go about finding one of these hackers in South Korea? Well, you, my friend, are in luck. Am I? Why's that? Because I just happen to chat regularly with one of the baddest cyber motherfuckers in all of Asia. And I just happen to know for a fact that he resides in Seoul. Great. How do I find him? I can't pinpoint him on a map, but I can give you his screen name, and you can try to locate him yourself. Just don't let on how you got the lead, and be extremely careful. From what I've heard, this guy will chew you up and spit you out as soon as look at you. He's got the reputation of a natural-born killer. What's the screen name, Morton? L0RD_W1CK3D. Janson fixed on the letters and numbers in his head. Lord_Wicked. Lord Wicked? Lord motherfucking Wicked, my friend. Chapter 6. Dosan Park, Sinsadong, Gangnam-gu, Seoul. As the brutal cold burrowed deep into her bones, Jessica Kincaid couldn't shake the feeling that she was being followed. She lowered her head against the gusting wind and stole another glance over her left shoulder, but saw no one. "You're being paranoid. You're the one doing the following." Across the way, Ambassador Young's chief aide entered an upscale Korean restaurant named Jungsikdang. Kincaid cursed under her breath. She couldn't very well walk into the restaurant. Jonathan would recognize her right away, and she sure as hell didn't want to wait around outside in the bitter cold for an hour while Jonathan enjoyed his evening meal. Damn! She'd been so sure he was heading straight to his apartment where Kincaid could knock on the door and hopefully corner him alone. But no, an hour of surveillance wasted. After leaving the U.S. Embassy, Kincaid had headed north to the Sophia Guest House in Sogyok-dong. It was her first time visiting a traditional hanok, and she was instantly charmed. Fewer than a dozen rooms surrounded a Spartan courtyard with a simple garden and young trees that stood completely bare in solidarity with the season. Rather than poke around uninvited, she went straight to the proprietors, a husband and wife of indistinguishable age. Both spoke fluent English. Although wary at first, they gradually opened up to Kincaid once she agreed to join them for afternoon tea. Seated on low, comfortable cushions, Kincaid asked the couple whether they had ever seen Linnell Yee or Gregory Wyckoff before their recent visit. Neither of them had. Nor had they personally overheard the loud argument that was alleged to have taken place the night of the murder. The guests who had overheard the argument, a young Korean couple from Busan, had already checked out. Kincaid had seen their home addresses listed in the police file Janson had obtained on the plane, so she moved on. After tea, Kincaid asked if she might have a look around, and the couple readily acquiesced. As they walked through the courtyard toward the room where Linnell Yee's body was found, the husband launched into a semi-composed rant about the disappearance of the hanok in South Korean culture. The one-story homes, crafted entirely of wood, he said, were victims of the South's obsession with modernization. As he pointed out the craftsmanship of the clay-tiled roof, he noticed Kincaid's chattering teeth and explained that the rooms were well insulated with mud and straw, and heated by a system called ondol that lay beneath the floor. The wife took a key from her pocket and opened the door to number 9, the room in which Wyckoff and Yee had stayed. It was located in the newer section of the hanok. Kincaid was surprised to find that the 2-day-old crime scene was already immaculate. There was no yellow police tape, no blood or footprints, or any other evidence to be seen. According to the husband, a team had rushed in and cleaned the place up and down the moment the police indicated they were finished. Kincaid made a mental note to check whether this was normal procedure in the Republic of Korea. The room itself was cozy, about half the size of a one-car garage, but it was also elegant in an understated way. There were no beds or chairs, just traditional mats, a pair of locked trunks, and a small color television set you probably couldn't purchase in stores anymore. She'd seen the room in evidence photos, but the pictures didn't do the place justice. Kincaid walked to the window, which was made of a thin, translucent paper that allowed in natural light. She placed her hand on one of the speckled walls and thought that if she gave it a solid punch, her fist would land in the next room. So much for proving that fellow guests couldn't possibly have overheard an argument between the victim and the accused. But what truly puzzled her was that the police noted no signs of a struggle, except for a fallen lamp. Given the size of the room, that seemed all but impossible, especially considering the fact that Linnell Yee had apparently been the victim of manual strangulation. "Tourists from the West still love to stay in hanok," the husband said, collapsing her thoughts. "They do not come to Seoul to stay in a high-rise they can see in New York City or London." Kincaid nodded. She understood his passion, and unlike Janson, she could certainly understand why the young lovers might have slipped away from their modern apartment nearby to experience an amorous night in a traditional Korean home. Maybe she was just more romantic than Paul. Or maybe Paul had previously been inside a hanok and had been reminded of the 6-by-4-foot cage he'd been kept in during the 18 months he spent as a prisoner of the Taliban in Afghanistan. That would certainly be reason enough for him to dismiss the Hanok as a desirable place to stay. Either way, Kincaid didn't think Janson's theory that the young couple had been on the run held much water. Following her visit to the Sophia guest house, Kincaid waited in line for a dish of spicy chili beef, then headed south back to the U.S. Embassy. By then, it was nearing 5 o'clock Korean time, and she was hoping to catch Jonathan exiting the embassy after calling it a day. Jonathan was probably in his mid to late 20s, not a teenager, but certainly closer to Linnell Yee in age than most people employed at the embassy, and the ambassador's glance toward the doorway when Kincaid asked if there was anyone in the office who knew Linnell Yee well made her suspect that Jonathan might hold some of the answers to questions she had about Yee's job, maybe even her relationship with Gregory Wyckoff. Jonathan exited the embassy at 5:15 and walked to the subway station at Chongyak. There, he took the 1 line, and Kincaid hopped into the subway car trailing his. He got off just 2 stops later and boarded the 3. On the 3 train, he seemed to settle in for a lengthy ride. And lengthy it was. He didn't step off the train again until they were south of the Han River in Gangnam-gu. Kincaid continued to watch the restaurant. As she held her arms across her chest against the cold, she experienced that feeling again, that odd sensation that while she was watching Jonathan, she too was being watched. But by whom? She searched the faces of the few people on the street, braving the freezing weather. She eyed a group of teenagers huddled at the far corner of the park. She counted 4 males and 2 females, all probably under the age of 18, an unlikely bunch of spies, to say the least. To her left, she spotted a vagrant hunched over on a park bench. A vagrant? In these temperatures? How could he possibly survive the night? The sun was dipping low behind the mountain. Dark was falling fast. If she didn't identify her stalker soon, it would be all but impossible. She reached into her pocket for her phone to call Janson, but then thought better of it. She'd already informed him that she'd followed Jonathan to the restaurant. She could handle this on her own. She turned away from the restaurant, retreating into the park. The group of teens paid her no attention. The vagrant didn't stir. 2 males were walking fast, straight toward her, but as they approached, she noted they were holding hands, exposing their fingers to the cold. In this weather, that was true love. A minute later, she moved past the couple, deeper into the park. She stole another look over her shoulder. Had any of the people she'd seen earlier followed her? None that she could tell, but she felt a pair of eyes on her nevertheless. Kincaid quickened her pace as her pulse sped up and her head filled with images of men in fedoras and dark trench coats with handguns hanging at their sides. In the center of the park, she spun around and spotted movement in a copse of trees. An animal? No. Unless a grizzly bear had escaped from the Seoul Zoo, this creature was too large to be anything but a human being. She continued moving forward as though she'd seen nothing. But she heard a rustle and was suddenly sure that whoever was following her knew he'd been made, which meant that he was probably a professional. With no one else in sight, and the cover of dusk protecting him, her attacker finally made his move and launched himself out of the shadows. Kincaid didn't hesitate, didn't bother looking back, just took off in a sprint across the park in the direction of the river. Over the shrieking gusts of wind, she heard her pursuer make contact with bushes and low tree branches as he cut a parallel course north toward the Han, attempting to overtake her. But Kincaid was fast. fastest of her class at Quantico, where her professional life began. In the time since she'd left Virginia to join the FBI's National Security Division, she'd put on a few years, but not a single extra pound. And her world hadn't paused since she'd been stolen away by the State Department after catching the eyes of some spooks from consular operations. It was times like this when brimming with confidence counted, and that was a trait she'd had in spades all the way back to her childhood in Red Creek, Kentucky. She'd taken that confidence with her when she boarded a Greyhound bus, leaving her daddy behind for the first time in her life. And over the years, that confidence had been refined, first by the Bureau, then by Cons Ops, and most recently by Paul Janson. She charged through a row of bushes and found herself back on a street. She paused a moment to catch her breath, which was billowing in large, white puffs before her eyes. Through the mist, she eyed a taxi, and her arm shot up almost instinctively. The orange taxi slowed and pulled to the curb, and Kincaid opened the door and dove into the back seat, shouting, "Go, go, go!" As the taxi peeled away, Kincaid raised her head just in time to see a tall Korean man breaking through the bushes, stopping on a dime, then raising his arms with a gun in his hands. She watched him take aim and nervously waited for the sound of a gunshot, the shattering of window glass, the buzz of a bullet as it streaked by within inches of her face. Mercifully, the assassin never fired. Chapter 7. Chonghwa Apartments, Itaewon, Yongsan-gu, Seoul. Full dark, yet still no word from Nam Se-hoon. Fortunately, since the time he left Nam at the War Memorial, Janson had scored the aid of another old friend, this one going back to his days in consular operations. Until roughly 90 minutes ago, Janson had assumed Grigory Berman was dead. Over the past couple of years, all attempts to reach the bear-like Russian had failed. Given his long-time associations with the Russian mafia, it would have served as no surprise for Janson to learn that Grigory Berman had met a violent end. But that, evidently, wasn't the case. "Dead?" Berman had said in his thick Russian accent. "No, no, Polly. I am very much alive, comrade. I was just, let's say, on an extended vacation." Janson didn't bother asking where Berman had been, and Berman, in turn, didn't utter another word on the subject. Janson could think of myriad reasons why the big man might have needed to remain off the radar for a while. "Hearing from you, Polly, is like hearing from an old girlfriend. It warms my heart, yet I cannot help but wonder what it is you want from me." Janson didn't need to remind Berman that the Russian was still in his debt. Back when Janson worked for Cons Ops, Grigory Berman, who'd been trained as a number cruncher in the former Soviet Union, had been in the business of laundering millions for his Russian mob associates by setting up shell corporations around the globe. When consular operations finally decided to drop the dragnet on the Russian syndicate Berman was working with, Paul Janson deliberately let the effusive accountant go. Despite the protests of his Cons Ops colleagues, Janson viewed the decision like a chess move. Grigory Berman may have been a manipulator, a liar, and a thief, but he was also talented, clever, and, unlike his co-conspirators, non-violent. Placing him in a prison would have done neither Janson nor Cons Ops any good. Having a man like Berman in his debt, on the other hand, gave Janson the potential ammunition to outsmart and outmaneuver scores of other criminals who were violent. Evil men who were irredeemable and who would inevitably do irreparable damage to society. In hindsight, Janson's chess move was one of the most brilliant of his career. A few years ago, when Janson was framed for the contract murder of billionaire philanthropist Peter Novak, it was Grigory Berman who discovered that the $16 million placed in Janson's offshore account as alleged payment for the hit actually originated from Novak's own foundation. Shortly after that discovery, Berman took a sniper's bullet in the chest, a bullet that had been meant for Paul Janson. Thankfully, the large Russian recovered, and not only was Berman not angry afterward, but he also risked everything to help Janson put the final nail in the coffin of the Mobius program by manipulating a crooked foreign banker and causing the then President of the United States of America, Charles W. Berquist, Jr., to receive and accept an illegal $1.5 million personal contribution, which Janson then used as leverage. Now that Janson thought about it, maybe Grigory Berman's debt had been paid. Well, Berman doesn't need to know that.
So, what can I do for you, Polly?
I'm trying to track down a hacker in Seoul. Goes by the screen name Lord Wicked. Janson spelled out the queer combination of letters and numbers.
Ah, Lord Wicked, Berman said.
You've heard of him?
Everyone in the cybersecurity industry has heard of him. He's a living legend.
Can you help me locate him?
Ordinarily, I would say niet. A man of his prowess, he undoubtedly reroutes his servers to countries all over the world. But since you know which city he is in, I should be able to dox him within the hour.
Dox him?
Unearth his personal details, Berman said. His real name, his home address, his telephone number. Maybe even his mother's maiden name.
Skip the mother's maiden name, Janson said. Get me the rest, as quickly as you can. 56 minutes later, Grigory Berman called Janson back with the details.
His name is Jung Kang, Berman said, or Kang Jung, if you place the last name first as the Koreans do. He has two known addresses. One is in Itaewon, in the Yongsan district. The other address is in Gangnam. You know, like the song, Polly.
I've heard the song, Grigory. How about giving me the addresses? 20 minutes later, a young woman exited the main lobby of the Chonghwa apartments, and Janson slipped in with a practiced pronunciation of the Korean term for thank you, and a warm smile. Since Janson was already in Itaewon when he spoke to Berman, it made sense for him to check out Kang Jung's Yongsan address and leave the Gangnam address for Kincaid, who'd last reported to him that she'd followed the ambassador's chief aide to an upscale restaurant across from Dosan Park. But when Janson called Kincaid to relay Kang Jung's Gangnam address, he received no answer. Once 10 minutes passed without a callback, he began to feel slightly on edge. But he was sure it was nothing. Maybe the ambassador's aide had dropped into the restaurant for a single drink, then returned to the subway station for the remainder of his ride home. Kincaid would no doubt contact him when she popped back up on the surface. Janson took the elevator to the 11th floor. He was pessimistic about this being the right place. Itaewon was known as a western town, a district popular among tourists and expats and U.S. military personnel stationed in Korea. Because of its demographics and plethora of counterfeit goods, Itaewon had been likened to a Chinatown, only for North Americans and Western Europeans, which made it an unlikely residence for a wealthy man with a clearly Korean name like Kang Jung. The indistinctiveness of the apartment building made him further suspect that Kang Jung's true address was the one in Gangnam. According to Morton and Berman, Lord Wicked was a kingpin who made millions of dollars selling dumps, stolen credit card and corresponding personal information to hardened criminals from Vancouver to Estonia. Odds were he was living large, or at least larger. Janson stepped into the dim hallway, took a left, and rounded the corner. Outside apartment 1109, he paused and listened at the door, careful to stay clear of the peephole. He'd heed Morton's warning and be cautious, sure. But he wasn't there to take Kang Jung into custody. He was there to cut a deal for information. Kang Jung would have little reason to kill him. Then again... When he heard nothing but a television tuned to an old sitcom with a laugh track, Janson finally rapped on the door. He stood off to the side and waited for the peephole to darken, but it never did. He listened for the sound of heavy footfalls, but continued to hear nothing but the television. He was about to give the door another knock when it opened a crack and the tiny features of a little girl poked out. "Hashil jul ashinayo," Janson said. "Do you speak English?" "Chokam hachul arayo," the girl replied. "I speak a little." "Is your father home?" "He may be." "He may be? Would you mind checking for me?" "I'm not allowed to use the phone. I'm grounded." "The phone?" "My father lives in Gangnam," she said. "I live here with my mother." "I see," he said, deflating at the validation of his assumption that he was at the wrong address. "Is your mother home?" "No, she's out." "You're here all by yourself," Janson said. "How old are you?" 13. "Okay, I'm sorry to have bothered you." Janson turned toward the elevator bank. "Wait," the girl called. "What do you want with my father?" Janson scrutinized her. "You seem to speak more than a little English." "I'm fluent," she said. "Now, what do you want with my father?" "It doesn't have anything to do with you. It's just business." "What kind of business?" "You're a curious young lady, aren't you?" "Answer the question," she said. "I want to pay your father for some information." "What kind of information?" "Adult information?" Janson turned to leave again. "Computer information?" the girl called out to him. Janson spun back to face her. "Maybe. What do you know about it?" "My father doesn't work with computers." "He doesn't? What does he do?" "He's a chef." "Is that so? What type of food?" "Neo-Korean," she said. Then, "You look like you don't believe me." "Let's just say I have information that contradicts what you're telling me." "You don't even know my father's name, I bet." Janson thought about it and decided to play along. "Your father is Kang Jung." The corner of the girl's mouth lifted in a smirk. "You're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. You're looking for the wrong person." "Is your father's surname Kang?" "Yes." "Well then, who's the right person? Who's Kang Jung? Your mother?" The girl shook her head and then opened the door wider. "Why don't you come in?" "That wouldn't be a good idea." She rolled her eyes and motioned inside. "It would be if you're looking for Lord Wicked," she said. Chapter 8. Tea Lounge Nightclub, Cheongdam-dong, Gangnam-gu, Seoul. Kincaid looked over her shoulder, scanning the mass of pulsating youths. Madonna's ray of light emanated from all sides of the ultra-modern club as she searched for the man who'd been following her since Dosan Park. Once she jumped into the taxi and realized that the gunman wasn't going to be able to get off a shot, she felt around in the pockets of her overcoat for her phone, but it was gone. She must have dropped it while sprinting through the park, trying to evade her pursuer. She leaned forward and asked her driver whether she could borrow his cell phone. He responded in Korean by telling her that he didn't speak any English, then closed the sliding partition that separated the front seat from the back. After 10 minutes of driving around Gangnam, she had the taxi pull over. She didn't want to travel too far because she still hoped to make it back to the restaurant in time to catch Jonathan leaving. Clearly, she hadn't traveled far enough, because as she searched the streets for a public phone to call Janson, she caught sight of the tall Korean man who had aimed the gun at her. When his eyes fell on her, she had no choice but to begin running again. He chased her up and down busy city streets, past narrow alleys, through the blinding cold. She attempted several evasive maneuvers she'd learned while in Khan's ops and a number of advanced tactics she'd been taught by Janson, but she simply couldn't lose the man with the gun. He was fit, he was trained, he was professional, and he seemed pretty damn determined to catch her and kill her. Kincaid eventually ducked into a subway station in order to surround herself with people and catch a breath. When she realized the man had followed her into the station, she jumped into a subway car. She hopped off at the first stop, only to spy him coming after her like a horror movie monster when she finally surfaced again. Following failed attempts to hide in a department store and disguise herself, she finally lost her tail using a complex sequence of buses, subways, and taxis. She went almost an hour without seeing him. Relieved, she was about to enter a Korean Starbucks to look for a public phone when her would-be assassin's visage materialized in the reflective window. Again, she ran, hard and fast, and for what felt like forever. When she finally realized she was tiring and that it was just a matter of time until the killer caught up with her, she decided to try to turn the tide, as Janson was constantly telling her. Turn the hunter into the hunted, the predator into the prey. When she turned down what looked to be a quiet side road and spotted a massive glass and steel structure bleeding partygoers, she decided that was where she'd make her stand. She slipped the bouncer at the rope line $100 in American currency, checked her coat, and immediately lost herself in a horde of dancers. As she searched over her shoulder, her body still pumping madly with adrenaline, she hoped like hell her pursuer had followed. She wormed her way through the thick, sweaty crowds, watching for the killer while simultaneously trying to memorize the layout of the exotic 4-level nightclub. Cher's Life After Love gave way to an unfamiliar Korean pop song before the DJ spun a remixed cut of Lose Yourself. As the song ended, a catchy techno beat came over the speakers, and the mood of the entire nightclub transformed at once. Energy levels rose to the roof. The dancing became faster and far more intense. The Venga Boys' We Like to Party blasted from the speakers. Less than a minute into the song, Kincaid finally spotted her armed stalker. Only he won't have a gun anymore, she thought. When patrons entered the T-Lounge nightclub, they had to pass through a metal detector. She might not be able to outrun him, but Jessica Kincaid prayed that, by ducking into the popular dance club, she'd at least manage to level the playing field. Sinbei slithered through the crowd looking for the woman. He'd had to strip and stash his Teu DP-51 before he entered the club. The disassembled handgun lay buried in a shallow grave in a small patch of earth between two concrete buildings just across the street. If all went well in the club, he'd retrieve it and move on to Itaewon to terminate Paul Janson. before renewing his search for the senator's son. Eliminating Janson's partner, Jessica Kincaid, had proven far trickier than he expected. She was fleet-footed and equipped with more stamina than any woman he had ever known. Not only had consular operations and Janson trained her well, but she possessed some physical attributes that made her an even more difficult target. Her eyes, for instance, she had the sight of a hawk. Although he was no longer advantaged with the element of surprise, Sinbei decided he wouldn't need it. This was hardly his first job. It was, however, the first time he'd been given an order to assassinate a pair of former Khan's Ops agents. He'd previously killed members of South Korea's National Intelligence Service, as well as clandestine officers from the United States Central Intelligence Agency, but never an agent, former or otherwise, of Khan's Ops. Sinbei was mildly curious as to how Paul Janson and Jessica Kincaid had come to draw the ire of consular operations, but he would never learn the reason, and he could live with that. He had orders to carry out, instructions as urgent as they were clear. Once Janson and Kincaid were eliminated and the elusive Gregory Wyckoff was dead, he'd contact his handler Ping in Shanghai and await his next assignment. He moved up the stairs to the second floor and spotted her almost instantly. Curiously, she had cozied up to a middle-aged Korean gentleman at the bar. A few moments later, she guided the man toward the center of the dance floor. Had she not seen Sinbei enter the nightclub? Or did she think that because he had to pass through a metal detector, she had nothing to fear? If that was the case, her overconfidence and her severe underestimation of Sinbei would ultimately be her undoing. Alternating colored lights made it difficult to see through the crowd to the dance floor. Disorienting, but not debilitating. He could still get the job done with no one the wiser. But he'd need to be smart about it. There were simply too many bodies on the dance floor. It would take time for him to get close to her, and he did not want to risk her spotting him as he made his approach. So he stood back and watched. Waited. Was this beautiful young woman actually seducing a paunchy, balding stranger almost old enough to be her father? From the way she danced with him, it certainly seemed so. A waitress walked over to the couple carrying a tray of test tube shots, and Jessica Kincaid quickly downed 2 of them. To calm her nerves, perhaps. Good, he thought. That meant she indeed suspected that the threat had passed. Sinbei might possess the element of surprise, after all. He considered his options. Perhaps he would kill her on the street as soon as she left the bar, or perhaps he could do it right there in the club. If she no longer thought there was a threat, maybe she would head to the restrooms. With the right approach, Sinbei could easily get to her in one of the ladies' room stalls. He was amused by her behavior, though somewhat surprised that she'd succumbed to a false sense of security simply because the metal detector downstairs had removed the handgun from the equation. Little did she know that Sinbei's true weapon of choice remained on his person. As Sinbei tugged on the arms of his suit jacket and shot out the cuffs, a drunk man, a European tourist, no less, suddenly knocked into him, spilling an amber liquid down the front of his jacket and shirt before dropping and shattering his glass on the floor. Sinbei was tempted to take a shard of that glass and slit the man's throat from ear to ear, but then that would jeopardize his objective. Instead, he allowed the man to move on with a hard glare that left no question as to whether the man should come anywhere near him again. When his gaze returned to the dance floor, he surveyed the crowd for Kincaid. He spotted the older Korean man she had been dancing with, the one with the round bald spot on the top of his head, but he appeared to be alone. and every bit as perplexed as Sinbei.
Impossible.
He'd taken his eyes off the subject for merely a few seconds. Sinbei cursed inwardly, then started searching the faces of each young woman in the crowd. This Kincaid was wily. He knew from the time he'd spent tracking her that she could lose a professional pursuer as easily as most can tie a shoelace. And she didn't give up. Clearly, Miss Jessica Kincaid wasn't ready to die. Movement suddenly drew Sinbei's eyes toward the stairs leading back down to the first floor. He couldn't be sure, but he thought he'd spotted the back of her head. He should know it by now, he mused. He'd been chasing after it all night. He started toward the stairs, stoic and confident. He would find her, and he would kill her. He would finish her tonight. Chapter 9.
Who the hell was able to dox me?
From the couch, Janson stared at the girl across the modest living room, trying to keep his jaw from dropping. "You?" he said. "You're Lord Wicked." The girl folded her arms across her flat chest.
Answer my question.
"I can't tell you that, but rest assured it took an entire team." The girl picked up a remote control and muted the flat-screen television on the wall above her head.
I'm sorry to hear that you can't reveal your sources, she said, because this is a quid pro quo. You came to me for information? Well, I'm not going to tell you a damn thing unless you tell me who doxed me.
Janson rose from the couch. "Look, I don't care what you do for a living. I just need help, and you may be the only person in all of Seoul who can provide it."
Then tell me who doxed me.
"That issue is closed, young lady." He caught himself pointing a stern finger in her direction and quickly withdrew it. "Look, this isn't a game. I won't leave here until you tell me what I need to know."
"What are you going to do?" she said. "Torture a 13-year-old girl?"
Janson maintained his calm. "I don't torture anyone."
"No?"
she said, her demeanor suddenly lightening.
"Not even if you're paid well? Because I will give you good money if you bring me the heads of everyone who was involved in doxing me."
Christ, the girl looked completely serious. Janson wondered why she'd given up her identity to him without much persuasion if she was so hell-bent on keeping it secret. He turned to the door. This was a bad idea, after all. "I'm going to go pay your father a visit in Gangnam."
"No!" she shouted. "Don't go see my dad. Just tell me what you want to know, and hurry, because my mother will be home within the hour."
So that was it. Her father was her Achilles' heel. That was why she'd given in when he'd been standing in the hallway. "All right," he said. "I'm trying to locate a hacker who is somewhere in Seoul. I already have people watching his credit cards and his cell phone, but he's not using either. So the only way I might find him in time is if I know more about him. And the guy I'm looking for supposedly lived most of his life online."
"Find him in time?" she said. "What does that mean?"
Janson had wanted to avoid mentioning the police, but the clock was ticking. And if he was to give this girl, this Lord Wicked, the best chance of helping him locate Gregory Wyckoff, he'd need to be entirely honest with her. "Have you heard about the murder at the Sophia Guest House? It happened less than 72 hours ago."
"Of course," she said. "It's been all over the news. I followed every update online."
Janson frowned. "You don't get out much, do you, kid?" The girl shook her head.
"There's nothing out there for me," she said softly.
Her words briefly froze him. He considered asking her about her business, where she was stashing her cash. Was she sure she was safe? but he had more pressing matters at the moment. "The suspect's name is Gregory Wyckoff," he said, "and he's 19 years old. He's the son of a sitting U.S. senator, and he's on the run. He may be innocent, and the senators hired me to find him and try to get to the bottom of what happened the other night." The girl nodded. "You want me to reverse dox him? That will take time." "I've already had someone reverse dox him." "The same guy who doxed me?" Janson ignored the question. "His online identity is Draco_Malfoy 95. He hoped for a flash of recognition, but her expression didn't change. "Okay, I'll help you," she said. "Thank you. But you'll have to leave me with a way to contact you, because this will take a little while, and if you're still here when my mother gets home, she'll call the police and have you arrested." "I understand." As Janson wrote down his number, he thought again about Jessie, who still hadn't returned his call, because time was of the essence, and because he doubted their involvement, he'd decided to go at State and Cons Ops head on. By sending Kincaid straight to the U.S. Embassy, he was essentially shaking the tree to see whether anything fell out. He'd assumed that if Cons Ops was involved, they'd telegraph their moves and he'd see them coming from a mile away. Now he worried he may have made a lethal mistake, a mistake for which he knew he could never forgive himself. "Here," he said, handing the girl his number. "How long do you anticipate this taking?" "I'll have something for you within half an hour." Janson turned to exit the apartment. "I've only let my guard down once in the past 12 months, she said to his back, "to some guy I've been chatting with. He told me he lived in the UK, but I traced him back to the States." Janson looked back at her. "And?" "Tell me something. This douchebag who doxed me, does he happen to live in New Jersey and drive a beat-up old Honda?" Chapter 10. Kincaid started down the stairs, weaving through the line of scantily clad women with martinis and highballs in their hands. She didn't look back to determine whether her pursuer had followed. She could already feel his eyes on her, as surely as she'd felt them while standing across from the restaurant in the freezing cold in Dosan Park. Gridlock on the landing between floors 1 and 2 required her to throw a few sharp elbows, which earned her a barrage of sharp words and dirty looks, but didn't slow her down. When she reached the bottom of the stairs, she recalled the layout of the first floor and headed left toward the room where she'd checked her coat. As she moved through the crowd, she felt for the reassuring outline of the handgun in her waistband. On the second floor, Kincaid had done what most of the single ladies in the club were doing. She'd looked for a man. At first, she merely thought a guy would help her to blend in, allow her time to spot the killer before he spotted her, giving her an advantage, maybe allowing her the time to get behind him. Then she noticed something that sparked a much better idea. She went to the bar and squeezed between two men, a younger one flirting theatrically with a young woman, and an older one who looked as though he'd already given up for the night and was now determined to get sloshed. She had spotted the older man from across the room, selected him because of the bulge beneath the left breast of his suit jacket. When she reached the bar, she pressed her right side against his left to confirm what she'd thought she saw. "Choi Song Hamnida," she said, apologizing to the man for nudging him to the side and causing him to tip over his drink. She knew she'd slaughtered the Korean phrase, but hoped the floor-shaking music had drowned out all but its essence. She grabbed a rag off the bar and helped him clean up the spill. "It is fine," the man said in English, his speech clearly slurred. "You are American, yes?" She smiled as she turned to face him. Yes, I am. Did my awful pronunciation give me away?
I love America,
he said cheerfully, ignoring her question, though it was possible he hadn't even heard her over the music.
I love the New York City. Is that where you are from?
Kincaid kept an eye out for her stalker. Not quite, she said. I'm from a small town in the heartland. It's called Red Creek, Kentucky.
Ah, Kentucky, he cried. I love Kentucky bourbon and Kentucky fried chicken. Can I buy for you?
She leaned into him, hoping she didn't reek of sweat. You want to buy me a bucket of Kentucky fried chicken? The man threw his head back as though she'd just dropped the funniest line he'd ever heard. Then his head came forward and butted the top of hers just as he started to speak.
Terribly sorry, he shouted. So sorry.
When he saw that she was uninjured, he returned to his initial train of thought.
I meant, can I buy you a Kentucky bourbon? A wild turkey, maybe, or Jim Beam, perhaps old grandfather.
Old granddad, she said, correcting him.
Very well.
He reached over the bar and shouted in the direction of the bartender.
2 shots of the old granddad.
Kincaid's eyes caught sight of her pursuer climbing to the top of the stairs. Do you want to dance? She said.
Dance? Yes, sure.
He searched for the bartender.
Let me just get our drinks.
He can bring them to us. I really want to get out there with you. She turned to the bartender. Will you serve us the drinks out on the dance floor? Of course, the bartender said in near-perfect English with a near-perfect smile. I will have someone bring them to you. He looked at the older gentleman in the suit. Have fun, you crazy kids. When they reached the dance floor, Kincaid immediately got into the rhythm of the K-pop as her partner looked on slack-jawed. She spun around and slowly backed her rear end into him, moving it methodically against his midsection. He reached around her body and clasped his hands in front of her stomach. When he did, she quickly spun around to face him, leaving their lips only inches apart. She ran her hands up the sides of his legs, up his rib cage, and felt for the holster beneath his jacket. There it is. As she nuzzled his neck, she slipped her hands inside his jacket and ran her fingers up his torso. He threw his head back, his eyes rolling upward in ecstasy. She shot a look across the dance floor and saw her pursuer standing near the top of the staircase with his arms folded across his broad chest, watching her. A young woman in a short skirt, carrying a tray of neon test tubes, tapped her on the left shoulder. 2 shots of old granddad, the young woman said. Kincaid took one of the test tubes and threw it back. Her dance partner waved a hand in front of his face, declining his own.
No, thank you, but please put both drinks on my tab, he slurred.
Kincaid winked and grabbed the second shot and put it to her lips. Her dance partner's eyes widened to show her he was impressed. They're small, she said as she pulled him close to her again. She let him smell the bourbon on her breath, then planted a sensual kiss on his cheek as her hands once more traveled inside his jacket. As she moved up toward the holster, she considered how he might have gotten inside the club with a gun. Probably he was a cop, though she knew from Janson that most cops in Seoul didn't carry firearms, which meant that her dance partner was most likely a specialist armed officer with the Seoul Metropolitan Police, either undercover or off-duty. Given his slurred speech and the pungent scent of scotch coming off him, she assumed it was the latter. From the corner of her eye, she watched a drunk, young European man collide with the killer, spilling a drink down the front of his jacket and shirt. A perfect diversion. She seized the opportunity. Because patrons were neither entering nor exiting the club in droves at that hour, the coat-check girl had abandoned her station in the enormous coat room. But Kincaid couldn't know how long it would be until she returned, so she had to hurry. Concealing herself between two racks of overcoats, she breathed heavily and examined the weapon in her hands. A 9mm Teiu. She ejected the magazine and counted 13 rounds, popped the magazine back in place, and pulled the slide, chambering around. She switched the safety off and cocked the hammer, sneaked a look between the coats. He has to have seen me. A tingle of anxiety rushed up her spinal cord, and she shivered. Just before she'd reached the coat room, she slowed just enough to catch a glimpse of him in her periphery. She hesitated a few seconds to afford him enough time to spot his prey. He knows where I am. Why isn't he here yet? Did he think it was too much of a risk to kill her inside the club? Was he waiting for her to make her exit before resuming the chase? Well, Kincaid wasn't going to give him the satisfaction. She could sit here all night. She'd wait for the coat-check girl to return to her post, then try to get her attention without startling her. She'd ask her if she could borrow her cell phone, and she'd call Janson, fill him in on her situation. After a few minutes, her haunches began to tire. She shifted to one knee, but kept the handgun held out in front of her. She'd have to be cautious with all these people around. No civilian casualties. If he'd had to stash his gun, would she still be able to prove he'd been trying to kill her once police arrived on the scene? Maybe she should aim for the leg. Then again, maybe she wouldn't have to fire at all. Maybe she could pull the gun on him and lead him somewhere private. Ask him who he was working for. If he wouldn't talk, she could smack him in the teeth with the butt of her gun. No torture. She'd play things by ear, but first he had to come after her. First he had to show his stone-cold face. He'd have to confront her. She shifted onto her haunches again, waiting. Where are you, you son of a bitch? Chapter 11. Sinbei watched the woman duck into the coat room on the first floor of the Tea-Lounge nightclub. He'd spent time in this building back when he was conducting surveillance on a target from the National Intelligence Service. His subject had been a young man from Jeollabuk-do, Korea's agricultural heartland, who was naturally enthralled with Seoul's party circuit. Sinbei spent more time following him in bars and dance clubs than he had spying on him at his home and office combined. Many of the young man's meetings took place right here in Tea-Lounge, meetings with a supposed dissident from the north. Once Sinbei had collected enough evidence of the young man's betrayal, he expected his cons ops handler Ping to turn the photos and videos over to the South's National Intelligence Service. Instead, Ping issued Sinbei new orders handed down directly from Washington. He was to kill the young traitor, catch him alone at his Seoul apartment, and place a single bullet in the back of his skull. For all too personal reasons, Sinbei was happy to do it. He waded through the sea of teens and 20-somethings, drinking and tripping and rolling, trying to dance the drugs out of their systems. Keeping one eye on the coat room, he moved toward the restrooms. Down that corridor, past the restrooms, was a private room occupied by the club's manager, whom Sinbei had passed on the stairs just minutes earlier. The office, which contained a small, hidden door that opened onto the rear of the coat room, would be empty. So, as he slipped down the hallway, he dug into his pocket for his lockpick. Once he reached the door, it took Sinbei only seconds to gain access. In the plush private office, Sinbei flashed on the night he'd terminated the young man from the National Intelligence Service. It had been one of the few jobs over the years of his secret employment with consular operations that actually afforded Sinbei pleasure. Killing was one thing. Executing a young man selling secrets to the North Korean regime in Pyongyang was quite another. Sinbei once lived in Pyongyang. As a young boy, he'd attended the city's schools, played ball on its streets, and pledged allegiance to the Communist Party. Although he came from a family of modest means, Sinbei enjoyed his early childhood. But that childhood ended abruptly on a brisk September evening when his family's humble apartment in the city capital was visited by several agents from Kim Il-sung's security force. He'd been 7 when it happened, when his mother and father and sister and grandparents were forcefully taken from their home and tossed in a political prison camp called Yuduk, based on allegations that Sinbei's uncle had criticized and conspired against the party. Sinbei didn't truly understand what was happening. While he nearly hyperventilated from fear, his mother told him they were going on an adventure. Sinbei curled his fingers around the door handle and slowly twisted it in his hand. When he peered inside, the racks upon racks of heavy coats reminded him of Yuduk winters. When he and his family finally arrived at Yuduk, Sinbei's mother could lie to him no more. The camp was surrounded on every side by steep mountains and treacherous rivers and other natural obstacles, by barbed wire and watchtowers and uniformed men with large guns. The people already living at the camp appeared skinny and filthy. Many of them seemed sickly and close to death. They wore rags and ate insects off the ground. The night his family arrived and were thrown in their hut, Sinbei held his younger sister, Su-ra, in his arms, rocking her gently as she cried herself to sleep. Now, as Sinbei lightly stepped foot through the door leading to the rear of the coat room, he pushed Yuduk from his mind. Jessica Kincaid sat on her haunches, holding a handgun in front of her. He took another light step and was only a few feet behind her. He could sense her breathing heavily. With his right hand, he reached across his body and gripped his left cufflink. He took another step forward, then lifted his arms above Kincaid's head. In a single, fluid motion, he extracted the garrote from his cufflink and wrapped the wire tight around her throat. He counted the seconds in Korean. Il, I, Sam, Sa, O. When he reached Shibo, former Cons Ops agent Jessica Kincaid would be dead. Chapter 12. All Jessica Kincaid glimpsed was a sliver of his shadow. Instantly, she shot backward off her haunches as the wire closed around her throat. Pushing her body back against his, she raised the Teiu with both hands and attempted to aim the barrel of the gun over her shoulder. But with her breathing cut off, she felt herself fading, sinking rapidly into a lethal panic. Her finger hesitated over the trigger just long enough to allow the assassin to knock the gun from her hand. But as his arm shot up to parry the Teiu, the garrote mercifully loosened against Kincaid's throat, permitting her to manage a breath. When the gun hit the floor, her attacker immediately kicked it with all his strength. It spun in circles as it skidded, stopping several racks away out of sight. Kincaid reached back and clawed at his face, felt her fingernails dig into his flesh, but the garrote continued to cut into her throat. She had 6, maybe 8 seconds before she lost consciousness. Within 12, she'd suffer irreparable brain damage. After 15, there would be no coming back. With her breathing cut off, she couldn't make a sound. Not that it would have helped her over the ear-splitting music in the dance club. The coat room was slightly quieter than the bar, but even in here, a scream couldn't carry 10 feet. If she was going to survive, Kincaid would have to fight off the killer herself. She leaned her chin forward and tried to throw her head back to break the killer's nose, but couldn't gain the necessary momentum with the wire wrapped around her throat. All she had were her legs. Although her legs were exhausted from the earlier chase, she felt her adrenaline pumping and her muscles tense. She bent at the knees and attempted a sudden thrust. Her legs shot backward as her assassin fumbled for his footing. She thrust again and felt the killer's back slam into the wall. The wire loosened once more. This was her last chance. She threw her right hand forward, then plunged her elbow backward into his abdomen. Behind her, the assassin seemed to momentarily lose his breath, so she grabbed hold of his right arm and attempted to fling his body over her shoulder. He was too heavy, too strong. "You're not gonna die in a stinkin' coat room, Kincaid." But in the time it took her to attempt the throw, her attacker had regained his position and tightened the garrote around her throat. Kincaid flailed her arms helplessly. A white frame surrounded her vision on all sides, and she suddenly felt as though she were drowning. She imagined herself struggling in the ocean, about to be pounded by a 30-foot wave off Oahu's north shore, with Paul Janson nowhere in sight. 2 seconds passed, then 4. When she reached 6, she felt herself dropping into a deep, painful sleep from which she knew she would never wake up. On the second floor of the Tea-Lounge nightclub, Park Kwan spun around one last time, searching for the girl, but she seemed to have vanished into the ether. Deeply disappointed, he attempted a step back toward the bar and stumbled, catching himself on another man's shoulder. The man shot him a look that made Park glad he was carrying his gun. "Oh, hell," he thought. "I'd probably better get home anyway." He had work in the morning and was in for a battle. Already his head pounded. Nausea had crept into his stomach. His last few drinks suddenly shot like a geyser into his esophagus, but he quickly managed to swallow them down. "Not here. Please, not here." That would be the scene that finally ended his career. At the bar, he hailed the bartender and requested his check. "No luck with the woman?" the bartender said in Korean as he swiped Park's credit card. Park smiled. "So she was real, after all. I thought I might have hallucinated the entire evening." "No, she was quite real, and she was hot. And now," Park lamented, "she's gone." The bartender nodded and set Park's tab down with a pen. As he signed the receipt, Park wondered what had possessed the young woman to dance with him. Surely she hadn't put on that show for the price of 2 drinks of Kentucky bourbon. "Shit!" Gasping, he quickly checked his back pocket for his wallet. "It's gone." When he looked up to inform the bartender that he'd been pickpocketed, he realized he'd set his wallet down on the bar in order to retrieve his credit card. A lightning bolt of relief traveled through his body. Then a thought. Slowly, he reached inside his suit jacket. "You okay?" the bartender said as he picked up the signed receipt. "You look as though you've seen a ghost." Just my early retirement, Park thought. But no, that wasn't all. Someone could get hurt. "The girl!" Park shouted. "Did you see where she went? She took something from me." The bartender pointed to the stairs. "I think I saw her heading back down to the first floor. She looked as though she was in a hurry. Do you want me to alert the bouncers at the front door?" "No need," Park said. "I'll take care of this." He snatched his credit card off the bar, stuck it into his wallet, and headed off. He couldn't allow anyone to know what had happened, not even the bouncers. If word got out that he'd brought his gun into a nightclub and had it stolen from him, he'd not only be out of a job, he'd be disgraced. He snaked through the crowd, down the stairs, his head rapidly clearing as the reality of his situation sank in. On the first level, he surveyed the dance floor and thought, "It will be impossible to find her in here." But then, would she really steal a police officer's gun only to run downstairs and continue dancing? She'd have to be insane. She'd know that Park would realize his weapon was missing before too long. He was drunk, not catatonic. She must have bolted outside. He darted toward the front entrance, then remembered the frigid temperatures and doubled back for his overcoat. When he reached the coat room, the girl who had taken his coat and given him his ticket was nowhere to be found. So much for getting out of here in a hurry. He gazed into the coat room. There had to be at least a few hundred coats and jackets. He glanced at his ticket and spotted a number. Surely each rack would be marked. He stole one last glimpse over his shoulder to see whether the coat-check girl was returning, then opened the short gate and stepped inside. He checked the ticket again. 92E. As he passed through the first aisle, he felt confident he would find his coat. Then he would find the woman who had stolen his gun. He couldn't arrest her, of course. He'd be humiliated, but he could certainly threaten arrest and interrogate her to find out why she'd done it. The reason, that was all he wanted from her now. Well, that and his service weapon. His eyes suddenly caught on something, a small piece of black steel on the floor not 10 feet away. My gun! He scrambled toward it, filled with new hope. He picked it up off the floor and examined the gun in his hands. Wonderful, he thought. I shall live to work another day. Kincaid thought she was seeing things. The garrote had cut off the oxygen to her brain. Her life was flashing before her eyes in reverse. But sweet Jesus, shouldn't it be moving a bit faster? And why did it begin with the man she danced with upstairs? She had only a couple of seconds of consciousness left. Couldn't her mind just hit the highlights? Wait, that is the guy I danced with upstairs. She wondered whether she had the strength for one last move to try to get his attention. She braced her body against her killer's as warm blood dripped down the collar of her shirt. She again kicked her feet, only this time out instead of down, barely reaching the nearest rack of coats. The front tip of her foot knocked into one of the sleeves, causing it to sway. She watched the man she'd been dancing with for a reaction. After a moment that felt like forever, he twisted his neck and shot a wild look in her direction. He'd sensed the movement and was trying to figure out precisely where it had come from. Kincaid narrowed her eyes and concentrated on him. She looked down at his hands and felt a rush of excitement when she saw that he'd found the gun. The drunken man finally turned his entire body toward Kincaid and her assassin. He spotted them, froze for just an instant as he analyzed the situation, then lifted his weapon and trained it on them. Shit, he's not going to be able to get off a clean shot. But the wire around her throat suddenly loosened, and she knew that the killer had seen the man too. Maybe just enough of a diversion. She seized the opportunity, throwing her head forward, then slingshotting it back into her killer's face. This time, her skull connected with his nose. The garrote fell from around her throat. She stole a deep breath, then spun, throwing an elbow to the right side of the assassin's face. More blood shot from his nose. With a well-placed kick, she swept his legs out from under him, and he fell to the ground like a stone. But before she could pounce on top of him to pummel him, he popped back up to his feet and took off in a dash. Kincaid started after him, but only made it a few steps before she staggered into the wall, light-headed and short of breath. She was alive and ready to go on the offensive, but reality dictated that she needed some time to recover from the attack. For the time being, the bastard who'd tried to kill her would have to wait. Chapter 13. Seoul Station, Donjadong, Yongsan-gu, Seoul. Paul Janson stepped outside the French bistro Café des Arts and proceeded into the dense flow of pedestrian traffic inside one of Seoul's primary rail stations. For the 5th time in as many minutes, he checked his phone, but Kincaid still hadn't called. "Where the hell are you, Jesse?" He was also waiting for a callback from the 13-year-old prodigy Kang Jung, a.k.a. Lord Wicked, with information on the online user Draco_Malfoy95, a.k.a. Gregory Wyckoff. But either the precocious teen was taking her sweet time, or Wyckoff was every bit as good at burying himself in the depths of cyberspace as Morton and Berman had suggested, if not better. Janson assumed the latter. Particularly since his lengthy captivity in Kabul, Janson considered himself a man of extraordinary patience. But all of his virtues tended to fly out the window where Jessica Kincaid's safety was involved. Jesse. Every couple had its origin story, its cute little anecdote about how boy met girl, how girl played hard to get, how boy ultimately won girl's affections, and Janson and Kincaid's was as riveting as any. They'd met in London, on a bright, clear afternoon in Regent's Park. Janson had been dodging a sniper's bullets when he finally realized his situation was becoming more precarious with every second he spent running, and he refused to die cowering behind a gazebo. He had to act. Fast. Turn the hunter into the hunted, the predator into the prey. After surveying the park and locating, then stealthily approaching the position of the sniper's nest, Janson silently hoisted himself up the trunk of the tree, reached for the metal rigging supporting the sniper's perch, and yanked hard, sending both the hunter and the hunted tumbling to the earth. Following a significant struggle, Janson finally gained the superior position, only to hear the killer hiss, "Get your stinking hands off me!" Only "your" sounded a hell of a lot more like "your." When Janson finally looked into his would-be killer's face, he saw not the stone-hard visage of a former colleague as he'd expected, but the high cheekbones and piercing green eyes of a youthful American beauty. Their relationship immediately following that first encounter was rocky, to say the least. But as the truth became clearer, Kincaid turned from sworn enemy to friend, then from friend to protege, and from protege to partner. Somewhere along that timeline, they became lovers, and were lovers still, but for reasons they both understood too well, they would never be together in the most conventional sense of the word. Waiting for his smartphone to buzz in his overcoat pocket as he strolled through the atrium of Seoul Station was no longer an option. He needed to take aggressive steps to locate Kincaid, and fast. He reached into his pocket and closed his fingers around his phone just as it began to vibrate. He glanced at the screen, hoping to find Kincaid's number flashing before his eyes. But the call was coming from a Korean mobile number he didn't recognize. He lifted the phone to his ear, leaving no time to speculate. Before Kincaid voiced her second word, he said, "Where the hell have you been?" "I went dancing." She sounded as though she'd contracted a nasty case of laryngitis in the hours since Janson last saw her. His ire instantly morphed back into concern. He knew something was wrong, and that it wasn't something as simple as a dead battery in her phone. "Are you all right?" he said. "Where are you? I'll come and get you." "Easy, cowboy. I'm fine.
but it's become abundantly clear that someone doesn't want us nosing around in Linnell Yee's murder investigation."
What happened? As Kincaid took him through the evening's events, beginning with her escape through Dosan Park, Janson moved quickly through the station, his eyes scanning every storefront and corridor for a discordant face or furtive movement. Once she'd finished debriefing him, Janson attempted to set up a rendezvous in order to regroup and re-strategize. But Kincaid wouldn't hear of it.
"We have even more ground to cover than before," she said, "because now we've got another question that needs to be answered. Whoever came after me has got to be Linnell Yee's killer. So while you're searching for Gregory Wyckoff, I have to go looking for the assassin. And after I find him and find out who he's working for, I'm going to dance on top of his corpse."
"You're not going to look for him, Jessie. At least, not alone.
I'm not alone," she said. "I've made a friend."
Momentarily taken aback, he said, "What do you mean you've made a friend? Who? The guy you swiped the gun from?"
"His name's Park Kwan, and he saved my life, Paul."
"You just got finished telling me he was fall-down drunk."
"He's sitting at a table 50 feet away, drinking coffee right now. He's sobering up."
Janson sighed. "Where are you, Jessie?"
"We're at a cafe in Gangnam. I'm calling you from Park Kwan's cell phone, so be sure to store the number. And don't worry, he's a cop."
Cops worried Janson every bit as much as everyone else, if not more. "Is he involved in the Metropolitan Police investigation?" he said.
"No. All he knows about Yee's murder is what he's heard on the news and what I've told him."
As Janson approached one of Seoul Station's omnipresent mobile phone charging terminals, someone caught his eye. Actually, something caught his eye, a vintage pair of Matsuda eyeglasses. The Japanese designer frames were rare. He'd last seen them on a college student during a weekend jaunt with Kincaid to Newport, Rhode Island. He recalled commenting on them, complimenting the kid, then telling Kincaid that he knew a man who would wear nothing else. In fact, he told her that man would fly all the way to Tokyo in search of a new pair every time he needed to update his prescription lenses. From afar, the glasses resembled John Lennon's iconic eyewear, but up close, you could tell these frames were actually handcrafted pewter. Matsuda had stopped making them in the late 90s, and they were becoming more and more difficult to find. But it wasn't just the glasses that grabbed Janson's attention. It was how the polished pewter shimmered against the backdrop of the owner's mocha face, how the glasses brought out the man's eyes, which were the color of dark chocolate. Janson continued past the mobile phone charging station as though he hadn't recognized Vic Pawar. The Mumbai assassin, Janson knew, had been stationed in Pakistan in the spring of 2011 and was actually on standby to take out the man believed to be Osama bin Laden when and if the president gave the order. Of course, certain voices in the White House argued that such a measure would be a revolting waste of political capital. Those voices ultimately prevailed, and SEAL Team 6 raided the Abbottabad compound in a high-risk, high-reward mission dubbed Operation Neptune instead. But Pawar was that good, so good he'd been trusted by the commander-in-chief to take down the world's most wanted man following a grueling 10-year search. Last Janson heard, Vic Pawar had been working inside Sri Lanka. Like a light switch, a thought suddenly clicked in Janson's mind. "The garrote that man had around your throat," he said urgently into the phone. "Do you know whether it was attached to a white gold cufflink?"
"Sorry," Kincaid said, "but while I was being strangled, I didn't think to check." Tell you what, Paul, when I find the son of a bitch, I'll be sure to ask.
Janson ignored her flip remark. While you worked for Khan's ops, did you ever hear of a covert operative named Sinbei?
No, she said. Who's Sinbei?
Janson's voice fell to barely a whisper as he tried to piece together the puzzle in his head. If my gut feeling's right, he's the man who just tried to kill you. Once he finally got Kincaid to promise to remain in the cafe with the cop until he called her back, Janson punched in the private number for Nam Se-hun.
I was just about to call you, Nam said, as soon as he surfaced on the line.
What were you able to learn? Nam lowered the volume on a television in the background.
That the Metropolitan Police are no fans of the National Intelligence Service, for one.
Interagency animosity, huh? Your country's becoming more like the States every day. Janson slowed as he passed a mirrored wall. If Pawar was tailing him, he was apparently giving Janson some room. Or it could be that Pawar was merely instructed to watch him. But then, if Janson was right about the identity of Kincaid's would-be killer, Pawar might well have passed surveillance on to another agent, someone whom Janson didn't recognize from his previous life in Khan's ops. In which case, he was in danger, because a Khan's ops agent was just as likely to terminate a subject in public as he was in private. Janson knew some operatives who actually got off on the practice, a drop down a steep flight of concrete stairs made to look like an accident, a poisonous pinprick, or blow dart that caused an instant myocardial infarction. Under certain circumstances, the more public the setting, the better. Often a good crowd could even negate the natural disadvantage of closed-circuit television cameras. With enough people around, a spacious atrium like the one at Seoul Station could feel as tight as a coffin, as it did now. Janson felt his pulse race now as it had not long ago in Shanghai. Being taken out in public had long been one of his greatest fears. There were so few ways to defend against such an attack, and seldom was there room to run, like now. Janson didn't see these throngs of people as witnesses who could thwart an attempt on his life, but as the iron bars of a cage impeding his escape.
I was finally able to gain access to the boys' computers, Nam Se-hun said in Janson's ear. As you suggested might be the case, the hard drives have been wiped.
Janson cursed.
Not so fast, Paul. Remember, I am not a man without resources. I've had one of my trusted allies in the cyber intelligence unit take a look at these hard drives, and he was able to restore some of the information that had been erased.
Anything useful?
Not to a novice like myself, but my ally in the Cyber Intel unit was able to identify one of the individuals whom Gregory Wyckoff communicated with online via an IRC. An IRC? An Internet Relay Chat. I'm told they're used for real-time text conversations. Communication is by invitation only. And the IRC the Wyckoff kid used offers a generous amount of anonymity. But it just so happens that one of the individuals the kid chatted with is being watched vigorously by my friend in the Cyber Intel unit.
Why might that be?
This individual is the leader, or alleged leader, of a left-leaning political hacktivist community here in South Korea.
Like the anonymous organization in the West?
Very much like them. Here, they are known as the Hive Mind. The collective has been a thorn in the side of our present political leadership. Over the past 2 years, they defaced the president's official website and disseminated private emails stolen from government servers.
Now they are believed to be working on an elaborate plan to rig our next elections. Who is this leader the kid chatted with? Janson said anxiously. What's his name, and where can I find him? Paul, this is a delicate matter. If you approach this individual for information, you must be careful not to alert him to our ongoing investigation. You cannot reveal how you obtained his identity or location. You must go in with a solid cover story that will stand up to close scrutiny. Discretion's my specialty, Janson assured him. After I leave him, he'll know even less than he did before I got there. He glanced at his watch. But listen, Gregory Wyckoff is running out of time here. What's this hacker's name? He goes by the username Psy. Psy, spelled as it is in the word cyber. Nam gave Janson the hacker's real name and address. Got it. Thanks, old friend. Let me know if you need anything else, Paul. Janson surreptitiously glanced over his shoulder, scanning again for Pawar or another familiar face. As a matter of fact, Janson said into the phone, I have one more favor to ask of you. Chapter 14. At the taxi stand outside the station, Janson slipped into the rear of the orange Hyundai and informed the driver of his destination. As the taxi pulled out of the station's parking lot, Janson's eyes remained glued to the rear view. He identified 3 distinct pairs of headlights. One of the vehicles trailing them was a taxi similar to the one Janson was in. Another was a shuttle bus. The last and most suspicious appeared to be a dark Samsung SM5. The driver appeared to be young and female. The passenger seat was empty. Janson's taxi traveled north past City Hall, then made a right onto Chongno 1GA and gained speed until it passed Tower Records. In the rear view, Janson could still make out a pair of headlights belonging to a dark SM5. But since he'd momentarily lost sight of the vehicle, he couldn't be sure it was the same one that had followed his taxi out of the parking lot. Nighttime traffic on 1GA slowed the taxi to a speed below 10 miles per hour. In the rear view, the dark SM5 remained 3 or 4 cars back, even when a lane conveniently opened up on the left. Janson could no longer tell whether the driver was male or female, but he continued to observe only one head. Janson's eyes ping-ponged between the speedometer and rear view as his taxi passed a number of familiar fast food restaurants, then slowed to a speed below 5 miles per hour as it turned right onto a minor road called Sup Yodaragil. As the driver made the turn, Janson gripped the door handle and waited until he could no longer see the SM5's headlights in the rear view. Then he opened the rear passenger door, tucked his left shoulder, and tumbled out of the moving vehicle. He rolled beneath a parked Kia Sorento and watched as the dark SM5 made the right turn after the taxi. From his vantage point under the Kia, Janson recognized the driver as the young female who'd followed his taxi out of the station. He waited 60 seconds, then popped back out from under the Kia and walked briskly back toward the main road, crossing a McDonald's parking lot. Though he didn't raise his arm, another orange Hyundai entered the lot and rolled to a stop directly in front of him. Janson quickly opened the rear passenger side door and jumped inside. Inside the taxi, Janson said nothing. The driver already knew his destination. Nika Vlasic announced the taxi's position as she completed the right onto Sup Yodaragil. She waited a moment in silence. When she heard no response, she touched the Bluetooth device in her right ear to make certain she hadn't lost it when she swung her head around to make sure she could pull off the freeway without getting T-boned by a car full of drunk teenagers peeling out of the McDonald's drive-thru. Finally, Clark spoke, his voice brimming with incredulousness. "He's heading south again?" "Affirmative," Nika said, "and it's a back road. I'm going to need someone to pick him up before the next turn." She checked herself in the mirror, proud that she could finally speak American English with barely a whisper of her Croatian accent. "Max will have him at the next intersection," Clark said in a huff. "You're about to pass Paik Hospital. Make the next left onto Maruanegil." "Copy," she said, instinctively tugging on the leather sleeve of her jacket to hide the bracelet tattooed around her right wrist. "Nika, you know these roads. Any idea where the fuck he's headed?" "Negative. There's a major artery a little farther south, but he could have taken it straight from the rail station." "Shit. You still have a visual?" She narrowed her eyes and focused on the rear window of the taxi. "Affirmative. Subject is in the rear, behind the passenger seat." A rare flutter caught in her stomach. During her cons ops training, Nika had often heard anecdotes involving the operative known as the machine. Now she was a few car lengths behind him, and depending on how the rest of the evening went, she might have the opportunity to meet him, maybe to seduce him. She might even be given the directive to kill him, which would instantly transform Nika Vlasic into a legend in her own right. She grinned at the thought. Who in her village would have guessed that Nika Vlasic, the jade-eyed, raven-haired girl with a face full of freckles, the product of a rape in the name of Serbian ethnic cleansing, would have risen from the ashes of the Croats' war for independence and been handed an opportunity to live the American dream? In her rearview mirror, she watched Max Kolovos pull up behind her in a silver Kia Morning. She brought the SM5 to a stop at the following intersection and made the left turn past Paik Hospital. She checked to make certain the Bluetooth in her ear was off, then switched on the radio to await further instructions. Janson's second taxi slowed as it approached the campus of Sung Kyung Kwan University. SKKU, a private research university in the northern section of central Seoul, was widely considered one of the world's top institutions for higher learning. So it didn't surprise Janson when he was told that the university's main campus was where he'd find the hacker known worldwide as Psy. "Thank you," Janson said into his phone. "You are very welcome," replied Nam Se-hoon. "My agent tells me that the taxi is still being followed, but by a different vehicle, a silver late-model Kia Morning." "Great. I've only seen a couple hundred of those since I arrived in Seoul." "It's a very popular vehicle," Nam conceded. "I will advise you when, and at this point, if, they discover they are following an imposter." Janson smiled. Rolling out of the back seat of a moving car during a slow right turn was an old-school ruse he hadn't used in years, and he might never have the opportunity again. "Please pass along my thanks to your man. I know folding yourself like a pretzel and hiding on the floor in the rear of a Hyundai is no picnic, but he was the consummate professional. Even I barely knew he was there." Nam chuckled. "I would have done the deed myself, Paul, but my head would not have been visible in the back seat once I popped up to take your place. Your pursuers would have thought you magically vanished. Maybe not so startling, given your reputation. Well, at least you would have been more comfortable. You're quite certain you have no tail on you now?" "Free as a bird," Janson said, checking the rear view. "Thanks again." The taxi pulled to a stop at the curb. Janson thanked Nam's driver and stepped out of the vehicle into the cruel cold. He turned up the collar of his overcoat and pressed his chin to his chest, wondering if he shouldn't have had the driver take him right up to the building where he and Cy had agreed to meet. But then the fewer people who knew Janson's precise location, the better. People could be bought, could be tortured or otherwise manipulated. Even the most loyal of agents could be turned. Chapter 15. Edward Clark sat quiet and still in his dark office, studying Google Earth's detailed map of Seoul.
Where the hell is he going?
According to Max Kolovos, Janson's taxi had just circled the newly constructed Dongdaemun Design Plaza, which meant that despite Clark's best efforts, Janson had probably already made his tale and was sending Clark's assets on a wild goose chase around Seoul. A private line on Clark's phone glowed red, and he lifted the receiver.
"Where are we with Kincaid's phone?"
he said, no longer trying to mask his annoyance. "We were able to recapture the signal," Hong said.
"Finally."
Clark ran a rough hand through his brittle, thinning hair, but somehow managed to hold his tongue, at least for the moment. "But you're not going to like the result," Hong added.
"What do you mean?"
"The signal is still coming from Dosan Park."
"She returned to the park?"
"Negative, sir. I have 2 men there, and there's no sign of her. We believe she may have dropped her phone earlier when your asset first gave chase. It appears to be the only explanation."
"Unfucking believable,"
Clark said. The ambassador's people had gone through the trouble and, moreover, taken the risk of placing a remote GPS device in Kincaid's cell phone while she was at the embassy, and they still couldn't track her across a single city.
"Are they at least looking for the phone?" Clark said. "Maybe Janson sent something to her that might help us."
Negative, sir."
"Well, why the hell not?"
"Sir, it is pitch black in Dosan Park. Do you really want my men scouring the grounds with flashlights?"
Sarcastic prick.
Clark hung up the phone. He considered contacting Ping again, but then thought better of it. He'd been receiving bad news from Shanghai all night. If Sinbei had located Gregory Wyckoff, Clark would have received a call. Shit. This night was going all to hell. Worst of all, with Clark on the opposite side of the globe, there was damn near nothing he could do about any of it. Nika Vlasic intercepted the orange Hyundai as it turned south onto Dasano. "Got him," she said. She watched the silver Kia Morning break out of the right lane and bust an illegal U-turn like a drunk who just spotted a DUI checkpoint up ahead. Idiot, she thought. If Janson hadn't made his tale yet, surely that move would give them away. Janson wasn't stupid, after all. On the contrary, by all accounts, he was rather brilliant. She pressed the button on her Bluetooth. "I have Shit." She quickly corrected herself. "I have Trotter. Any instructions?" Nika thought it was ridiculous to be using a code name for Janson, but Clark had insisted upon it as usual.
"You never know who's listening," he'd said. "Yeah," Clark said. "When the taxi stops, I want you to make contact."
A surge of excitement pulsed through Nika's veins. Even under the thick black leather, she could feel the goose flesh forming from her wrists up to her shoulders. She instinctively yanked her sleeve down to cover her tattoo bracelet. She wasn't ashamed of the tattoo, of course, though she often had to hide it when she was conducting surveillance. Anything that made you stick out was a crippling disadvantage in covert work. but she was admittedly embarrassed by the scar the bracelet was disguising. She thought it made her appear weak and stupid, like a defenseless child. She'd received the tattoo when she was 16 years old, but she'd been tugging at her sleeve in order to cover her scar since she was 12, ever since she'd attempted to end her hard life. "What shall I do once I make contact?" she said. "For the time being, just keep him busy." "Acknowledged," she said, with a mischievous grin. Little did Edward Clark know, she'd been hoping he'd say that. 20 minutes later, Clark lifted the receiver to his ear. It wasn't him. Nika sounded like a child who'd been sent to the principal's office. Her voice betrayed the accent she'd shed long ago. Clark immediately simmered, felt his anger rising like lava, traveling north up his neck into his ears. In the dim light of his office, he could feel his lobes glowing red. He drew a deep breath and controlled his voice. "How the hell did that happen?" "I don't know. Jen," she cursed under her breath, "Trotter stepped into that taxi at Seoul Station, and I never once lost sight of him. So you'll have to ask Max." "So who the hell got out of the taxi, and where?" "The taxi pulled into a lot near the plaza and dropped the man near a bar. I thought the situation was perfect. I parked and followed the man inside. He actually held the door for me." "Who was it?" "I've no idea. It was a Korean man. Younger than Trotter, but about his size." With his free hand, Clark rubbed at the knot forming in the back of his neck. If neither Nika nor Max had fucked up, then Janson had fooled them. And if he fooled them, he didn't do it on his own. At least 2 men had helped him, the driver and the imposter. And if Janson sneaked out of the taxi while it was out of sight, he probably wasn't traveling on foot, which meant there would be a second vehicle with a second driver, a third individual overall. Who the hell is helping him? Clark hung up the phone. His primary objective now was to learn the identity of Janson's accomplices. Then, shut them down. Chapter 16. Paul Janson ducked into the inky darkness of the dormitory basement with his hands in the air as instructed. He'd stuffed his phone into his pocket and pressed a Bluetooth device into his ear. In his ear, the synthesized voice said, "Lose the overcoat." Janson sighed. "Are you kidding me? It's colder in here than it is outside." "Remove the overcoat," the synthesized voice said. "I will not ask you again." Janson slipped out of the coat and held it out at his side. He couldn't see a thing, so he wasn't sure where to set it down. "Drop it on the floor," the voice commanded. "It's cashmere," Janson said through gritted teeth. Janson briefly regretted allowing Kang Jung to set up the meeting. The precocious 13-year-old had called while he was en route to the university. His initial plan had been to take Psy by surprise. Thanks to Nam, Janson knew the hacker's real name, knew precisely where he lived on campus. But when Kang Jung called with little information on Gregory Wyckoff, a.k.a. Draco_Malfoy 95, he impulsively asked her if she could introduce him to the head of Hive Mind. Janson hoped that by allowing Psy to maintain his anonymity, at least in his own mind, the hacker would be more forthcoming with information. Following several calls to Janson and presumably multiple IRC chats with Psy, Kang Jung finally told Janson that Psy would meet him for a price. Janson haggled. In the end, they agreed on $1,200. Now, Cy, unaware that Janson already knew his identity, was making him jump through these ridiculous hoops. But Janson didn't want to say anything, didn't want to scare the kid away. After all, as infamous as he might be online, the hacker was just a college student in real life. Janson released his overcoat, and it dropped to the floor. Two small, hooded men, presumably fellow students, approached him from behind, performed a perfunctory pat-down, and snatched his overcoat, then quickly retreated into the shadows. The synthesized voice in Janson's ear said, "There is a metal chair 12 steps straight ahead. Walk to it and sit down." Janson lowered his arms and moved forward, his footfalls echoing off concrete walls he couldn't see. After 10 steps, he reached out in front of him and felt the metal back of a folding chair. He maneuvered around the chair and sat down. "Can I have my overcoat back now?" One of the small men emerged from the corner of the room and flung Janson's coat over his head like a blanket over a bird cage at nap time. When Janson removed the coat from his head, a large figure was sitting approximately 10 feet away from him. The individual held a flashlight in his lap, the beam lighting his face, which was hidden behind a mask. A Guy Fawkes mask, the visage that had become ubiquitous since the emergence of online groups like Anonymous and international movements like Occupy Wall Street. "You've got to be kidding me," Janson thought. Still, he had to admit that, combined with the voice synthesizer, the effect was creepy. The leader of Hive Mind clearly had a flair for the dramatic. "You have my money?" the mechanical voice said. Janson reached into his pocket and slowly withdrew 12 $100 bills in U.S. currency. "You've come to me for information," Cy said, as he counted the bills. That's right. Janson didn't want to spend any more time in this basement than he absolutely had to, so he came right to the point. "I'm looking for a young man who goes by the username Draco_Malfoy95. Lord Wicked advised me that you might be familiar with that name." Cy folded the bills and stuffed them into a shirt pocket. "I am. Can you tell me where to find him?" "Why are you looking for him?" Janson didn't hesitate. "I was hired by his father. The kid needs some help. He's in trouble with the law, and we have reason to believe he's also in grave danger." Janson stared at the grinning mask, waiting for a response. "Draco is a member of the Hive Mind," Cy finally said through the synthesizer. "The Hive Mind takes care of its own." Janson masked his frustration and nodded. "That's why I've come to you. I need to find Draco before the police do, before anyone else does." "I do not know where he is," Cy said. "I last chatted with him roughly 96 hours ago." 4 days ago? Janson said. "Do you recall the conversation? Did Draco say anything that might explain why people are after him?" Cy said nothing. Janson wished he could observe the expression behind the mask. "What's the purpose of the Hive Mind?" Janson prodded. "What does the Hive Mind do?" Although both Nam Se-hun and Kang Jung had furnished him with this information, Janson hoped his questions would serve to lay a foundation and get Cy talking. Like a good trial lawyer, Janson prided himself on his ability to elicit knowledge that a witness wasn't eager to relay. Sure enough, the hacker straightened in his chair and puffed out his considerable chest. Boldly, he declared, "We speak for those who cannot speak for themselves. We steal secrets from the powerful and disseminate them to the powerless. We make the opaque transparent. We bring light to darkness. Because we believe that people should not fear their leaders. Leaders should fear their people." "Is that why Draco is in danger?" Janson said. "Did he steal secrets? Did he discover something he wasn't supposed to?" "4 days ago," Sai said, "Draco contacted me through an IRC. It was a private channel, but Draco said that he could not take any chances with the information he'd unearthed. He asked to meet with me in person. He said it was urgent. And he remained cryptic. All he said was that he turned up something big. In his words, something earth-shattering." A glimmer of hope started to swell in Janson's chest. "Did you meet with him?" "Despite my misgivings, we made an arrangement to meet the next day," Sai said, "in a square not far from here. Unfortunately, Draco never showed up." The hope in Janson's chest instantly began to deflate. "He had to say something," Janson pressed. "Something that will help me find him. Something that will give me a clue about what he discovered, or at least who it involved." Sai sat perfectly still, the beam of light held steady on his mask. "We have never seen each other," he said finally. "So when I agreed to meet with him, I asked how I would know him. He said he would be wearing a light blue baseball cap with the logo of the Tar Heels from the University of North Carolina." "Anything else?" "He told me to approach him slowly and sit down next to him on the bench. Then I was to provide him a code word." "What code word?" "The code word was Diophantus." Chapter 17. "Where are you?" Janson asked. "We're still in Gangnam. We're going to return to Dosan Park to look for my phone." "Don't bother, Jesse. If your phone wasn't compromised at the embassy, it is now." "At the embassy? So you're sure it's them, Jess. You were right." Janson could almost hear her smile over the phone. It didn't matter that both their lives were on the line, not to mention the fate of Gregory Wyckoff and undoubtedly others. Jessica Kincaid was right, and though she might not rub it in with words, she'd allow a few moments of unbroken silence to do it for her. Janson couldn't help but smile himself. It was one of the many things he loved about her. "What did you find out?" she finally said. "Hold on." Janson tried the door to a badly beaten black Tewu, and it opened. He quickly ducked inside and slammed the door. He scanned the dorm parking lot, but it was quiet. In this weather, students who weren't studying were drinking their asses off indoors, like civilized people. He reached under the steering wheel, manipulated the wires, and started the engine. He backed out of the space and turned left out of the lot. "Listen, Jesse," he said, "there's been a slight change in plans." He told her what he knew. It wasn't much, but it was enough to allow him to determine their next move. The attack by Sinbei and the presence of Vic Pawar had finally convinced Janson that Senator Wyckoff had been right from the start. Consular operations was involved in the murder of Linnell Yee and the subsequent frame of Gregory Wyckoff. Now he and Kincaid needed to find out why. "Once I left Sai at the university," Janson said into his Bluetooth, "I checked the nearby square where Sai and Gregory Wyckoff were supposed to meet. I searched the grounds, under the benches, even emptied the trash receptacles, and nothing. Then," Kincaid said, "as I was leaving the square, I pulled out my BlackBerry and Googled the name Diophantus." Sai had conceded that the name Diophantus meant nothing to him. He'd intended to look it up on the internet once he left his IRC chat with Wyckoff, but then he'd become sidetracked with another incoming instant message. "Is that something you'd usually do?" Janson had asked. "Google a word or a name you weren't familiar with?" "Sure," he'd said. "In our online forums, Draco constantly threw out esoteric terms I'd have to look up. He is a smart guy, probably the smartest link in the hive mind." At the square, Janson told Kincaid, I scanned the Wikipedia page for Diophantus. "Who was he?" she said. "He was a mathematician in ancient Greece, 3rd century. People call him the father of algebra. His work evidently led to tremendous advances in mathematics and the study of Diophantine equations." "Which means?" Janson picked up on the impatience in Kincaid's voice. "As far as I can tell, Jesse, it meant absolutely nothing. Diophantus looked to me like a 1700-year-old dead end." Janson turned onto a main road and continued. If Gregory Wyckoff attempted to send Cy a message with the code word, Cy didn't get it. But then Cy hadn't known the reference, so I thought maybe someone else might. I called Nam Se-hun. I figured if Nam didn't understand the reference, maybe his agent from the Cyber Intelligence Unit would. "What did Nam say?" "Nothing. My call went straight to voicemail. Nam was probably at home and sound asleep with his wife by the time I called. I left a brief message and returned to the university to find a vehicle." The dorm parking lot had seemed like the ideal place to start. Earlier, Janson had noticed a number of old beaters that wouldn't present a challenge for him to break into and hotwire. As he searched the lot, he pressed his Bluetooth into his ear to call Kincaid. The wind was blowing viciously, and he didn't think Jesse would be able to hear him if he used the handset. As he scrolled through his contacts for Park Kwan's mobile number, his eyes caught instead on Kong Jung's. The 13-year-old would no doubt be out cold, but he could leave her a message to call him back. It was another Hail Mary, but Janson figured that given enough shots in the dark, he might eventually hit a target. To his surprise, Kong Jung not only answered her phone, but sounded alert. "Sorry to call so late," Janson said. "Did I wake you?" "Nope, I'm still studying." "At this hour?" "It's why man invented Adderall." Janson felt a pang of pity, as he had earlier at her apartment. For the moment, he pushed it aside and said, "Does the name Diophantus mean anything to you?" The father of algebra and Diophantine geometry? Sure. I mean, I don't have posters of him on my walls or anything, but..." The corner of Janson's mouth turned up in a half-smile. "Who do you have posters of? Justin Bieber?" "Please." "Sorry." Janson could hear her fingers gliding over a keyboard. "So, what do you need to know about him?" she said. "Gregory Wyckoff mentioned the name in an IRC chat," Janson said. "I was just wondering if it meant anything among cyber enthusiasts like yourself." Interesting," she said, following a few moments of silence. "What is?" "I'm on his Wikipedia page." "Yeah, that's where I went. Unfortunately, it wasn't very helpful." She sighed. "No offense, but that's probably because you don't know what to look for." "Are you implying that you do?" "I do." "And you found something?" "I did." "Care to share it?" Janson tried to keep the skepticism out of his voice. "Did you happen to notice that the page was recently updated?" "So?" "So? It's not a hard and fast rule, but generally speaking, there aren't many updates for guys who died 17 centuries ago in Alexandrian Greece. Miley Cyrus? Sure. Justin Bieber? Absolutely. But as far as I can see, Diophantus isn't scheduling any new world tours or running around with Lil Za egging houses in Calabasas. Point taken. With Kong Jung still on the line, Janson returned to his browser and typed in the term Diophantus. He clicked on the link to the mathematician's Wikipedia page. Can you tell who updated the page? Of course, I'm going into the page's history now. He waited a moment. Was it Gregory Wyckoff? No, the username is just a series of letters and numbers that don't seem to mean anything. But that doesn't mean it wasn't Gregory who made the changes. It may be the changes themselves that are important. But anybody could view this page, right? So he couldn't have. That's the brilliance of it, she said. You can hide a message in plain sight. Janson began scanning the text, the mathematician's biography and bibliography, his professional history and influence. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary, nothing seemed out of place. Looks like another dead end, he muttered. Not so fast. I think I found it. Let me just cut and paste this and what? I got it. Got what? Look at the introduction, she said. 4th sentence from the top. Janson silently read the sentence. Diophantus coined the term chi psi chi omicron nu tau alpha chi tau psi upsilon nu phi iota nu eta omicron delta pi rho kappa to refer to an approximate equality. That's the sentence that's been changed, she said. Specifically, the term itself. The one in ancient Greek? That's the thing, though. It's not ancient Greek. Then what is it? On first sight, she said, it's gibberish, just a string of symbols. But when I cut and paste the term into a Word document and change the font, it becomes something else entirely. Something completely unrelated to Diophantus and mathematics. What's the message? Janson said anxiously. I just texted it to you. Janson exited his browser and opened his text message. It read, Psi contact Yun Jin Ho, DPRK. In his ear, Kong Jung said, It reads, Psi contact Yun Jin Ho, DPRK. DPRK is the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Right, she said, the official name for our lovely neighbor to the north. In Janson's mind, the consequences of Wyckoff's capture by police were now even greater. If they found the kid before Janson and Kincaid did, Wyckoff was as good as dead. Likewise, if Kahn's ops found him. But Janson couldn't risk devoting the entire mission to looking for Gregory Wyckoff, because clearly there were larger stakes at play. Psy's admission that he'd received an urgent message from Wyckoff 4 days ago telling Psy that he'd discovered something, in Wyckoff's words, something earth-shattering, meant not only that the senator's son might indeed be innocent, but that he might hold information about powerful world players and events, which, if they were allowed to unfold, could reverberate across the region, if not the globe. You need to search for the kid, Janson said. If you're certain you can trust him, use Park Kwan. But he can't inform anyone in his department. We don't know who else is in on this, and we can't afford to trust anyone. All right, Kincaid said. What about you? I'm going to follow the only lead Gregory Wyckoff left. I'm going to try to find out what it is the kid discovered. Because if Kahn's ops gets their hands on him before we do, the kid is dead. And we can't allow his secret, whatever it is, to die with him. Because given everything we know about him and about his passions, there may well be countless lives at stake. So where are you going now? I'm going to visit an old friend. In Seoul? Not in Seoul, Janson said. I'm heading north, into the demilitarized zone. Part 2. An Intelligence Black Hole. Chapter 18. Daeseong-dong, a.k.a. Freedom Village, Demilitarized Zone, DMZ, South Korea. I need to cross into the north. Janson's words froze Gina Jiun at her kitchen table. She said nothing, didn't so much as blink. Janson attempted to read her, but as close as they had once been, Gina Jiun was one woman whose head Paul Janson had never been able to enter. Even now, he couldn't tell whether she was frozen in surprise or fear, or something else entirely. Gina Jiun remained as impenetrable as the border on which she lived. Janson snapped his fingers in front of her eyes, hoping to make light of their conversation. "Janson to Jiun," he said. "You there?" Finally, she shook her head. Gina Jiun was every bit as beautiful as the first time he'd ever seen her. Somehow she'd maintained every scintilla of youth, her skin smooth, her jet-black hair long and shiny. "You're not seriously considering infiltrating the North, are you?" she said. Janson leaned back in his chair in the modern kitchen, gazed out the window onto the acres of farmland that made this contemporary home feel so anachronistic. "After all these years," he said, without the hint of a smile, "do you really need to ask me that?" Although she didn't say anything, Janson knew from her expression that she did, and he understood. How could he not have anticipated her reaction? She'd changed her life in immeasurable ways. He knew that when he decided to come to her for help. Hell, he'd been the one responsible for those changes, even if she'd never know it herself. The Phoenix Foundation had remade her from a cold-blooded covert agent to a warm-hearted farmer living a peaceful existence with her mother in a quiet village, albeit a village less than a mile from one of the most dangerous places on Earth. "Why?" she said. "Why in the world would you want to cross into the North?" "I have to find someone," he said. Once Kang Jung texted him with Gregory Wyckoff's message to Sai, "Contact Yun Jin Ho, DPRK." Janson thought he'd need to start from scratch again. "Christ," he'd said to the 13-year-old through his Bluetooth, "that's going to be impossible, like finding a particular grain of sand on a 7-mile stretch of beach." His thoughts fleetingly returned to Kincaid and her two-piece on the white sands of Waikiki. "Not necessarily," the teenager said. "Think about it. The citizenry in the North aren't allowed to contact anyone outside their country. If they were to get caught, they'd spend the next decade of their life in a gulag, and they'd be condemning their family to the same fate." In other words, we can surmise that this Yun Jin Ho must have safe access to a telephone or a computer that can reach outside North Korea's borders. "Exactly," Kang Jung said. "And the only people who have such access work directly for the regime in Pyongyang." "Great," Janson said. "And Pyongyang only has a population of what, 3 million? "More like 3.5, but I might be able to get you even closer. I can hack into the North's system." "Isn't that dangerous?" "I do it all the time," she said. "Let me try to find this guy for you. I'll call you back in 1 hour, sooner if I get lucky." Before he could thank her, the line went dead in his ear. "Who?" Gina Jiun said, rising from her chair and drifting over to the refrigerator. She opened the door and pulled out a bottle of Pulmuwon spring water, twisted the cap, and put the mouth of the plastic bottle to her lips as though she was suddenly parched. "Who do you need to find in the North?" "A man named Yun Jin Ho. He works at the palace in Pyongyang." Gina Jiun stared at him in disbelief. You have no idea what you're asking. It's almost impossible to cross into the north, and even if you could, you'd never make it to the capital city, let alone the palace itself. Paul, it's a suicide mission. I have to try. Why? This Yun Jin Ho, what can he tell you? The people loyal to the regime would die before they gave you information, especially those who work directly for that madman in the palace. Did you not hear? Kim Jong-un had his own uncle killed. The great successor ordered that his uncle, his own flesh and blood, be stripped naked and thrown into a cage to be eaten alive by a pack of ravenous dogs that had been intentionally starved for days. Janson smiled. He had his uncle executed, yes, I'll give you that, but the Hong Kong paper that originally printed the story about the dogs is a rag. Even the U.S. State Department, which is apt to believe anything, thinks that the part about Jung Song-thik being eaten alive is dubious. She shook her head wildly and sat across from him again. You are splitting hairs. The manner of execution does not matter. I'm sure it mattered to Kim's uncle. This is not a time for jokes, Paul. You don't understand. The fact that we don't know the true story is at least partly the point I'm making. We know nothing about the palace. Pyongyang is an intelligence black hole. Janson was sure he'd heard the expression used in reference to North Korea before, possibly from Nam Se-hun himself, but more likely from the former director of consular operations, Derek Collins. Not quite a black hole, he said, debating how much to tell her. After 45 minutes, Janson had received a call back from Kang Jung. She'd continued searching for intel on Yun Jin Ho, and she'd found some information from an unlikely source, namely the database of South Korea's National Intelligence Service. Yun Jin Ho was actually an NIS asset being run by Nam Se-hun, but Janson couldn't risk asking Nam because he'd ultimately have to tell his old friend where he'd received the information, and he couldn't do that, or Kang Jung could wind up in a juvenile detention center or worse. Janson looked into Gina Jiun's eyes and decided he could trust her with the information, that it would never go any farther than this room. Yun Jin Ho is a spy, he told her. He's selling secrets to South Korea. I need to find him without exposing him to Pyongyang, and without alerting his handlers in Seoul. Gina Jiun gazed deeply into Janson's eyes as though she were looking directly into his soul. Paul, you have to tell me everything. If I'm going to help you, you can't leave me in the dark. What are the stakes here? Because what you're about to attempt could have lethal consequences. I need to know that this is worth the risk before I offer my help. All right, Janson said, leaning forward, setting his elbows down on the table in front of him. Here's what I know. We'll need equipment, Janson said, as he and Gina Jiun labored north against the freezing wall of wind on the open field. Remember our friend Cal Oster, the weapons dealer? Gina Jiun smiled mirthlessly. None other. Last I heard, he was working in Turkmenistan. Not anymore. He screwed over some radicalized Pakis and went into hiding. Where is he located now? Not far from here, actually. Several miles south between my village and Seoul. Janson lowered his head, hoping to hide how heavily the cold was affecting him, how he could feel it in the marrow of his bones. Gina Jiun, for the most part, appeared immune to the frigid temperatures, nearly as impervious to the Arctic winds as she had initially been to Janson's arguments for crossing into the north. There was a time, Janson recalled, not so long ago, when mundane conditions, such as inclement weather, weren't an operational factor for him either. But that was clearly no longer the case, and to Janson this subtle detraction drilled into him the fact that he was no longer young, that his days of feeling invincible were long over, that his constitution, his health, his strength, his resilience to the elements would only roll downhill from here. He wasn't old, at least in terms of his numerical age. Sure, Jessie was much younger, and while sometimes, in private, she made him feel younger, more and more often her presence in public made him feel like a fossil. Although she didn't look it, Gina Jiun was much closer to Janson in age, and for the first time he wondered if his unwillingness to settle down with Kincaid stemmed from more than simply his petrifying fear that he would lose her to violence just as he'd lost his wife, Helen, and their unborn child. Our child would have been how old now? Janson winced. For a man who didn't believe in torture, he could certainly do a number on himself every so often. He couldn't help it. Even after all this time, the irony continued to eat at him, that Helen, a free spirit, a virtual pacifist, had been taken by violence instead of him, that she, someone sympathetic to the Kagama cause, was murdered by the KLF, a group that purported to fight for the freedom and safety of their people. But the Kagama Liberation Front were terrorists, nothing more, nothing less. It was often said that one man's terrorist was another man's freedom fighter, but that was bullshit as far as Janson was concerned. Sure, there was a fine line between the two, but a line nonetheless. A line any genuine soldier would recognize. Freedom fighters didn't target civilians, didn't torture, didn't kill those who weren't trying to kill them. Stepping over that line turned any soldier into a terrorist, which was why he and everyone who worked with him were required to follow the rules, the Janson rules, the rules that drew a clear and unambiguous line in the sand. The rules were what made Janson and his people soldiers rather than mindless killing machines. Gina Jiun pointed toward the horizon. We're coming up on the Bridge of No Return. You've probably seen it portrayed in movies. James Bond is swapped for another prisoner on the bridge in the beginning of Die Another Day. The name of the bridge sounds more than a little ominous. Actually, it earned the name at the end of the Korean War. At the time, the bridge was being used solely for prisoner exchanges. Many of the North Korean soldiers held captive by the states refused to return home. The Americans gave them a choice: remain in the South or cross back over into the North. If the prisoner chose to cross the bridge, he would never be permitted to return. Janson had always been a student of history, and he knew more about Korea's sordid past than most. But this was his first sojourn into the demilitarized zone, more commonly known as the DMZ. There was more than a little irony associated with the DMZ. For one, the border was anything but demilitarized. In fact, the DMZ was the most heavily militarized border in the world. The DMZ was also widely considered the most dangerous border in the world, and for good cause. Officially, the North and the South remained at war. The Korean Armistice Agreement, signed in 1953 at the end of the Korean War, effectively concluded hostilities between the two sides by creating a mutual ceasefire. But the ceasefire was, by definition, temporary, designed to last only until a final peace settlement could be agreed upon. Of course, such a settlement had never been achieved. To this day, tensions between the governments of the North and the South not only persist, but often rise to a level that places the countries and their chief allies on the brink of another full-scale war. During Janson's tenure with the Department of State, escalation frequently seemed inevitable. and nothing had transpired since that made him feel any differently about the issue today. On the contrary, the death of Kim Jong-il and transition of power to Kim Jong-un introduced myriad unknown and potentially volatile components into the equation. Janson stared into the distance, where a thick mist rose from the ground, blotting out the first signs of life he'd noticed since leaving Gina Jiun's village. The outline of a large bus was now all that remained visible, which made Janson briefly contemplate the second irony connected with the DMZ. The second irony was, in his mind, even more absurd. Despite the fact that the DMZ remained the world's most dangerous border, the area was also a wildly popular tourist attraction among visitors to South Korea. The most celebrated spot among guests was the Joint Security Area, or JSA. Inside the JSA, tourists could visit the truce village of Panmunjom. Nowhere else in South Korea could a common Joe get so close to North Korea and North Korean soldiers without getting himself riddled with bullets. As if the driver had read his thoughts, the tour bus Janson was focused on roared to life, emitting a gray cloud of carbon monoxide that instantly blended with the fog. "The Joint Security Area," Gina Jiun said, handing Janson a pair of field glasses, "is where the current talks are being held." Through the small field glasses, Janson could just make out the main attraction of the Korean demilitarized zone, a scattering of short, stout buildings. 3 South Korean soldiers stood perfectly still in the shadows of the structures, facing their North Korean counterparts from a distance of maybe 20 or 30 yards. Both sides wore dark aviator glasses despite the incessant gray sky. All 6 men were armed. All 12 of their fists were tightly clenched as though hand-to-hand combat could break out at any given moment. Janson removed the field glasses from his eyes. "I assume you didn't bring me here to suggest that I attempt a one-man assault on the Joint Security Area." Gina Jiun shrugged. "You might as well, considering your overall odds of success. But no, I brought you here to show you the tunnel." Chapter 19. Wiam Lake, Chuncheon, Gangwon-do, South Korea. The cabin of Cal Auster's weekender was cramped, but at least it was warm. Janson sat next to Gina Jiun on one side of the long, narrow table, while the owner sat cross-legged opposite them, deftly working his Samsung Galaxy with well-calloused thumbs. "I'll be just another minute or 2, Auster assured them without looking up. He'd used the same words twice before, 25 minutes and 15 minutes ago, respectively. The hell with warmth, Janson thought, rising from the plush booth. "I need some air." He excused himself and went topside, acknowledging Auster's captain/bodyguard, who sat soundlessly in the cockpit smoking a cigarette. Janson stuffed his hands in his pockets and savored one of nature's many panoramic masterpieces. The crisp air served to sharpen his view of the mountains in the distance. The limbs of the shoreline's trees, many of which barely clung to life this time of year, seemed to be reaching out over the lake as though to rescue a drowning soul. Only in nature, Janson thought, could so little look like so much. Chuncheon, known as the City of Lakes, was the capital of Gangwon Province and a popular destination among East Asian tourists. Janson was sure the tranquility of the area appealed to the arms dealer's generous sense of irony. He was also certain that Cal Auster took refuge here only after mapping out several different routes of escape. He wondered for a moment whether any of those routes involved crossing into North Korea. Knowing what he knew of Cal Oster, the weapons dealer might already have a deal in place with Pyongyang, perhaps brokered by one of Oster's numerous contacts in Moscow. When he returned to the cabin, Janson found Cal Oster on Gina Jiun's side of the table, he leaning in with whispers, she scooting away. Janson considered whether she might have pulled away from Oster because she'd heard Janson's footsteps. Surely her hearing was better than that of Oster, who'd spent all of his adult life demonstrating the capabilities of increasingly loud and powerful firearms. "There he is," Oster rang out gregariously. He made no effort to stand, but did tuck his smartphone into the breast pocket of his sports jacket. "Paul, how long's it been?" "Not nearly long enough," Janson deadpanned. Oster cackled and slapped at the table like a raucous drunk, though Janson knew the weapons dealer's primary vice came in the form of a powder. More than a few times, Janson had heard Oster boast that he hadn't touched a drop of alcohol since he was a teenager. "Why dim your senses when you can enhance them?" he'd say. "Why use rabbit ears when you can watch life happen in HD?" "Have a seat, Paul," Oster boomed, pointing across from him. "Tell Uncle Cal what you need today. How can I make you happy?" Janson sat, doubting his decision not to return to the Embraer 650 in Seoul in order to recover what he needed. But with Khan's ops keeping eye, he knew he couldn't have risked it. He reached into his pocket and produced a wrinkled index card, slid it across the table toward Oster's tapping fingers. Cal Oster lifted the index card and held it at arm's length from his deep green eyes. Farsighted, of course, Janson thought. Spent most his life staring down distant targets. Now he's too vain to put on a pair of reading glasses. As he went over the list, Cal Oster stroked his goatee, then ran his hand over his shaven head, brows lifted in theatrical disbelief. "Wow," he said, "that's quite a Christmas list. Sure hope Santa hasn't seen you doing anything naughty in the past 12 months. He laughed at his own remark, then slowly settled himself. "It's none of my business, of course, but are you planning on storming Taiwan? I've equipped sub-Saharan despots on the eve of war with less than this." Janson sat expressionless. Best to be prepared, I figure. "Be prepared." Oster bared his teeth in a grin. "That's right. I'd almost forgotten. Paul Janson's a Boy Scout now. Or so I've heard." A long silence followed as Janson pondered how much Oster might have heard, whether the weapons dealer might know about the Phoenix Foundation. "Whatever you've heard," Janson said, eager to fill the quiet, "I'm sure it's half true and 90% false. Can we get down to business now?" Cal Oster set the index card face down on the table. Of course. He stared up at the low ceiling in thought. "How soon do you need this stuff? How soon can you get it to me? How much are you willing to pay above retail?" When Janson didn't reply, Oster added, "See, Paul, I'm like Amazon. I can offer you standard shipping for free, but that's going to take a while. If you want me to expedite, I need it today." Oster sighed dramatically, as though he were being put upon by yet another unrealistic customer. Well, that would require our super-duper special priority price. Hell, even Amazon doesn't do same day." "Sure, but Amazon's not using their drones yet." Cal Auster's face went blank, his skin paling instantaneously. The 51-year-old weapons dealer never did exhibit much of a poker face. Janson shrugged while holding Auster's gaze. "You're not the only one who has his ear to the ground, Cal. I'm sure you know that." Janson reached across the table, lifted the index card. He plucked a pen from his pocket and wrote a percentage on the back of the card, then slid the card back across the table. "That's how much I'm willing to pay, Uncle Cal." Auster glanced at the number and nodded languorously, as if he'd just stepped down from a lifelong high. Janson studied Auster's eyes in order to gauge the threat. Would Auster suddenly fly off his meds and put a knife to Gina Jiun's throat? Janson didn't think so. In a way, Cal Auster was like the regime in Pyongyang. Belligerent, yes. Batshit crazy at times, no doubt. But in the end, both Auster and the leadership in North Korea proved themselves to be rational actors, hell-bent not on creating infinite chaos, but on self-preservation. After several tense minutes that passed like hours, Cal Auster finally conjured a smile and rattled off the terms of the sale like one of his cherished automatic weapons. "Give me 4.5 hours. Cash up front, sorry, no CODs. I don't take personal checks, and I don't accept American Express. And as any good pimp will tell you, Visa is not quite everywhere you want to be. Exchanges can be made within 24 hours, but only for defective products and only for identical merchandise. Our return policy, which you'll find listed on my middle finger, is fuck you. No exceptions." He pushed himself out of the booth. "So, Mr. Janson, may I assume you won't be needing a gift receipt?" Chapter 20. Meridian International Center, Crescent Place, Northwest, Washington, D.C. Edward Clark, Under-Secretary of State and Director of Consular Operations, looked around the table at the faces of his 4 colleagues and thought, "This looks like a scene taken straight from Mobius, the Next Generation." Actually, Clark didn't mind making the comparison in his head. The Mobius program had been an unmitigated success for a long time before it became an unmitigated failure. And he didn't mind that many of the people involved in the Diophantus program had worked underneath the players connected with Mobius. Indeed, he was one of them. What caused no end of apprehension, however, was the fact that he was facing the very same antagonist as his predecessor had. But then, no one but a rogue cons ops agent with a severely misguided sense of morality could have created a crisis of the kind they now faced. So the fact that Diophantus was now in jeopardy because of the actions of Paul Janson was no coincidence. No coincidence at all. His past betrayal of consular operations was, in fact, the very reason Senator James Wyckoff of North Carolina had sought Janson's assistance in the first place. Clark made a mental note to contact Lawrence Hammond, the senator's chief of staff, immediately after the meeting to ask whether Wyckoff and his wife had received word of any further developments from Janson in South Korea. Hammond had last called Clark from Honolulu to say there had been radio silence. Clark found it odd that Janson wasn't keeping the senator in the loop, unless, of course, there had been communications and it was Larry Hammond who'd been taken out of the loop. After all, the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina trusted no one these days. Even the press was speculating about Senator Wyckoff's mental health in the wake of his son's disappearance. Another 24-hour news cycle like the last one, and the majority leader would no doubt ask Wyckoff to resign his seat for the sake of the party. Presidential primaries were around the corner, and politics always took precedence over loyalty. Clark took a sip of ice water, then topped himself off from the crystal carafe. He sat at the head of the table. To his left were Douglas Albright, director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, and Sanford Hildreth, director of the National Security Agency. On Clark's right sat Ella Kwan, deputy director of the CIA's National Clandestine Service, and her chief systems engineer, Eric Matsumura. "Let me start," Clark began, "by briefing you on the latest. We've pinpointed Paul Janson." Albright of the DIA barely let Clark finish his second sentence before cutting in. "Then I assume you won't be discussing Janson in the present tense during this meeting." Clark held up a hand. "Let's not start things this way, okay?" "We shouldn't be starting anything at this point," Albright barked. "You should have waited and called us in at the end once Janson was eliminated." "Douglas, please, please, my ass!" Albright pounded his fist against the mahogany. "I was sitting in this goddamn seat, at this goddamn table, in this goddamn room when your predecessor agreed to take Janson out. I don't need to remind anyone here about the outcome of Derek Collins's directive. If he'd succeeded, we wouldn't be sitting here right now, and I wouldn't have suffered my first goddamn heart attack a few years ago. So don't please me, Eddie. Tell me that Janson is history and that this crisis is over and done with." Ella Kwan spoke as if the previous interaction hadn't just taken place in front of her. "Where is he?" she said calmly. Clark turned to her, grateful for the interruption. "The DMZ," he said. "The demilitarized zone? This sounds serious. Do we know why he's there?" "Because he's a fucking golem," Albright cut in. "I've said it before, and I'll say it again." "What's a golem?" Kwan inquired. The NSA director, Sanford Hildreth, sighed deeply. "Ella, think Victor Frankenstein's monster." Albright smirked. "Derek Collins's monster is more like it." "Look," Clark said, trying to regain control of the room. "There's no question we've created some monsters in our day. Look at the Jason Bourne incident, for Christ's sake. But the fact of the matter is, like it or not, we need monsters. It'll be one of those very monsters who's going to clean up this mess for us tonight." "Your mess!" Albright shouted. "Let's not forget it was another of your monsters that created this mess to begin with. If Gregory Wyckoff had been eliminated..." "You want to talk about messes, Doug? Let's talk about messes." Clark rose from his chair and leaned forward with palms pressed down on the table. "The DIA is still under investigation for things you've done at Guantanamo, forcing detainees to watch gay pornography, draping them in the Israeli flag, humiliating them using female interrogators, drugging them like lab rats." Albright cocked his head. "So now you're a bleeding heart, concerned with our treatment of terrorists? Let me tell you something, Eddie. I don't give a fuck about the terrorists, Doug, and you damn well know it. My point is that you got caught, that you turned good policy into an international debate that's irreparably damaged the moral standing of this country." Kwan shook her head. "Edward, there's really no need for this." "No need for this? This coming from a company woman? While we're on the subject of messes, let's chat about the scorching heat your agency has come under. Spying on Congress? Not just on Congress, but on the Senate Intelligence Committee, the very legislative body that's charged with overseeing and regulating all of us." Quietly, Sanford Hildreth said, Let's get back to the matter at hand, shall we? Sure, we shall, Clark said to the NSA director. But first, let's take a gander at NSA. You may well be sitting in the greatest mess in the history of intelligence. Just about every fucking American citizen thinks he's being listened in on, thanks to you. Little Sally's afraid to make a 10-minute call to Aunt Susie about Uncle Harry's prostate cancer, thanks to you. And why? Because some pimple-faced schmuck, some goddamn 29-year-old civilian, skipped out of Honolulu and went straight to Hong Kong and Moscow with the entirety of our nation's secrets. Talk about messes. At least our operation is at risk from Paul Janson. He may well be a monster of our own creation, but he is a monster. Janson's a Black Ops Superman. Your entire agency ate shit from a 90-pound computer geek named Edward fucking Snowden. Clark gazed at his colleagues' forlorn faces, satisfied that he'd finally gotten that rant out of his system. Holding in your temper, as he had been doing for the past few days, wasn't healthy. Now let Albright scoff all he wants. At least the dirty laundry at Khan's Ops doesn't get aired in public. Clark sat, brushed some imaginary lint from his suit jacket. He needed sleep. That's what he needed. Real sleep. 4 or 5 hours of continuous sleep in a bed. And he could use a decent meal. Not pub food, and certainly not takeout. He needed a home-cooked meal, the kind his first wife used to make. Hell, even his second wife could whip up a batch of spaghetti and meatballs. But this one? Fuck. He was lucky if she could find the number to call and order a pizza delivery. Who am I kidding? It's all a matter of trade-offs, and not just with women, with everything. Life's just one big series of trade-offs. All right, he said. Now we can return to our mutual problem. From here on out, however, there will be no pointing fingers. I'm the one who took the bull by the horns to make Diophantus a reality. No one else. So if there happens to be a pile of bullshit in the pen, I'll clean it up. But until then, I don't want to hear about how badly it stinks. Are we understood? All 4 of them nodded, even Albright. Good, Clark said. Now I'll tell you what I know about Paul Janson and what I intend to do about him. He took a swallow of water. As I was saying before, we've pinpointed his location to the DMZ, specifically to Daiseongdong, otherwise known as Freedom Village. He turned to Quan. Ella, earlier you asked why he's there and insinuated that Janson's presence at the DMZ means that he knows exactly what we're doing. That's a reckless jump we needn't make just yet. Quan frowned. You're suggesting Janson's in the Korean demilitarized zone to sightsee? I have a former operative living in Daiseongdong. Her name is Gina Jiun. Janson knew her, and knew her well. He may well be in the DMZ, seeking her help. Then whatever information Janson does have at this point is spreading, Quan said, as is our exposure. Not necessarily. When I say Janson knew her well, I mean it in the biblical sense. Forgive me, Ella, for my crudeness, but for all we know, Janson may have headed to Daiseongdong just to get his dick wet. I find that hard to believe. With all due respect, Ella, I don't expect you to understand, because you don't have a dick. I won't dignify that with a response. One way or the other, Albright chirped in. We don't know, so I think it's smart to assume the worst. Clark nodded. I fully agree. Which is why no one who has had substantial contact with Paul Janson over the past 48 hours will be around after the next 48. Sanford Hildreth leaned forward. And this is something we can be assured of? Clark turned to the NSA director. "Sandy, I'm sure that regardless of who I decide to call first with the news, you and your agency will be the first to learn the outcome of tonight's operation." Albright said, "What about Kincaid and the Wyckoff kid?" "Both as good as gone." "Perhaps then," Kwan said, "we should move on to the business of reunification." She turned to her chief systems engineer, who placed an open folder in front of her. "As designed, I've been briefing the White House about the situation for the past several weeks." Clark nodded. "What's been the president's reaction?" "Disbelief at first, followed by reluctant acceptance." She flipped a page in her folder, but didn't look down. "The president is concerned about the potential costs of reunification. He wants the South to avoid escalation, no matter what political price the Blue House has to pay. The president prefers that the next administration deal with reunification rather than his." Of course, Clark thought. That's all U.S. politicians are good for these days. Kicking the can down the road. Albright spoke up. "The White House understands that we're looking at a hard landing?" The so-called hard landing referred to the chain of events that could potentially result from a sudden, rather than gradual, collapse of the North Korean regime, a scenario that could conceivably create an unprecedented humanitarian crisis in which the South and the United States would face massive rebellion and unrest, not to mention mass migration. "I've pressed the possibility upon them," Kwan said, "but I've had to be subtle. There are some smart people in the Oval Office these days. If someone suspected we were so much as trifling with the situation, let alone directing it, it would lead to an investigation." "I assume we're all right with the legislative branch," Albright said. Kwan came as close as she ever did to smiling. "Congress has its head up its own ass as usual. They're far more concerned with whether they are being spied upon than they are about foreign intelligence." She turned to Clark. "The scandal you mentioned is a blessing in disguise for Diophantus. The Intelligence Committee is preoccupied with what's going on in Langley, and we all know the current Congress can't walk and chew gum at the same time." Clark turned to Albright. "And the Defense Department?" Albright smirked. "Most of the department is excited about the possibility of a hard landing. No one's happy with the slash in defense spending. Half of them would rather remain in Afghanistan and return to Iraq. Korean reunification will give them ammunition to call for new spending. Most of the department's chomping at the bit." Clark looked to Sanford Hildreth. "Sandy?" The NSA director shrugged. "Anything to move us away from the fucking surveillance debate will make us happy at NSA. Hell, we'd take another Cuban Missile Crisis just now, if we could get our hands on one." Chapter 21. Janson figured he needed a solid 4 hours of sleep, so he set the alarm on his BlackBerry for 3 a.m. sharp. He placed the phone on the nightstand next to the utilitarian double bed in Gina Jiun's second-floor guest room and kicked off his shoes before lying down fully clothed and staring up at the dark ceiling in thought. When the alarm woke him, he'd gather his things and head north to the tunnel. The tunnel wasn't his first choice for crossing into the north, but Gina Jiun had assured him it was his best chance at success. Personally, Janson had preferred the idea of entering North Korea through Kaesong in North Hwanghae province. The city of nearly 200,000 was the site of the Kaesong Industrial Complex, a joint north-south venture just north of the DMZ and one of only 2 locations in the DPRK accessible from the south. Built a decade ago, the 800-acre complex represented part of South Korea's experimental sunshine policy, a reaching out, in this case through economic exchange, to their neighbor in the hope of advancing reform and appeasing the irascible regime in the north. Janson had hoped to find one of the 1,000 South Koreans employed at the Kaesong Industrial Complex and cut him a deal similar to the one he'd cut with Silent Lynx in Shanghai. He'd pay the employee a large enough sum of money that the man would never have to return to work and could retire to a third, more desirable country. But Gina Ji-eun convinced Janson that the plan would never work. In addition to the 1,000 South Koreans employed at the complex were nearly 50,000 North Koreans, most of whom remained loyal to the Pyongyang regime. Besides, she'd said, security procedures at the industrial complex were no less stringent than those at a supermax prison in the United States. In the darkness of the guest room, Janson closed his eyes and envisioned the tunnel. 30 years ago, a joint South Korean-U.S. investigation team assigned to the DMZ tripped a North Korean booby trap, which killed one American and wounded several others. The incident led to the discovery of an infiltration tunnel running under the demilitarized zone. A year later, a second infiltration tunnel was discovered. Confronted with the discoveries, North Korea initially denied building the tunnels. Following a close inspection, which revealed drill marks for dynamite clearly pointing toward the south, the DPRK insisted that the tunnels were dug for coal mining, despite the fact that none of the discovered tunnels contained any coal. Officially, the South had discovered 4 such incursion tunnels. But as Gina Ji-eun explained, the actual number was closer to 20. There are 17 more that I know of, she'd said. Their discoveries were never made known to the public, partly because South Korea doesn't want to show their entire hand, and partly because the Blue House didn't want to antagonize the palace while the Sunshine Policy was in effect. Some people believe that there are another 6 or so tunnels that have yet to be discovered. But if the North dug these tunnels and the South knows about them, Janson had argued, surely they're guarded heavily on both sides. True, Gina Ji-eun had told him, but the North are not aware of the tunnels dug by the South. Many were started, but only one such tunnel was ever completed. For years it has been used by South Korean fugitives attempting to flee the country. And you know its precise location. I do, she'd said. The tunnel is guarded by no one on either side. But be warned, it is short and narrow and absolute hell to pass through. 20 minutes later, Janson was dreaming of Kabul, of walking alone along the rugged mountain terrain in the darkness. Alone? Where were his men? He'd lived this dream more times than he could count, and his men had always been with him. Where were they now? Was this not a dream at all? Was he walking north across the expanse of the Korean demilitarized zone, heading for the incursion tunnel dug by the South? Confusion as dense as an autumn fog enveloped him. Janson wasn't in a dream at all. As far as he knew, he'd never even thought it was a dream. He heard the crackling of a small rock tumbling down the hillside from his right. He spun and reached for his weapon, but the men were already upon him, circling him with raised Kalashnikov assault rifles, AK-47s from another era, shouting at him to get face down on the ground, to spread his arms and legs like an eagle. But the men weren't speaking Korean. They were speaking a language Janson knew too well. Pashto? As the men swarmed in on his prostrate figure, he lifted his head as high as he could and saw the stone-cold, bearded faces of the Taliban. Breathing rapidly, Janson shot up in the bed in Gina Jiun's guest room, drenched in a cold sweat. As his breathing became even and his pulse slowed to near normal, he listened to the nothingness of the house. He was thirsty, but didn't want to creep downstairs at the risk of waking Gina's mother. But no, that wasn't right. When they'd returned from the meeting with Cal Oster in Chuncheon, Gina had informed him that she'd be taking her mother to Seoul for the night for an early appointment with her mother's cardiologist the next morning. He was welcome to stay and rest before he left for the tunnel. A creak downstairs made him recall the crackling of the lone rock rolling down the hillside. The sound shouldn't have been there, not in his nightmare where he was alone, and not now while he was alone in the house. Maybe Gina Jiun had dropped her mother off at her hotel in Seoul and returned home? By the time he finished the thought, Janson was already out of the bed and in his shoes, searching the room for items that could be turned into improvised weapons. Unfortunately, the room was Spartan. He'd left his equipment, even his go bag, in the barn out of respect for Gina's mother. Now he wished he'd held on to his go bag. Gina's mother would never have known what was in it. But then it was Gina's suggestion, no, her request, that he leave all weapons outside the house. Something in his chest sank like a stone, but he quickly pushed it aside and readied himself for whatever was to come. First, he considered escape routes. The ground below the window in his room would be covered, as would all easily identifiable points of ingress and egress. And if Gina Jiun had indeed betrayed him, the intruders would know the layout of the entire house. They'd know precisely which room he was in, which he could make work to his advantage. Janson opened the door an inch or so, sneaked a look out into the hall, and listened. As far as he could tell, whoever had entered the house had not yet made it up to the second floor. Perhaps Janson had yelled when he was startled awake. If so, he'd inadvertently bought himself some time. He eyed the door across the hallway. Gina's bedroom? Yes, he remembered Gina saying that her mother slept in the lone bedroom on the first floor so that she didn't have to deal with the stairs. Janson darted across the hall without making a sound. Gina Jiun's bedroom looked nothing like the guest room. All the furniture was made of strong, dark wood, expensive, but nothing frilly. The bedding was black, as were the curtains that covered the wide windows, nothing particularly feminine, arranged in the Japanese tradition of feng shui, if he wasn't mistaken. As he searched for makeshift weapons, he heard the creak of one of the lower stairs leading up to the second floor. No time. The intruder was on his way. Probably intruders, plural. If Khan's ops was coming for him, they'd come heavy and they'd come prepared. They knew what Janson was capable of. Sources inside Khan's ops told him that operatives and officials alike still referred to him as the machine. Janson stood next to the doorframe with his back pressed against the wall. He'd closed the door to the guest room, but left Gina Jiun's door ajar, not just in the hope of duping the intruder, but so that he could see and hear what was happening on the rest of the floor. Light footfalls in the mouth of the hallway caused the hair on his arms to stand up straight as nails, but with the fear came the adrenaline. His head instantly cleared. He relaxed his fingers even as the rest of the muscles in his body tensed. He flashed on Cal Oster, saying, "Be prepared," saw the monstrous grin on his face. "That's right, Paul Janson's a Boy Scout now. Or so I've heard." Could it have been Oster who set him up? Could it even be Oster's man who'd come to eliminate him? Maybe the captain/bodyguard back on Oster's boat? Oster had felt threatened when Janson mentioned the drones. Could he have felt threatened enough to kill Janson? What was the arms dealer whispering in Gina's ear when Janson stepped back into the cabin after taking some fresh air upstairs? Would Cal Auster have come himself? No, Janson thought, not in a million years. Someone's on the other side of this wall. He could sense a presence, almost smell the predator's scent like highly attuned prey. He lowered his center of gravity, turned the hunter into the hunted. The muzzle of a Beretta came into view, sent into the bedroom as though it were a scout. What it was a mistake. Janson waited until he could see the pale finger held against the trigger, then he reached out and gripped the barrel of the weapon. First, he thrust the gun up and away so that it wasn't pointed at him. Then, he twisted the barrel with every bit of strength he had in his right hand, twisted it brutally until he heard the gunman's finger break, snap like a decrepit piece of wood, inside the Beretta's trigger guard. With his left hand, he chopped at the gunman's throat, silencing the yelp of pain resulting from the broken finger before it reached the killer's lips. He followed with a powerful palm to the nose, pushing up and inward toward the brain. Blood from the gunman's shattered nose spurted onto Gina Gion's immaculate hardwood floor. Janson yanked the assassin into the room and thrust him up against the wall Janson had been leaning against 20 seconds earlier. He pressed his left forearm hard against the gunman's throat. "How many?" Janson breathed. "Fuck you," the gunman croaked. In the inky blackness of Gina Gion's bedroom, Janson recognized the voice before he recognized the face. His eyes widened in disbelief, widened in anger, worst of all, widened in betrayal. He knew this man, not just from consular operations, but from the Phoenix Foundation. Phoenix had been infiltrated. "You went back to them," Janson spat, but even as he said it, he knew it wasn't true, just wishful thinking. The man he was looking at wasn't merely an ungrateful or unsuccessful Phoenix graduate. Janson's initial presumption had been correct. His had been an outright betrayal. "No, you didn't, did you, you son of a bitch? You had never left them." Janson brimmed with fury. So many questions, so much to sort through, so many lies. But now wasn't the time. Janson leaned into Heath Manningham's face. "I will break you into so many pieces. Clark will think I shoved a pipe bomb down your throat. Now come clean. How many inside? How many out?" The young Londoner attempted a smile as crimson leaked out from between his teeth. "You think it will matter?" he said with the slightest of British accents. "You think you'll walk away from this house alive? Are you really ready to die for those bastards?" Janson hissed. "Weren't you?" Trembling, Manningham met Janson's gaze. "God knows you were willing to kill for them. It's the life we chose, isn't it? You know better than anyone, Machine. You can't just walk away." "I did walk away," Janson growled, "and I thought I'd helped you do the same." "Walked away, did you?" Manningham said, managing to steady his voice. "You're still trying to sell that heap of shit to yourself, are you? Tell me, how many have you done since you walked away?" "I have rules." "Right, the rules. Kill only those who try to kill us. Guess I qualify then, don't I, mate? Why don't you feed me the bullet, sitting in that chamber, and drop the bloody curtain on this charade?" Chapter 22. Kong Jung was just about to log off her computer. It was late, and even Lord Wicked needed her beauty sleep, from time to time. As she backed up her systems to an anonymous server in Estonia, she heard the landline ring in her mother's bedroom. It was unusual for her mother to receive a call so late. She didn't receive many calls at all. So Kang Jung went to her wall, placed her water glass against her ear, and listened. Her mother sounded upset, but Kang Jung couldn't make out what she was saying. Almost immediately after she last heard her mother speak, Jung's door flew open. She dropped her glass to the floor, and it shattered to pieces as she turned to find her mother standing slumped over in the doorframe. Her mother's eyes appeared red and puffy, but they didn't so much as twitch toward the fallen water glass. "I have to go out," her mother said in Korean. "I am afraid it is your grandfather." "Grandfather?" "He is at the hospital. He was apparently having chest pains. Luckily, his neighbor found him and called an ambulance." Kang Jung felt her features crumple with worry. Grandfather was one of the few people in this world whom she adored. She'd feared something like this ever since his wife died of complications from a stroke 9 months ago. Kang Jung was not nearly as fond of the woman who had replaced her grandmother 6 years earlier, but she knew grandfather had loved the woman and was suffering greatly over her loss. Suffering, perhaps, more over the loss of his second wife than he had over his first. "I want to come with you to see grandfather," she heard herself saying. It wasn't true, however. Kang Jung didn't deal well with death. She accepted it as a fact of life, but she didn't dare watch people suffer. She didn't go to hospitals, she didn't attend funerals or memorial services, no matter how much she cared for the person who died. She wanted to remember her few loved ones as they were, healthy and alive. Maybe it was selfish to avoid hospitals. But as far as funerals and memorial services went, who but the survivors, most of whom she didn't care about, would know? "You stay here," her mother said. "It is a school night. You need to sleep. Keep your phone near your bed and leave your ringer on. If things look bad, I will call you, and you can take a taxi to the hospital. I will leave money on the kitchen table." She almost refused the money, but then remembered. Her personal wealth wasn't something she could ever explain. To anyone, really, and certainly not her mother. "Thank you, Mother," was all she could manage. Then her door closed, and her mother was gone. It wasn't until after her mother left that she found it strange that a neighbor would have discovered grandfather. Like her, grandfather kept largely to himself. He often told her he had no friends in his apartment building, and he wanted none. Had he really stepped out into his hallway and called for help instead of dialing for the ambulance himself? Maybe people behaved differently at death's door. She thought not. She left her room and stepped into her mother's. She picked up the landline to see the name of the neighbor who had just called. Oddly, the listing was restricted. No name, no telephone number, and certainly no address. She thought of phoning Paul Janson. "He would think I am just another silly kid with an unruly imagination." She admired the American too much to allow him to think such a thing. Janson didn't know whether he had an additional 2 or 3 minutes, so he decided to forego the air choke and applied a blood choke instead. He spun Heath Manningham around and took him to the floor while hooking the bend of his right arm around Manningham's neck. He clasped his hands together and exerted intense pressure with his biceps and forearms on both sides of Manningham's carotid artery, cutting off oxygen-rich blood to the brain. In 11 seconds, the double-dealing Phoenix graduate was out cold. Janson checked the spy's pulse, then rose and exited Gina Jiun's bedroom. With Manningham's .45 Beretta in hand, Janson quickly cleared the guest room and headed downstairs. Although Manningham wouldn't talk, Janson was sure there would be more agents outside. He stayed clear of all windows, since his would-be assassins could well be snipers. He couldn't rule out their taking over one of the neighboring houses or barns as a staging area. If Gina Jiun was involved, even more of a likelihood now that he knew about Manningham. Setting up snipers' nests around the house would have been easy as cake. Gina Jiun. It butchered him to learn he'd been betrayed by Heath Manningham, but if he was to discover he'd been double-crossed by Gina Jiun, it might be more than he could take. Her treachery could well spell the end of the Phoenix Foundation. Janson couldn't lie to himself, couldn't pretend that it might be for the best. He was too invested in Phoenix and too proud of what he'd accomplished. He didn't believe in signs or a god that worked in mysterious ways, at least in Manningham's case, and who knew how many others he'd failed extraordinarily by any measure. He and his team did their due diligence on Manningham, yet Edward Clark and consular operations had outsmarted him. Janson would never again underestimate state, and he would never again question whether Khan's ops was an adversary or an ally. He only hoped it wasn't too late, for him or for Kincaid. She was right all along. He grinned despite the grave situation. If we both survive this, I'm never going to hear the end of it. With the fingers on his left hand, he cautiously parted the blinds in the living room. The Jiun farm had a good deal of property, but several neighboring houses and barns remained within sniper range. Ducking low, he crossed under the large bay window and entered the kitchen. Dare he? Go big or go home, he thought, as he scanned the room in which he'd eaten dinner with Gina Jiun and her mother just hours earlier. After eyeing a block of cutlery, he opened several drawers and cabinets as quickly and as quietly as he could. In one of the drawers, he found a pristine set of silverware. In another, a number of towels, hand and dish, and a couple of washcloths. He was surprised to find a bread box, less surprised to find it stocked with bread. In the cabinets, the usual things: dishes, glasses, canned and dry goods, and spices galore. Nothing called out to him as a viable alternative to his original idea. In the end, there was no debate to be had. He would do what had to be done. All intelligent people are lonely, Kang Jung told herself as she sat on her bed. We live in our heads. As she surveyed her room in the faint light, locking briefly on her iMac, her MacBook Air, her iPad and her iPad Mini, her iPod and her iPhone, the irony wasn't lost on her. She was so connected that she was disconnected. Kang Jung had hardly any life at all. Lord Wicked was world-renowned. As a criminal, she thought sadly. Oh, how to escape this wasteful melancholy. She was worried for grandfather, that was all. When you loved so few, you loved those few so deeply. She trudged into the kitchen in her oversized pajamas. The linoleum was cold, almost cold enough to make her run back to her bedroom to fetch her slippers. But she'd be in and out. All she wanted was something to drink. Opening the refrigerator door, she started at a light rap on the front door. Janson? No, Janson didn't know that her mother had left. He'd have texted her, not just dropped in unannounced. Besides, he was in the DMZ preparing to cross the border into North Korea. He wasn't in Seoul making social calls. The phone call her mother received earlier continued to nibble around the edges of her thoughts. Something about the call wasn't right. Grandfather wouldn't have stumbled into the hallway seeking help if he was having chest pains. Even if it was an emergency, Grandfather was still Grandfather, as obstinate and self-reliant as ever. Despite his age, he'd retained all of his mental faculties. If he'd been experiencing chest pains, he would have picked up the phone and called for an ambulance himself. Another rap at the front door, this one more insistent. She eyed the ottoman in the living room. She could drag it in front of the door and peek through the peephole. But what if Whoever is standing on the other side has a gun. A moment later, it didn't matter. The man or woman on the other side of the door had stopped waiting for her to answer and started working the lock with a key or some other device. She had only seconds to think. Nowhere to run to, nowhere to hide. She was trapped like a rat in a cage, and whoever stood on the other side of the door would not be standing there for long. The deadbolt was unlocked. The doorknob began to turn. Chapter 23. Seconds before the explosion lit the night sky over Freedom Village, Janson pitched Heath Manningham's unconscious form from the window of Gina Jiun's second-floor guest room. He then hastened across the hall, lowered his head, and sprinted toward the mattress propped up against the window. He struck the mattress and grabbed hold of its sides just as he heard the pop of the exploding .45. As the bullet ignited the gas he'd leaked from the stove, he rode the mattress spread-eagled in a free fall until it struck the hard ground. When it did, Janson felt as though he'd just been smacked in the chest with a baseball bat. Every last breath of air had been knocked out of him. He waited a moment before attempting a deep breath, hoping he hadn't broken a rib and punctured a lung. Once he'd convinced himself that wasn't the case, he rolled off the mattress, scrambled to his feet, and in a dash headed straight for the barn. His entire plan was a gamble. He'd rolled the dice, counting on the razor-slim possibility that Gina Jiun hadn't betrayed him. If she had, he'd likely be running into an ambush as he made for his go-bag. Even if Manningham's plunge and the subsequent explosion had created enough of a diversion to lure the agents away from the barn, he still intended to move forward with the plan that Gina Jiun herself had devised. Janson would snatch his go-bag and race north for the tunnel. If his means of crossing into the north had been given up by Gina Jiun, he was a dead man. Even if he somehow managed to escape this initial attempt on his life. He entered the barn cautiously, found no one. The purchases he'd made from Cal Auster in Chuncheon appeared intact. The lion's share would have to remain behind. He could only carry so much. He ran the zipper across the go-bag to make sure he wasn't strapping a bomb to his back. Then he closed the bag and raced out of the barn, away from Gina Jiun's property into total darkness, heading north. Kang Jung retreated to her bedroom, her sanctuary, Lord Wicked's lair. She scanned her possessions for something she could use to defend herself against the intruder. Damn, why do they have to make electronics so small these days? She might have had a chance with one of those bulky computer towers that housed her first hard drive, but what the hell could she do with a MacBook Air? Impress her attacker with its advanced video editing features? No, she thought, but I can create a live feed at a private web address and send the link to Janson. It probably wouldn't prevent the intruder from killing her, but at least then the tall, dark, and handsome American could avenge her death. She slammed her bedroom door, turned the lock, and pushed her small armoire in front of the door. It wouldn't stop the intruder, but it would hopefully buy her time. As he scurried north toward the tunnel, Paul Janson felt a light vibration against his outer thigh. He didn't want to stop, didn't want to sacrifice his momentum or his adrenaline. But it could be Kincaid. She could be in trouble, and Janson couldn't risk ignoring the call. He stopped dead in his tracks, dropped to the ground, and removed the BlackBerry from his pocket. It wasn't a call at all. It was a text message from Kang Jung. There were no words, just an odd link consisting of 9 numbers and ending with .kr, the 2 letters appended to all South Korean domains. Don't click it, he thought, hearing Morton's voice in his head. Don't click anything, ever. One fucking click on an unknown, or worse yet, disguised link, and you can inadvertently end the world as we know it. Janson pictured Kang Jung's inexpressive face, heard her soft voice saying, "There's nothing out there for me." Could someone have gotten to her? Christ, she'd been the one who set up his meeting with Psy via an internet relay chat. Janson had involved her in this. He alone was responsible for her safety. "Don't do it!" Morton shrieked in his head. "Don't fucking do it!" Janson clicked on the link in Kang Jung's text and found what appeared to be a live feed from a young girl's bedroom, though not your typical young girl's bedroom. Stuffed animals and eerily lifelike dolls rested among a small fortune's worth of state-of-the-art technology. In fact, were it not for the plush toys and figurines, what Janson saw could well have been a feed from an underground Apple store. On the walls were posters. Albert Einstein sticking his tongue out, Carl Sagan staring off into the cosmos, Neil deGrasse Tyson eating a yodel. That answers my earlier question. There was no doubt in his mind that this was Kang Jung's bedroom back in the Chonghua apartments in Itaewon. Janson fought off a wave of panic. Once he'd established that he was looking at Kang Jung's bedroom, his first thought was that she'd been kidnapped. From the BlackBerry's tiny speaker, he could hear the rattling of a doorknob. At first, he saw no door in the frame, then realized that a white wooden armoire was pressed against the door, concealing it, and a pang of fear clutched at his chest again. He punched up the volume and watched the scene unfold, helpless to do anything from 35 miles away in the demilitarized zone. Kang Jung started at the first pound on the door. Taking a deep breath for strength, she leaned over and peered into the eye of the MacBook's webcam. "I know you can't get here in time," she said, attempting to maintain a courageous calm but failing phenomenally. "And that's okay." She flinched at another strike on the other side of her door. She turned and noticed that the armoire had shifted. She spun and spoke to the camera, annoyed because everything that came into her head sounded so damn melodramatic. "I ask of you only one thing," she finally went with. "If I am killed tonight, avenge me." She opened her desk drawer and withdrew an antique letter opener she'd bought at a flea market. The seller had told her it was used by an American general during the Korean War. She'd known the seller was full of shit, but she'd bought it anyway because the seller had been a 16-year-old boy, and he'd been cute, even if he had been a complete dullard. Kang Jung held the letter opener out like a sword, then turned it in her hand so that the blade was pointing down. It reminded her of the deranged man dressed like his mother in the shower scene from Psycho. The sound of a female voice emanating from the other side of the door surprised her. The woman spoke with an Eastern European accent. "Jung," the voice said, "I just want to talk to you for a moment, honey. There's a very bad man on the loose, a killer. And we know you've been communicating with him. I just need to ask you a few questions, and then I'll leave, I promise. I'm not here to hurt you, dear." Kang Jung gripped the letter opener and wondered if the female was the only one out there. If so, maybe Kang Jung could take her. The girls in school used to mess with her. Until 2 summers ago, when she learned Taekwondo and returned to school and kicked some major mean girl ass. She grinned. This woman on the other side of the door clearly didn't know who she was fucking with. Not Kang Jung, the socially insecure computer geek. Here in her room, surrounded by her computers, "You stepped onto my turf, bitch," she transmogrified into Lord Wicked. Janson, too, was surprised to hear a female voice emanating from the opposite side of Jung's door. But it didn't diminish his fear. If anything, hearing that female voice amplified his alarm for the teenage girl who'd so selflessly assisted him. If his instincts were correct, and they usually were about things like this, on the other side of the door stood the woman who had followed his taxi from Seoul Station. And if so, her sweet voice was no more authentic than the gold Rolex watch a young man tried to sell him a few months ago in Shanghai. If this woman was working with Khan's ops, no matter what her background, she'd invariably be a heartless killer. On his tiny screen, the armoire began to slide. Kang Jung stood just to the side of the camera, carrying what looked to be a small knife, but was more likely something as simple as a paperweight or letter opener. What could Janson do? He quickly ran through his options. The police would never make it in time. Even if they did, they would be walking into a slaughter. Most of the force wasn't even armed. Kincaid and her new friend Park Kwan remained in southern Seoul searching for Gregory Wyckoff, even if they could cross the Han River in time. As much as he'd like to tell himself differently, their mission to locate the senator's son was the more important one. Kang Jung's life was at stake, but so were the lives of countless others. That left Nam Se-hun.
I was finally able to gain access to the boys' computers, Nam Se-hun had said. As you suggested might be the case, the hard drives have been wiped.
Janson had cursed.
Not so fast, Paul. Remember, I am not a man without resources. I've had one of my trusted allies in the Cyber Intelligence Unit take a look at these hard drives. He was able to identify one of the individuals whom Gregory Wyckoff communicated with online via an IRC. It just so happens that the kid he chatted with is being watched vigorously.
Sigh, Janson thought. The National Intelligence Service was listening in on, or reading, as the case may be, Psy's internet relay chats. That's how they found Kang Jung. She'd arranged the meeting with Psy using an IRC. On screen, a young woman materialized. He couldn't be sure, but Janson thought that she indeed looked like the woman in the dark SM-5 who had followed his taxi out of Seoul Station. Christ, Janson thought. It was neither Gina Jiun nor Cal Oster who had betrayed him. The treachery had come from one of Janson's oldest and closest friends, Nam Se-hun. Chapter 24. Nika Vlasic looked upon Kang Jung and saw a girl not much older than Nika was when she opened the vein in her right wrist. This girl looked nothing like she had. She was clean, she was dressed in fresh pajamas, she was surrounded by thousands of dollars of technology that would help her to learn and go to college and succeed in the world without killing. The little bitch. This girl wasn't the product of ethnic cleansing. She wasn't violated when she was 9. She didn't become pregnant by rape at age 12, wasn't forced by the man who'd raped her to undergo an abortion in a burned-out factory. Nika grinned as she stared at the letter opener the girl held in her fist. Then she looked squarely into the girl's eyes and began to swell with anger at the resentment this child harbored for her.
What the fuck did I ever do to you, kid? I told you, I only came here to talk.
Nika ignored the threat from the letter opener and advanced, though she wasn't going for Kang Jung as the girl probably thought. She went for the girl's mobile phone instead. Quickly, she scrolled through the call log. No calls in the past half hour. Good. Even though a couple of agents were posted downstairs to delay or divert the cops, Nika didn't want to deal with making a hasty escape from a high-rise apartment building. The girl attempted to shuffle by her, but Nika snatched the collar of her pajamas and in one fluid movement tossed her onto the bed. As Nika drew near to her, the girl lashed out with the letter opener. Swing and a miss. Nika grabbed the girl's right wrist and twisted it until the letter opener clanged to the floor. "Why so hostile?" Nika said evenly. "What do you want from me?" the girl cried. "Where is the American?" "Which American?" Nika smiled, glanced down at the girl's right wrist, which she continued to hold in her grip. Just as Nika suspected, this young girl had never attempted to kill herself. How nice that must be. She'd probably never been raped, either. Probably she was still a virgin, the little bitch. "If you want to live," Nika said calmly, "do not play games with me." She twisted the girl's wrist again. "Understand?" The girl yelped, but nodded. Tears spilled freely from her eyes. "Now tell me," Nika said, "what is the American doing in the demilitarized zone?" Janson froze. If Kang Jung told her what she knew about Diophantus and the Wikipedia entry and the South Korean spy Yoon Jin-ho in Pyongyang, the operative would be left with no choice but to kill her. And if Kang Jung revealed what Janson was doing, crossing into the DPRK to locate the South Korean spy, his mission was over. Nam Se-hun would never allow Janson to get near Pyongyang. He'd start a war with the North if he had to. Kang Jung's only chance was to remain silent. On his screen, Kang Jung spoke so softly he could barely hear her, even in the quiet of the pitch-black field. "The American told me that the hive mind sent him there. He went to see a hacker named Sai at the university. I don't know exactly who or what he was after, but Sai told him he'd find it in a secret hive mind facility in the DMZ. Amazing, Janson thought. Even better than keeping silent, Kang Jung had fed the operative a plausible lie. Unless they've already gotten to Sai. Then the woman would know Jung was lying, and it would cost the girl her life. "This facility," the woman said, pulling at her own jacket sleeve as she hovered over Kang Jung on the bed. "Is that where Gregory Wyckoff is being hidden?" Kang Jung shook her head slowly. "I swear to you, I don't know. The American gave me only the information I needed to help him connect with Sai and what? And help him locate the facility." "And you did this?" "Yes." "Where is it?" the woman hissed. "About 40 kilometers north of Seoul. There's a castle that looks as though it belongs to a fairy princess." The woman sneered. "You're fucking with me, kid." She gripped Kang Jung by the throat. "I assure you, fucking with me is not a good idea." "No, I'm not," Kang Jung rasped. "I swear, you can look the castle up yourself on my computer. The facility's in the basement of the castle at Everland Resort." "Everland Resort." The woman loosened her grip. Janson watched in amazement at the girl's brisk thinking in the face of peril as Kang Jung drew a desperate breath and said, "It's a water park." Kang Jung slowly sat up on the bed as the dangerous woman stepped over to use her laptop computer. The woman unwittingly stared directly into the camera. Kang Jung suppressed a satisfied grin. "Now he knows your face, bitch." She wriggled her butt toward the right side of her bed, keeping her eyes locked on the woman. Technology had made everything smaller, too small to be made into weapons, but it had also transformed all her devices into wireless creatures that once or twice a day needed to be charged. So as not to lose any, Kang Jung assiduously kept all the wires and adapters in one drawer, in her nightstand, on the right side of her bed. The woman glanced over but said nothing. Kang Jung could see that she'd pulled Everland Resort up on the screen. The woman was staring at the fairy princess's castle. "You're not making this shit up, are you, kid?" "No," Kang Jung said. "Several of the hive mind are teenagers who work at the park. That's how they gain access to the castle any time they want." The woman nodded, as if to say, "Makes sense." Her eyes remained glued to the monitor. Kang Jung reached behind her and with a pinky surreptitiously opened the tiny, soundless drawer. She reached her slender hand inside and pulled out the first wire she touched. It felt magnificently familiar, of course. It was the USB cord she used to connect her laptop to her printer when the Wi-Fi connection was down. With her hands tucked behind her, she wound each end around one of her wrists to ascertain the size of the cord. Briefly, she wondered if she'd have entertained such a devious thought had the intrigue surrounding the American translator's murder not come directly to her door. Well, it did come to my door, didn't it? She glanced back at her nightstand, unwound one end of the USB, and snatched the TV remote control next to her lamp. She placed the remote in her lap on the bed and wound the USB around her wrist again, this time with both hands out in front of her. She drew a deep breath, stabbed at the power button on the remote. The television across the room blinked to life. On the screen, several scantily clad women danced vigorously to ear-splitting K-pop. The woman immediately spun toward the television. When she did, Kang Jung launched herself from the bed. Swinging the USB cord around the woman's neck, Kang Jung clung to the woman's back for her life. Beneath her, the woman bucked like a mechanical bull, trying to throw her off, but Kang Jung only tightened the cord around her throat, wrapped her strong legs around the woman's waist, and rode her harder. As the woman thrashed from one side of the room to the other, Kang Jung swung her head in the direction of the camera. Madly determined, but still terribly frightened, at the top of her lungs, she bellowed 5 blissfully histrionic words. "If I die, avenge me!" Chapter 25. Unidentified Tunnel. Demilitarized Zone, DMZ, South Korea. "I've lived through worse." That would be the best Paul Janson could say to Kincaid if he made it out of the tunnel alive. Even that would be a stretch. Hell, the smell alone was nearly enough to overwhelm him. Since he'd returned to the United States following his 18-month captivity in Kabul, Janson had masked his feelings of claustrophobia. A master at disguising his fears, Janson found that hiding his panic in tight places was one of the most challenging obstacles in his everyday life. True, the Embraer 650 was convenient, maybe even necessary, for carrying out his work in connection with Cat's Paw and thus the Phoenix Foundation. But the whole of it was that he couldn't board a commercial airliner for any substantial length of time, even if he tried. First class was tolerable for a time. After a few hours, he'd break out in a chilled sweat and have to throw off his seatbelt and pace up and down the aisles. Coach was almost a physical impossibility for even the briefest of flights. He could barely survive a jaunt from Dulles to LaGuardia these days. As he crawled along the dirt, the ceiling appeared to be falling in on him. It wasn't a cave-in, he knew, but a symptom of his claustrophobia. He stopped, maneuvered himself as best he could to dip into his go-bag, and plucked out a canteen for a slug of water. The machine. He smirked. If only that were true, life would undoubtedly be much easier. Some people, like Kincaid, wore their hearts on their sleeves. But Janson never had. Janson dealt with his emotions internally, no matter how brightly they burned. Perhaps that was why Janson had so much trouble achieving closure. The bombing that killed Helen and his unborn child in Caligo, the betrayal of his superior, Alan Demarest, in Afghanistan, these events haunted Janson with such a ferocity it felt as though time had frozen. They were wounds he knew would never heal. Paul Janson was no machine. He'd never been one. He simply lived in his head, shielded himself from friends and lovers every bit as much as he shielded himself from his enemies, because as hard and cold as people thought he was, past pains simply ran too deep. "There's nothing out there for me," Kang Jung had said. Even though he traveled the world and pushed himself into people's lives to atone for the sins in his past, Janson often felt the same way. In the blackness, he smiled sadly. He could still hardly believe what he'd seen on his BlackBerry only an hour ago. When Kang Jung attacked the woman in her room, he was sure the fight would end with the teenager dead. Instead, Kang Jung effectively applied an air choke, though she probably didn't even know its proper name. Using the USB cord, Kang Jung had executed the choke with rare precision. No doubt a result of her knowledge of anatomy rather than any specific training, she'd used the USB to cut off the air flowing to the woman's heart and lungs by closing off her windpipe. It took the girl a full 3 minutes, during which she was nearly thrown from the woman's back several times. But in the end, Kang Jung brought down her prey like a professional. Hooking her legs around the woman's waist and keeping her face out of clawing range had saved Kang Jung's life and nearly ended that of the assassin. In fact, Janson hadn't been sure the woman was still alive until Kang Jung, wiping sweat from her forehead, leaned over and checked the woman's pulse. "Unconscious," she'd said into the camera to her audience of one. "But her heart's still beating. What do I do now?" Janson had immediately called Kang Jung's cell phone. When she picked up, he told her that she'd need to get to safety because there were no doubt agents who would come upstairs after a certain amount of time. "You can't use the door downstairs," Janson had told her, "because they'll find you. Do you have any neighbors with firearms?" "I'm in Seoul, not Arlington, Texas." "Well, do you have any neighbors who you can completely trust?" "Not with my life," she'd said. "People can't be counted on for anything." She paused. "But wait, I do have the perfect hiding spot." Janson didn't like the idea until he heard it in full. Then he urged her to get there and fast. "Bring your phone, but remove the battery, just in case they have a lock on you. Only put the battery back in the phone for 60 seconds so that you can check for a text message from either me or my partner, Kincaid, letting you know how we're going to get you out of there." "All right," she'd said. "And Jung," he paused, "you did one hell of a job." "Thank you." "Think nothing of it," she'd said, and then she was gone. Janson had called Kincaid on Park Kwan's phone and directed her to the apartment in which Kang Jung was hiding. "How can she be absolutely certain it's empty?" Kincaid asked. "Jung has hidden cameras placed all over the apartment. The images go straight to her iPad mini, which she has with her." "Cameras?" Kincaid said. "Why would she have hidden cameras stashed in her neighbor's apartment?" "Because she's not just a hacker extraordinaire and world-renowned internet villain. She's also a bit of a vigilante. She'd hacked this guy's computer and found kiddie porn. She thinks he might be an online predator, so she's keeping an eye on him. The guy went away on vacation with one of his buddies." He hesitated as he thought about the implications. "In Thailand." "The capital of sex tourism," Kincaid said. "Wonderful. It's something that can be dealt with later. Right now, I need you to collect Kang Jung and get her somewhere safe." In the tunnel, Janson continued through the stench, stopping every so often to retch. In addition to feeling as though the walls were closing in on him, he'd encountered all sorts of underground creatures in the past few hours. Rats, cockroaches, things he couldn't even name. All this to get to the most inhospitable country on Earth. All this to, in all likelihood, get myself captured or killed. Janson considered the latter preferable to the former. There was no way he could do time in a North Korean gulag. He'd spend his days and nights praying, begging for death, provoking his guards to the point where they would have no choice but to put a bullet in the back of his skull. He couldn't live through another period like the one he'd lived through in Kabul. He steered his mind away from thoughts of gulags and thought instead of the history that created this hellish hole in the planet. The demilitarized zone, a strip of land 160 miles long and 2.5 miles wide, slashed the Korean peninsula in half and served as a buffer between the North and the South. Lined on both sides with electrified fences, landmines, tank traps, and armies in full battle readiness, the DMZ was the most heavily fortified border the world had ever known. In short, it was a powder keg just waiting to explode. Over the past 60 years, since the end of the 3-year Korean War, there had been numerous incidents and incursions that could very well have erupted into another full-scale war. In the 60s, skirmishes claimed the lives of nearly 1,000 soldiers. The fatalities split almost evenly between the two sides. In the 70s, it was discovered that the North Koreans were planning an invasion through a series of infiltration tunnels. The invasion, had the tunnels not been discovered, would have included tanks and tens of thousands of troops. Peace talks had been consistently unsuccessful. The South demanded of the North reforms that would inevitably collapse the illusions constructed by the Kim regime in order to keep control of its people. The North, for their part, needed all kinds of assistance and would gladly take, but give nothing in return. Even in the face of a terrible famine that took millions of lives, the North remained belligerent, continuing its quest for nuclear weapons. Missile tests moved forward even as economic sanctions led to complete isolation and near collapse. Meanwhile, the North took umbrage at U.S.-South Korean joint military exercises and consistently attacked unpopulated areas south of the DMZ in a futile attempt to stop them. The collapse of the North Korean regime seemed inevitable, even to its closest ally, China. Yet no one seemed to be doing much to prepare. Even South Korean politicians were reluctant to discuss reunification, relentlessly avoiding questions from the international media, wholly ignoring the issue during their campaigns, merely touching on the sacrifices that would have to be made if the Korean peninsula became whole again in their inauguration speeches. The adrenaline from the attack at Freedom Village had finally subsided. Exhaustion was setting in. At any moment now, any one of his limbs could give out. Short of breath, he feared he'd run out of air. Anxiety gnawed at him from within. Still, Janson pushed on. Given the events of the past few days, he wasn't certain of much. Especially whom he could and couldn't trust. Yet his instincts convinced him of one thing. He could be sure that if he did die in this tunnel, he would be dying for a good and noble cause. That, in itself, was enough to drive Janson forward.
What the hell do you mean you don't know where he is?
Edward Clark couldn't believe what he was hearing. On the other end of the line, Vic Pawar became silent, save for his heavy breathing.
That wasn't a rhetorical question,
Clark shouted. He reminded himself he'd have to be cautious with Vic Pawar. Pawar was Clark's representative in Korea. He was the only agent who knew the details of Diophantus, the only agent who could single-handedly make or break the operation. I told you what I know, sir. Once Manningham entered the home, we maintained radio silence as per our orders. I was positioned in a neighboring structure, watching Trotter's window through the scope of my sniper rifle. After nearly 15 minutes, I saw movement at the window, but I couldn't make out who it was, so I didn't have a clean shot. Next thing I know, Manningham takes a header out the window. He jumped? I don't know, sir. That was my first belief, because seconds later the house exploded. But the way Manningham fell, he must have been unconscious. It was just a 2-story drop, but he landed as though he'd just jumped off the top of the Empire State Building. You think Trotter did him? He was the only one in the house, sir. Clark nearly slammed the handset against his desk, but held back, gritting his teeth in the kind of frustration that causes cancer. What happened after the explosion? Where was Trotter? Are you certain he wasn't in the house? I'm fairly sure he made it out, sir. A mattress was found on the ground on the east side of the house. It was in fair condition, which means it wasn't blown through the window from the force of the explosion. More likely, Trotter used it to jump to safety moments before the house went up in flames. Son of a bitch. Sandy's right. Janson is a fucking golem. Clark bit down on his thumbnail, a habit he'd abandoned years ago. And we have no intelligence on where he's headed. None whatsoever, sir. Without another word, Edward Clark clicked over to the line holding Max Kolovos. Where were we? He said. Sir, I had just told you that I found Nika in the girl's bedroom. It appeared that she had been strangled. I felt for a pulse and determined she was alive, so I removed her to an empty stairwell where I performed CPR. She eventually came to, but she's still out of it. Is she with you? No, she's with the agent supplied by the little man. Nam Se-hun, the little prick. If he hadn't helped Janson lose his tail after Seoul Station, Janson would already be dead. But no, Nam had to keep up appearances. Now, Nam Se-hun had led his agent to an apartment in Itaewon to get her ass kicked by a pint-sized ninja with Mark Zuckerberg's computer skills. And the girl, Clark said, you have no idea where she is. We've combed the entire area, sir. There's no sign of her. It's as though she's a ghost. A ghost. This is the kind of shit I have to deal with. Well, Max, I'll let you in on a little secret. She's not a fucking ghost. She's a little girl. Now find her. Yes, sir. Clark was about to hang up when he recalled something Max had told him before he'd taken the call from Vic Pawar. Wait a minute. You mentioned something earlier about the girl's laptop. You said it was powered on and there was a web address still in the browser? That's right, sir. The page was for a place called Everland Resort. It's apparently a water park, roughly 40 clicks north of Seoul. North? Yes, sir. That may be just the break we've been looking for. Keep searching for the girl. I'll contact the little man and see if Nika's come around. If so, maybe she can tell us why she was surfing the net, exploring water parks when she was supposed to be interrogating a goddamn grade schooler. Chapter 26. National Intelligence Service Headquarters, Negok-dong, Seocho-gu, Seoul. Nam Se-hun arrived at his office before dawn, which wasn't entirely unusual. To his colleagues, he seemed to be in a dark mood, which wasn't entirely unusual either. From all outward appearances, in fact, there was nothing particularly unusual about Nam Se-hun this morning. Inside, however, he stood on the brink of fury like never before.
How could the Americans have been so stupid?
Even if no one else in Washington did, Edward Clark knew the stakes of this operation. Yet over the past 72 hours, there had been one colossal mistake after another. First, the U.S. envoy inadvertently allows the translator, Linnell Yee, to overhear a sensitive discussion concerning Diophantus. Once Clark assured Nam that the translator would be taken care of, Nam had been ready to put the matter aside. But no. It turns out that the translator's live-in boyfriend is not only the son of a sitting U.S. senator, but an activist whose primary mission is to capture and disseminate state secrets. Fine, Nam had thought then. It could still be cleaned up. But then the assassin Clark sends manages to eliminate the translator but allows the boyfriend, the true danger in all of this, to escape. And Nam still had not received a plausible explanation for this. A cons ops agent who can't handle 2 adolescents in a tiny Hanok? Nam wished he could know what transpired in that room, but he'd probably never be given the full story. No matter, Clark had pledged. The boy would be found and filleted before he could do any damage. But then the boy vanishes into the ether. And who but Paul Janson is called upon by the senator to locate his son? Still, Nam Se-hun had figured, because of his long relationship with Janson, he could maintain some control of the situation. And sure enough, Janson contacted Nam and arranged a face-to-face meeting immediately upon his arrival in Seoul. All Clark had to do was find the boy, and Janson's visit would have been for naught. In the meantime, of course, Nam had to keep up appearances. He couldn't simply refuse Janson's request for assistance, and he couldn't botch things to a degree that would give his participation away. Paul Janson was a brilliant spy. He'd know instantly if Nam Se-hun attempted to sabotage his mission right from the start. Then Nam bore witness to another flurry of Clark's missteps. A botched attempt on Janson's partner, the female sniper Jessica Kincaid, and still Clark's people couldn't find the boy. What incompetency! Yet on whom does Edward Clark place the blame? Squarely on the shoulders of Nam Se-hun. And for what? For assisting Janson with a Cold War maneuver to escape his shadow. When Janson requested this simple favor, what was Nam Se-hun expected to say? "Sorry, Paul, but I'm short-staffed. All my men have come down with the flu." Preposterous. But no, Clark had something more sinister in mind. Clark thought Nam should have ordered one of his men to kill Janson, to put a bullet in him in the rear of one of the taxis. Even more preposterous. This chaos wasn't of Nam's creation. It belonged fully to the Americans. Why should Nam order the execution of his old friend, a man he'd broken bread with more times than he could count? If Clark wanted Janson dead, let him do the deed himself, the coward. Nam Se-hun had already been forced into a number of shameful undertakings. The one he regretted most was giving up the young girl Kang Jung. He'd made Clark guarantee that no harm would come to her, but Clark's word was good for nothing. Even when it came to matters of life and death, from the beginning, Nam had known that he could only trust Clark insofar as their country's interests coincided. Nam sighed. At this point, he knew Paul Janson, a man he often thought of as a surrogate son, would have to die, and Nam would deeply regret the loss to be sure. But the fact was, the future of the Korean peninsula was at stake. So if Paul and a 13-year-old girl had to be sacrificed, so be it. Many, many more lives would be lost before all this was over. None, however, would die in vain. Nam would make damn sure of that. He opened a secure line and dialed Edward Clark in Washington. "Have you located Janson?" Nam said. "Not yet. After the explosion, my people scoured Daeseong-dong. We're now watching our former operative Gina Jiun in the unlikely case that Janson makes contact." "Unlikely case? You had said they were lovers." "Right, but Janson may believe that Gina Jiun betrayed him." Clark told Nam about the mother's medical appointment in Seoul. Good, Nam thought, with no small measure of relief. Better Janson believe he's been betrayed by Gina Jiun than believe he's been betrayed by me. He shuddered to think of what Janson would do to him if he discovered Nam's treachery. "What of the Korean girl in Itaewon?" Nam said. Clark hesitated. "We haven't found her either." Again, Nam felt relieved. As he waited for Clark to continue, the director coughed loudly in his ear. "You are vile," Nam thought. When Clark spoke again, his voice was tired, resigned. "I'm afraid I have some more bad news, but first some good news. As you know, we recovered the girl's laptop computer." "Go on," Nam prodded. "The last page opened was a website for Everland Resort, a water—" "I know the place." "Right. Well, the female operative we sent in to extract information says the girl gave up the location of Gregory Wyckoff. She claims that a facility at the water park is being used as a headquarters for the hive mind, and the hive mind is hiding Wyckoff there. That may be the dumbest thing I ever heard." "Well, I sent 2 of my people." "Then bring them back. It's a waste of precious resources. It is simply not true. The girl lied to your operative. This 13-year-old not only defeated your agent in combat, she outsmarted her too. And you as well, evidently." Nam could hear Clark breathing heavily, reining in his famous temper. "Fine," Clark finally said. "Anyway, the other bad news is that this young lady visited a Wikipedia page recently as well." "So?" "The Wikipedia entry was for Diophantus." A full minute of silence passed. Nam was the first to speak. "If Janson and his researchers are using Wikipedia to discover the meaning behind Diophantus, then they don't have any hard information, at least not yet. Unfortunately, that's not so." "What do you mean?" "Apparently, the Wyckoff kid is even cleverer than we thought. He left a message behind on the Wikipedia entry. Not in full view, it was hidden, but apparently the young girl figured it out." Nam felt as though a spider were crawling up his esophagus. "What is this message, Clark?" "We don't really know what it means," he said, "but it reads, 'Contact Yun Jin Ho, DPRK.'" The spider reached the back of Nam's tongue, and he nearly gagged. "Are you all right?" Nam didn't respond. His spy, Yun Jin Ho, was in no way connected to Diophantus. At least, in no way that Nam was aware of. But then, why had the boy sent such a message? Nam stared at the phone on his desk. He was helpless to contact Yun Jin Ho. The spy wasn't scheduled to make another dead drop for 90 days. Suddenly he was struck by a bolt of panic. "Is Yun Jin Ho still under my control?" "Does that name mean anything to you?" Clark pressed. I will have to look into it and get back to you. Nam was about to hang up the handset when he heard Clark call out, "There's one more thing you need to know about." More? Nam just wanted to get off this damn phone and clear his throat with a drink of ice water. "What is it, Clark?" "We discovered one last thing on the girl's computer." "Let me guess," Nam said. "Is it a photo of you and me fishing on the Potomac in a boat named Diophantus?" "It may as well be." Nam suddenly felt lightheaded. The girl sent a link to a live feed capturing what was happening in her bedroom when our agent entered and interrogated her. We presume the link was sent to Janson. Nam thought about it. Janson knows they discovered Kang Jung. There was only one way that Khan's ops could have discovered that the girl was helping Janson. Through Nam Se-hun himself, who received the information from his cyber intelligence unit, which was monitoring Psy's internet relay chats. Something I boasted about to Janson. Nam's lightheadedness gave way to raw ire. "Find Janson!" he yelled into the phone. "Find him now, Clark! Find the machine before he comes for me!" Chapter 27. Northern side of the demilitarized zone, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK. Janson emerged from the hole just before dawn, his arms and legs caked with mud, his face as black as the tunnel walls. Though he could barely see through the heavy fog, he was grateful just for the clean breaths he could take as he belly-crawled on his elbows through the dampened, overgrown grass. Rising slowly from his hands and knees, he discovered that every inch of his body ached. His head was as heavy as a truck. He needed sleep, but this was no place to rest. If he were seen, he'd be shot on sight, or worse, delivered to a labor camp from which he'd never be released. And here, deep in the DMZ, he couldn't rule out the risk of setting his head down on a landmine. Rest would have to wait. Though moving forward wouldn't be much safer. He could stumble over a tripwire rigged with explosives. Enveloped in the opaque mist, Janson could walk directly into an electrified fence and not know it until his flesh started to sizzle. A copse of trees stood roughly 100 yards away to his left. A bullet fired from a sniper's nest could rip through his throat at any moment. Undoubtedly, he was in far more danger now than he had been immediately following the shots that killed Silent Lynx at the construction site in Shanghai. Because now, without question, Janson was behind enemy lines. He crept low, moved as quickly as possible while keeping his eyes peeled for booby traps. The fog made that challenge exceedingly difficult, but he took some comfort in the fact that if he couldn't see a few feet in front of his face, North Korean soldiers couldn't spot him either, especially from any significant distance. To snipers, he'd be all but invisible, a ghost. Surely not the only ghost plodding through the high grass of the Korean demilitarized zone, he thought. Unfortunately, the fog also prevented Janson from seeing where he was going, and with frigid winds blowing in from Siberia, he had to navigate through thread-like slits instead of wide-open eyes. He only needed to walk a straight line, but even that was a test in this weather. He gritted his teeth. His blackened face was already frozen. He'd have to take precautions against frostbite. Frostbite led to amputations, not only of fingers and toes, but also of ears and noses. He tugged on his ski cap, tucked his face into his black North Face coat, and moved forward. His destination was the reunification highway, otherwise known as the Pyongyang-Kaesong Motorway. The distance from the DMZ to the capital city was roughly 215 clicks, or 133 miles. Much too far to walk, of course. Janson needed a vehicle. Once he obtained one, then he'd begin worrying about the numerous checkpoints and tank traps along the multiple-lane highway. Then, he promised himself, not a moment before. A sound in the distance caused Janson to drop flat on his stomach. He listened. The noise resembled the hum of an engine. Janson knew he wasn't yet close enough to the highway to hear its traffic, which meant that the engine he heard undoubtedly belonged to a military vehicle on patrol. He inched forward and continued to listen. The vehicle was moving east to west at no more than 10 or 15 miles per hour. Janson mused that its presence was as close as he'd ever come to describing something as a blessing in disguise. He lifted his field glasses and spotted the vehicle just as it rolled to a stop. From Janson's vantage point, it appeared to be a Jeep, military green and as old as the DMZ itself. He couldn't be sure, but he thought he could make out at least 2 soldiers inside. At least I'm not too close to a cluster of landmines, Janson thought. Unless even North Korean soldiers were occasionally caught by surprise. Certainly a possibility given what little he, or anyone else for that matter, knew about the country. Pyongyang is an intelligence black hole, Gina Ji-eun had told him. Through his field glasses, Janson watched the soldiers exit the jeep on either side. Each of the men carried what appeared to be a Chinese-manufactured AK-47. The fact that he could make out the weapons meant the fog was beginning to lift. For better or worse, it meant that Janson would have to work even faster than he'd anticipated. He reached for his go-bag. Silently, he assembled his M110. He set himself, then peered through the scope. Instantly, he spotted one of the soldiers standing casually behind the jeep. He quickly scanned the area for the second. The second man was no longer visible. Where did you go? Why the hell would you wander off? Before he finished the thought, Janson's instincts kicked in. He realized he'd been spotted. Maintaining a tight grip on his rifle, he rolled fast to his left, just as thick patches of dirt and grass began kicking up all around him. The crackling of the AK-47 resonated in his chest. Ignoring the universal pain in his body, Janson pushed himself to his feet and started running, stealing a look back to try to determine from which directions, plural now, he was being fired upon. In a serpentine pattern, he crossed the stretch of open land, heading south and slightly east toward the copse of trees. Following a few agonized seconds of internal debate, he'd decided that heading back toward the tunnel was suicide, even if his being spotted was just a stroke of poor luck and his point of ingress into the north hadn't been compromised. That tunnel, Janson intuited, was far less likely to serve as his means of escape than as his grave. As he ran, Janson had no hope of consciously avoiding booby traps. Each time his combat boots hit the ground, he risked detonating a landmine. Every time he lifted a boot to move forward, he gambled his life on there not being a tripwire set directly in his path. The soldiers' shots were wild. A half-dozen or so buzzed by within a few feet of him, but most of the bullets came nowhere close. Janson felt fortunate that the fog hadn't lifted altogether. The mist made him an elusive target. Not quite a ghost anymore, he imagined as he ran, but still more difficult to trace than an ordinary man. Once Janson had moved far enough away, the shots became fewer and farther between. He slowed as he considered dropping into the tall grass and spinning around, setting his rifle and waiting for one of the soldiers to step into his sights. But then he heard the engine of the jeep roar to life. He took off again. When he reached the tree line, Janson experienced a small measure of relief. Although he wasn't by any means safe, the trees would at least help slow the soldiers down and hopefully help level the playing field. As he checked his magazine, Janson surveyed the area beyond the southern tree line. He was surprised to find just how close he was to the border. In the distance, he could make out a tall metal fence topped with rings of barbed wire. Shit! A shot from the soldier's assault rifle struck the bark of a tree just a few yards away. Janson immediately slipped out of his go-bag, dropped the M110, and collected his Beretta. He fired once through the fog in the general direction of the soldiers, then bolted for the electrified fence on the border. The grass surrounding the fence was waist-high on both sides. Janson fired several shots from staggered positions, then dove for cover behind a thick tree stump roughly halfway between the fence and the forest. Over the next several minutes, the air above his head grew still and silent as the soldiers searched for their quarry. Turn the hunter into the hunted, he thought, breathing heavily, the predator into the prey. Strangely, the silence remained absolute. Janson stifled a cough in his throat. The dead air of the tunnel still lay at the bottom of his lungs like a fungus. Come on. Give me a sound, any sound, so I know where you are. Still, nothing but silence, save for his steadying breaths. Patience, Janson thought. Patience. In the cold, wet grass, he waited. Chapter 28. Outside 322 Sewol Ro, Yongsan-gu, Seoul. From the street, Sinbei watched the American woman escort the girl into the opulent lobby of the Grand Hyatt, Seoul. From his pocket, he extracted his phone. He would need to contact Ping for information on the hotel. In the meantime, however, Sinbei couldn't remain outside, exposed, so he headed for the pretentious apartment building looming across the roadway. The girl's name, he'd been told, was Kang Jung. She was 13 years old, as fresh-faced and beautiful as his sister Su Ra had been at that age. Su Ra, all those years ago. Sinbei profoundly regretted what would have to be done to the girl. And he couldn't help but accept the fact that her blood would be on his hands, in more ways than one. Had he succeeded in eliminating Gregory Wyckoff when he did the interpreter at the Sophia guest house, this child would never have become involved. She should not be here, Sinbei thought with a touch of sadness. This girl should be at her school. Thinking of her, he flashed on the labor camp in which he'd been imprisoned as a child. At Yuduk, Sinbei and Su-ra had attended a school nothing like the one in which they'd studied in Pyongyang. At Yuduk, the teachers behaved viciously. Fellow students fell out of their chairs from hunger. Some children went mad right before his eyes. He often looked around the cramped classroom in terror. Dirt clung to every child's hair, and fleas covered their bodies. There was no soap and little water at Yuduk. Everyone was weak. All but a few were missing teeth. After a half-day in school, under the constant threat of violence from armed guards, Sinbei chopped wood, hauled logs, grew corn, and pulled weeds, while his sister Su-ra worked from afternoon till evening in a dilapidated sweatshop on the opposite end of the camp. Everyone at Yuduk was forced to work, even the too old and the too young. For many, labor quietly became a death sentence. But Sinbei was strong. He could handle the work. He could handle the constant berating from teachers, even the occasional beating. He could handle the appalling conditions. What he could not handle was being separated all but 1 hour a day from his sister, Surah. Sinbei waited outside the apartment building for only a few minutes before a young man, exiting, held the door open for Sinbei to come in from the cold. Inside, Sinbei immediately took the stairwell up. When he reached the top floor, the 11th, he peered through the narrow vertical window set in the dark red steel door. It was just after 7 a.m., and many of the young professionals who inhabited the building were leaving for work. From the stairwell, Sinbei watched the hallway to see which flat on the south side of the building, the side facing the Grand Hyatt, would be vacated first. 10 minutes later, a young couple stepped out of their apartment and locked the door. Sinbei waited until the elevator doors met, then entered the hall. As he neared the couple's door, the bark of a small dog caused him to hesitate. He did not wish to kill the dog, but he also knew he would not be able to concentrate if he had to listen to the canine scratching and yapping from behind a closed bedroom door. He listened carefully. After several seconds, he determined that the barking was emanating from the apartment on the opposite side of the hall. He continued on, removing the lockpick from his pocket. Sinbei stepped into apartment 11E and locked the door, then headed straight for the picture window facing the hotel. He pushed aside the lavish curtain, removed a small pair of binoculars from inside his jacket, and focused on the sidewalk in front of the lobby. As he watched the sidewalk, he made his call to Ping in Shanghai. A few minutes later, when he spotted the back of the man's head, he thought he was imagining things. He looked again, focusing on the round, bald spot at the top, what the Americans called a silver dollar, and watched as the man twisted his plump neck to inspect his surroundings. As implausible as it seemed, now there was no doubt. The middle-aged man was the same paunchy Korean whom Jessica Kincaid had danced with at the club the night before last, the man who had distracted Sinbei from his mission, the man who'd allowed Kincaid to escape Sinbei's grasp in the coat room of the Tea-Lounge nightclub. This was the man truly responsible for the involvement of the teenage girl who reminded Sinbei so much of his sister, Surah. The girl Sinbei was now under orders to kill. He closed his eyes. Something akin to anger rose in Sinbei's chest as he set down the binoculars to contemplate his next steps. The rap at the hotel room door startled Kincaid as she stepped out of the bathroom. She promptly shook it off, realizing that it must be Park Kwan on the other side of the door. After peeking through the peephole, she undid the chain, unlocked the deadbolt, and opened the door. Park Kwan stepped past her with a smile on his face.
"I may have a lead on the boy," he said.
"What kind of lead?" she said. "How strong? How reliable?"
He grinned confidently. "As reliable as facial recognition software."
Kincaid's eyes widened in horror. "You didn't speak to anyone at your department, did you? I told you specifically—"
No.
Park Kwan lifted his palm in a defensive gesture that left Kincaid feeling guilty for pouncing on him.
"This has nothing to do with the South Korean government at all. This is a private enterprise."
Kang Jung, who'd been sitting at the room's lone desk, leafing through the hotel's in-room dining menu, swiveled around to face them. "The International Finance Center Mall?" she exclaimed. Park Kwan nodded in the girl's direction.
"Precisely."
"But," Kang Jung said, abruptly rising from her chair, "the kiosks at the mall only estimate an individual's age and gender. The mall sees nearly 2 million shoppers every month, and most of them are probably around Gregory Wyckoff's age. How could that possibly help us?" Park Kwan's grin broadened. "The software is somewhat more sophisticated than the mall's owners and the system's creators would have you believe." He turned to Kincaid. "See, South Korea's privacy laws prohibit companies from collecting personal information from customers without their consent. Legally, they cannot admit to recording and storing customers' images. But as a practical matter, Big Brother is watching," Kang Jung said with a sour expression. "Those bastards. When I get to a computer, I am immediately going to hack into their system and—" "Wait, young lady," Park Kwan said, raising his palm again. "Let's not lose sight of what is important at this moment. We need to find the boy. More than privacy may be at stake here. Given what we already know, this entire city may be at risk." Kincaid said, "Tell us what you've discovered." Park Kwan cleared his throat and adopted a more serious, more professional tone. "Jung is right. The idea behind the mall's facial recognition software is to estimate a customer's age and gender in order to permit advertisers to tailor their interactive ads. But as I mentioned, the software actually goes much further than that. It is a secret very few people know." "How did you get so lucky?" He blushed ever so slightly. "I have a lady friend who works at the conglomerate that makes the software. She knew I was looking to retire from the police department, so she offered to recommend me for a job in their security division." He sighed. "I passed the interview process as well as the background check and drug tests. But, and looking back, I suppose this shouldn't have surprised me. The company has prospective employees followed by in-house investigators to determine what their private lives are like before the final hire. Like any organization that hires employees who will handle sensitive material, this company wants to make certain that their candidates are not potential targets for blackmail, that they are not in the kind of debt that would motivate them to sell confidential information to competitors or the media. In my case," he continued solemnly, "they discovered that I drank, and they feared that my intoxication would lead me to divulge trade secrets." He cocked his head to one side, then the other. "Which I suppose I am doing now as we speak." He shrugged his wide shoulders. "Well, the joke is on them, because at the moment I am as sober as a stone." "But if you were not hired," Kang Jung began. Park Kwan turned to her with a sheepish expression. "My lady friend, she too partakes in the spirits, if you will." "All right," Kincaid said, anxious now for Park Kwan to get to the crux. "When did the software pick up Gregory Wyckoff at the mall?" "The morning he went missing." "Jeez Louise," Kincaid burst out. "That doesn't help us. He could be anywhere by now." "Please, Louise," Park Kwan shot back. "Wait until I am finished." He exhaled audibly, then sucked in his gut and puffed out his chest. "It is not the fact that his face was captured that is important. It is what he was captured doing that is vital." Kang Jung stepped forward, her voice quiet and contemplative. "He stole something, didn't he?" "Correct, young lady," Park Kwan said. "He swiped a smartphone from the purse of a cashier at one of the mall's accessory kiosks. She thought she simply misplaced the phone and has not yet contacted the carrier. So I am having the signal triangulated. We should have news of his whereabouts, or at least the direction in which he is traveling, shortly." "And a record of who he called," Kang Jung said, almost to herself. "Maybe even which websites he visited.
In the heart of the dragon, a tale untold, a skyward resolve, a legacy bold, a blade so long with purpose clear, pointing skyward without fear. Through wind and sky its edge gleams bright, carrying the dragon's might. Skyward resolve in steel's embrace, a symbol of strength in every trace. From earth to heavens it shall rise, carrying dreams beyond the skies.
Chapter 28. Outside 322 Sowol Ro, Yongsan-gu, Seoul. From the street, Sinbei watched the American woman escort the girl into the opulent lobby of the Grand Hyatt, Seoul. From his pocket, he extracted his phone. He would need to contact Ping for information on the hotel. In the meantime, however, Sinbei couldn't remain outside, exposed, so he headed for the pretentious apartment building looming across the roadway. The girl's name, he'd been told, was Kang Jung. She was 13 years old, as fresh-faced and beautiful as his sister Su Ra had been at that age. Su Ra, all those years ago. Sinbei profoundly regretted what would have to be done to the girl. And he couldn't help but accept the fact that her blood would be on his hands, in more ways than one. Had he succeeded in eliminating Gregory Wyckoff when he did the interpreter at the Sophia guest house, this child would never have become involved. She should not be here, Sinbei thought with a touch of sadness. This girl should be at her school. Thinking of her, he flashed on the labor camp in which he'd been imprisoned as a child. At Yuduk, Sinbei and Su-ra had attended a school nothing like the one in which they'd studied in Pyongyang. At Yuduk, the teachers behaved viciously. Fellow students fell out of their chairs from hunger. Some children went mad right before his eyes. He often looked around the cramped classroom in terror. Dirt clung to every child's hair, and fleas covered their bodies. There was no soap and little water at Yuduk. Everyone was weak. All but a few were missing teeth. After a half-day in school, under the constant threat of violence from armed guards, Sinbei chopped wood, hauled logs, grew corn, and pulled weeds, while his sister Su-ra worked from afternoon till evening in a dilapidated sweatshop on the opposite end of the camp. Everyone at Yuduk was forced to work, even the too old and the too young. For many, labor quietly became a death sentence. But Sinbei was strong. He could handle the work. He could handle the constant berating from teachers, even the occasional beating. He could handle the appalling conditions. What he could not handle was being separated all but 1 hour a day from his sister, Su-ra. Sinbei waited outside the apartment building for only a few minutes before a young man, exiting, held the door open for Sinbei to come in from the cold. Inside, Sinbei immediately took the stairwell up. When he reached the top floor, the 11th, he peered through the narrow vertical window set in the dark red steel door. It was just after 7 a.m., and many of the young professionals who inhabited the building were leaving for work. From the stairwell, Sinbei watched the hallway to see which flat on the south side of the building, the side facing the Grand Hyatt, would be vacated first. 10 minutes later, a young couple stepped out of their apartment and locked the door. Sinbei waited until the elevator doors met, then entered the hall. As he neared the couple's door, the bark of a small dog caused him to hesitate. He did not wish to kill the dog, but he also knew he would not be able to concentrate if he had to listen to the canine scratching and yapping from behind a closed bedroom door. He listened carefully. After several seconds, he determined that the barking was emanating from the apartment on the opposite side of the hall. He continued on, removing the lockpick from his pocket. Sinbei stepped into apartment 11E and locked the door, then headed straight for the picture window facing the hotel. He pushed aside the lavish curtain, removed a small pair of binoculars from inside his jacket, and focused on the sidewalk in front of the lobby. As he watched the sidewalk, he made his call to Ping in Shanghai. A few minutes later, when he spotted the back of the man's head, he thought he was imagining things. He looked again, focusing on the round, bald spot at the top, what the Americans called a silver dollar, and watched as the man twisted his plump neck to inspect his surroundings. As implausible as it seemed, now there was no doubt. The middle-aged man was the same paunchy Korean whom Jessica Kincaid had danced with at the club the night before last, the man who had distracted Sinbei from his mission, the man who'd allowed Kincaid to escape Sinbei's grasp in the coat room of the Tea-Lounge nightclub. This was the man truly responsible for the involvement of the teenage girl who reminded Sinbei so much of his sister, Sura. The girl Sinbei was now under orders to kill. He closed his eyes. Something akin to anger rose in Sinbei's chest as he set down the binoculars to contemplate his next steps. The rap at the hotel room door startled Kincaid as she stepped out of the bathroom. She promptly shook it off, realizing that it must be Park Kwan on the other side of the door. After peeking through the peephole, she undid the chain, unlocked the deadbolt, and opened the door. Park Kwan stepped past her with a smile on his face.
"I may have a lead on the boy," he said.
"What kind of lead?" she said. "How strong? How reliable?"
He grinned confidently. "As reliable as facial recognition software."
Kincaid's eyes widened in horror. "You didn't speak to anyone at your department, did you? I told you specifically—"
No.
Park Kwan lifted his palm in a defensive gesture that left Kincaid feeling guilty for pouncing on him.
"This has nothing to do with the South Korean government at all. This is a private enterprise."
Kang Jung, who'd been sitting at the room's lone desk, leafing through the hotel's in-room dining menu, swiveled around to face them. "The International Finance Center Mall?" she exclaimed. Park Kwan nodded in the girl's direction.
"Precisely."
"But," Kang Jung said, abruptly rising from her chair, "the kiosks at the mall only estimate an individual's age and gender. The mall sees nearly 2 million shoppers every month, and most of them are probably around Gregory Wyckoff's age. How could that possibly help us?" Park Kwan's grin broadened.
"The software is somewhat more sophisticated than the mall's owners and the system's creators would have you believe."
He turned to Kincaid.
"See, South Korea's privacy laws prohibit companies from collecting personal information from customers without their consent. Legally, they cannot admit to recording and storing customers' images. But as a practical matter, Big Brother is watching," Kang Jung said with a sour expression. "Those bastards. When I get to a computer, I am immediately going to hack into their system and—" "Wait, young lady," Park Kwan said, raising his palm again. "Let's not lose sight of what is important at this moment. We need to find the boy. More than privacy may be at stake here. Given what we already know, this entire city may be at risk."
Kincaid said, "Tell us what you've discovered." Park Kwan cleared his throat and adopted a more serious, more professional tone.
Jung is right. The idea behind the mall's facial recognition software is to estimate a customer's age and gender in order to permit advertisers to tailor their interactive ads. But as I mentioned, the software actually goes much further than that. It is a secret very few people know.
How did you get so lucky? He blushed ever so slightly.
I have a lady friend who works at the conglomerate that makes the software. She knew I was looking to retire from the police department, so she offered to recommend me for a job in their security division. He sighed. I passed the interview process as well as the background check and drug tests. But, and looking back, I suppose this shouldn't have surprised me. The company has prospective employees followed by in-house investigators to determine what their private lives are like before the final hire. Like any organization that hires employees who will handle sensitive material, this company wants to make certain that their candidates are not potential targets for blackmail, that they are not in the kind of debt that would motivate them to sell confidential information to competitors or the media. In my case, he continued solemnly, they discovered that I drank, and they feared that my intoxication would lead me to divulge trade secrets. He cocked his head to one side, then the other, which I suppose I am doing now as we speak. He shrugged his wide shoulders. Well, the joke is on them, because at the moment I am as sober as a stone.
But if you were not hired, Kang Jung began. Park Kwan turned to her with a sheepish expression.
My lady friend, she too partakes in the spirits, if you will.
All right, Kincaid said, anxious now for Park Kwan to get to the crux. When did the software pick up Gregory Wyckoff at the mall?
The morning he went missing.
Jeez Louise, Kincaid burst out. That doesn't help us. He could be anywhere by now.
Please, Louise, Park Kwan shot back. Wait until I am finished.
He exhaled audibly, then sucked in his gut and puffed out his chest.
It is not the fact that his face was captured that is important. It is what he was captured doing that is vital.
Kang Jung stepped forward, her voice quiet and contemplative. He stole something, didn't he?
Correct, young lady, Park Kwan said.